Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Fairy Attitude. After Qin Wentian got an ancient book, he concentrated on comprehending it and felt the changes in his body. This retreat lasted for 2 months, and he completely forgot about time. In the past 2 months, he deeply felt the power of his bloodline, and at the same time, he also realized the profoundness of the ancient book left by Jiutian. Jiutian is indeed an extraordinary figure, both in the attainment of divine patterns and in martial arts cultivation. Qin Wentian even thought that although he abandoned the other ancient book of inheritance he left behind, it must be very powerful. But Qin Wentian did not regret it. He believed in his intuition. If he had not opened his third eye and witnessed that the golden armored men were not puppets, perhaps he would not doubt this inheritance. But seeing that the 9 martial arts masters were guarding the inheritance like puppets, and even directly gave up their lives to drive the golden armored giant puppet, Qin Wentian had to doubt that ancient book. Therefore, he gave up. In the past 2 months, his strength has improved greatly, whether in martial arts or divine pattern attainments. Now he is more and more confident in himself. It may not take too long for him to have a real place in Guangzhou City, and he will not be like now, doing everything without any hands. This is also the feeling Qin Wentian has when he came to Guangzhou City. That sense of urgency makes him think about improving his strength quickly all the time. In fact, his practice is already good enough. At the age of 16, he embarked on the road of practice and awakened the Star Soul. The 3 Star Souls all came from the 5th heaven. Until now, he has not met anyone who can be like him. Before he was 18, he entered the realm of Yuanfu, and his reputation spread abroad. He even decided the ownership of the imperial power of Chu. This is an achievement that many people cannot achieve in their lifetime. Until now, he is not yet 19 years old. Now his cultivation is the 4th level of Yuanfu. During the time of retreat, he broke through again, from the 3rd level of Yuanfu to the 4th level. The Yuanfu pool has become stronger, and his understanding of martial arts has become more profound. Not far away, a beautiful figure came over. Although Bai Luai was not as stunningly beautiful as Mo Qingchen, she was very comfortable to look at. She was clean, refreshing, pure and sexy. Every time you saw her, she would always make your eyes light up. "You guy, you still know how to come back." Bai Luai glared at Qin Wentian coquettishly. She was increasingly useless in pretending to be indifferent in front of Qin Wentian. She seemed very casual, and sometimes showed a daughter's attitude, which added a bit of charm. Qin Wentian looked at Bai Luai who was coming over, and a smile flashed across his face. "From your tone, why do I feel like this is my home?" "You wish." Bai Luai glared at him and said, "How was your harvest this time?" "It's a great harvest. Do you want to see the ancient scroll of the divine pattern of the heavenly venerable?" Qin Wentian looked at Bai Luai with a teasing look. Sure enough, Bai Luai's beautiful eyes lit up immediately after hearing his words. The ancient scroll of the divine pattern of the heavenly venerable was too attractive for a genius divine pattern master. If the people of Guangzhou City knew about this, it would probably drive many 4th level divine mark masters crazy. "Forget it, you snatched the inheritance, so it should belong to you." Bai Luai thought for a moment and said, "I didn't say I was giving it to you." Qin Wentian said with a smile, which made Bai Luai glare at him fiercely. Was he teasing him? "I'll lend it to you for a few days, and it won't affect my comprehension of it." Qin Wentian shrugged and said. Bai Luai's beautiful eyes froze, looking at that handsome face with a bit of teasing, and couldn't help punching Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was naturally not stingy with Bai Luai. This beautiful girl used her body to block Zhu Sha's attack for him when they were fighting for the inheritance. "Where are Brother Chu Meng and the fat guy?" Qin Wentian didn't see the little bastard running over, so he couldn't help but ask. "They are very crazy now, training everywhere. In the past 2 months, they have accumulated countless battle records in the Hell platform." Bai Luai made Qin Wentian's heart move slightly. Fatty, he is finally not lazy. Lang Ning's death must have been a great stimulus to him. The great Xia dynasty, this vast land with powerful people, without strength, even those heartbreaking things, you can only watch him happen. If Qin Wentian had the strength he has now, he would never let the Lang family touch Lang Ning's hair. Yan Tai, who was flattered by the Lang family, can be easily killed by him now. Qin Wentian, come with me, I have something important to tell you. Bai Lui's expression suddenly became serious, and then took Qin Wentian to a secret place, but it was not the central area. Although Qin Wentian and Bai Lui have a very good relationship, as long as Qin Wentian is not a core figure of Beilu Academy, he will not be able to step into there. Di Feng and Di Cheng were exceptions, because they knew the biggest secret of Beilu Academy, the lineage of King Kang. Although Qin Wentian also knew it, Bai Lui would naturally not tell the people of Beilu Academy for him before Qin Wentian decided to show his hand. This was decided by Qin Wentian himself. What's wrong? Qin Wentian asked when he saw Bai Lui pulling him to a deserted place. These days, some people came to Beilu Academy. One of them is called Di Feng. He also has another name, Wang Kang, who is ranked 5th on the destiny list. Now he is in the Beilu Academy martial arts field. They are from the direct lineage of King Kang, the lineage of the emperor family. Bai Lui's words instantly made Qin Wentian's expression solemn. The direct lineage of King Kang, the lineage of the emperor family. Qin Wentian instantly thought of the dean of the Emperor Star Academy, Di Yi. He is still in Jiutian Palace. I wonder if Jiutian Palace has killed him. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian's desire for strength became stronger. They know that Beilu Academy is the hidden lineage of Kang Wang. Their purpose of coming here is to control Beilu Academy and revive Kang Wang Palace. Beilu Yi said solemnly, which instantly gave Qin Wentian many thoughts. After he got the Kang Wang order, he knew that his road to regaining Kang Wang's lineage would never be smooth. Now, the Di family lineage appeared, and he didn't know what position they would stand on. If they knew that the Kang Wang order was in his hands, what attitude would they take? Without the Kang Wang order, will Beilu Academy recognize them? Qin Wentian said in a deep voice. These people have some tricks. They first let a rather dainty Di Sheng come, so that Beilu Academy had a bad impression of him. Later, Di Feng appeared. The elders had a very good impression of Di Feng. If they really saw hope in her, I think Beilu Academy might really agree. Beilu Yi said, as for their explanation of the Kang Wang order, they said that the person who guarded the Kang Wang order was captured by Jiutian Palace. They were worried that the secrets of the Kang Wang lineage might be leaked, which made Beilu Academy want to make some changes. Qin Wentian thought for a moment after hearing Beilu Yi's words. This matter was a challenge and an opportunity for him. The people of the Di family broke this layer of paper for him, which made Beilu Academy gradually have the idea of reviving the Kang Wang Palace. Then, who would be in charge next? After Senior Di Yi handed King Kang's order to me, he was captured by Jiutian Palace because of me. I believe that even if he dies, Senior Di Yi will not betray King Kang's secrets. Qin Wentian said, feeling a little heavy in his heart. It seems that he has to bring his plan forward again. Beilu Academy, his first battle as the head of the Kang Wang lineage, must be successful. What are your plans next? Bai Lui asked Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian saw Bai Lui looking at him seriously, and said with a smile, don't worry, even if Di Feng of the Di family competes with me, the winner will only belong to me. What if he is 5th on the destiny list? He will soon have the confidence to be no less than the other party. Moreover, if he is given some more time, at most 1 or 2 years, he will be the most dazzling one on the destiny list. This is his belief and his ambition. Let's go, I will pass the ancient scroll of the Xianzhen divine mark to you. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Bai Lui looked at that handsome face and she also smiled. She believed that Qin Wentian would definitely win, no matter what challenges he faced. Zhan Chen ranked 11th on the destiny list, Yang Fan ranked 18th, and Zhao Li and Hu Feng. Qin Wentian has already snatched the inheritance under their noses. What if he is 5th on the destiny list? In the ancient city of Xianqi Palace, which is extremely far away from Wangzhou City and surrounded by mountains, where humans and monsters coexist, the palace master of Xianqi Palace stood respectfully in the hall at this moment, looking at the peerless enchantress on the chair in front of him. Fairy King Mei lay there lazily, with a few flashes of enchantment in her charming and beautiful eyes. She knocked on the chair with her delicate jade hands and whispered, "Is that old guy restless?" The news from there is that the two major factions are now clearly divided, and no one can suppress the other. The palace master of Xianqi Palace said quietly. Haha, I didn't expect that they would have a borer before they rose up. They want to disobey the order of Emperor Kang and seize power without waiting for the order of King Kang. Fairy King Mei's smile was a bit cold. It seems that they have this idea. They have gradually grown over the years and produced many figures. Now, Emperor Feng has arrived in Wangzhou City, Bailu Academy. The palace master of Xianqi Palace seemed to know everything about the movements in Wangzhou City. How are Kinger and the little guy? Will that girl be tempted by the mortal world? Fairy Queen Mei couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile on her face when she thought of Kinger. It should be fine. Master should know Kinger's temper. She is cold and indifferent. It would be difficult to let her enter the mortal world. The palace master of Xianqi said with a wry smile. As for the little guy, he is very good. Oh. Fairy Queen Mei's eyes narrowed slightly. It's rare that you have such a high opinion of him. In this case, send some people out for a walk, so that the little guy doesn't seem too alone. If nothing happens, it's fine. If some conflicts really break out, at least let them know my attitude. P.S. 1,650 monthly tickets will add more chapters. Chapter 277 Blocking the Road. After Qin Wentian gave Bai Luai the ancient scroll of divine runes, Bai Luai immediately immersed herself in it and forgot everything. She was already extremely obsessed with divine runes. Now, seeing the profound divine runes of a celestial being, she was immediately like Qin Wentian at that time, unable to extricate herself. Jinxing Xianzhen's understanding of divine runes, as well as many ideas for engraving and divine runes combinations, were stronger than those of his Bailu Academy. What made Bai Luai even more excited was that the ancient scroll recorded many powerful 4th-level divine runes, 4th-level formations, 4th-level refining methods, and 4th-level puppets. Unfortunately, she asked herself that she didn't have that kind of attainment yet, and couldn't comprehend or see through it at all, and could only comprehend it bit by bit. After Qin Wentian met Chu Meng and the others, he began to practice in seclusion again, staying in Bailu Cave with Bai Luai, and the little bastard naturally stayed by his side. Actually, Qin Wentian wanted to stay in the desert for a longer time, but thinking that Bai Luai and Fan Li would worry about him, he hurried back. Now he had the opportunity to practice with Bai Luai and occasionally exchange experiences, which was also a wonderful thing. However, Di Chang's mood was not so wonderful. The Di family wanted to completely control the Bailu Academy. In addition to recognition, they naturally had to establish a good relationship with the Bailu Academy. Di Feng, who might become the future leader of the Kangwang family, was undoubtedly the most suitable person to do such a thing. If the Bailu Academy really recognized him and had a close relationship with Di Feng, they would naturally be willing to help him sincerely. In the martial arts world, after interests, naturally, relationships come into play. Therefore, Di Feng has been a guest at the Bailu Academy these days, and at the same time, he has been visiting the homes of the elders of various clans and elders, and occasionally communicating with the younger generation. They get along very well, and the Bailu Academy's perception of Di Feng is getting better and better. Di Chang, however, was not feeling well. The people in Bailu Academy did not have a good impression of him. He was idle all day and bored. Now, he heard that Bailu Yi was practicing with a young man. How could he feel good? Is Xiaowei still in seclusion? Di Cheng asked Bailu Yi's father. That girl? Bailu Yi's father shook his head slightly. He knew that Bailu Yi had been with Qin Wentian since he came back. A girl should not be kept at home. He did not know the situation, so he naturally thought that Bailu Yi was with Qin Wentian. However, he did not object. After all, he still liked Qin Wentian. At least, he was much better than Di Chang. How could Di Chang and Di Feng be so different when they were both from the Di family? Father, it seems that your daughter is going to be kidnapped. Bailu Jing beside him said with a faint smile, as if he was deliberately saying it to Di Chang. As expected, Di Chang's expression changed slightly, and he asked, who is Qin Wentian? How can he be worthy of Xiaowei? Di Chang still called Bai Luai Xiaowei. Bai Luai's father and Bai Lu Jing were quite dissatisfied, but they were too lazy to correct him. After all, he was a guest. It doesn't matter whether she is worthy or not, as long as Xiaowei likes it. Bai Lu Jing seemed to deliberately stimulate Di Chang. As expected, Di Chang's expression changed slightly. Master, Miss Yi, he came out. At this moment, a maid came to report. Bai Luai's father's eyes lit up and smiled. This girl is willing to come out. I'll go for a walk first. Di Chang said goodbye, causing Bai Luai and his son to look at each other. Bai Luai's father said to Bai Lu Jing, you should go and have a look too. Okay. Bai Lu Jing nodded slightly, got up and left, and walked towards the direction of Bailu Cave. Qin Wentian and Bai Luai had just come out of Bai Lu Cave, and there were many more people in front of them, which made him quite depressed. He is Di Cheng. Bai Luai whispered to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian glanced and immediately saw the other party's cultivation level, the 5th level of Yuan Fu. Considering the other party's age, this level is indeed not very good. After that, Qin Wentian saw 2 elders from Bai Lu Academy passing by and stopped. Qin Wentian also wanted to see if he could peek into their cultivation level, but Qin Wentian found that he couldn't see through it. This made Qin Wentian understand that after he opened up his third eye, he could still only see through the specific cultivation level of people in the Yuan Fu realm. The elders of the Bai Lu Academy should all be in the Xiangang realm, so he couldn't see through it. Ziai, I have missed you a lot these days. Di Cheng smiled at Bai Luai, and Qin Wentian was stunned. This guy is really a talent. Qin Wentian now believed that the reason why the Di family sent Di Cheng to come first to give Bai Lu Academy a bad impression was not because Di Cheng was pretending, but because Di Cheng was such a person. Bai Luai's face changed when she heard what Di Cheng said. Seeing Qin Wentian next to her winking at her, she couldn't help but get even angrier. Di Cheng, please call me by my name from now on. Bai Luai said very depressedly. Then she put her hand on Qin Wentian's arm and pulled Qin Wentian forward. She also glared at Qin Wentian fiercely, letting this bastard laugh at her. Oh! Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. He was used as a shield by Bai Luai. Seeing many people around him looking at each other, Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. Now, it is difficult for people in Bai Lu Academy not to misunderstand. He and Bai Luai often practice together. Although the two are innocent, people in Bai Lu Academy don't think so. Qin Wentian. Di Cheng blocked Qin Wentian's retreat, narrowed his eyes and showed a smile, but gave people a cold feeling. You're blocking my way. Qin Wentian looked at Di Cheng and said with a smile. I know. Di Cheng nodded. I heard that you are a casual cultivator, mediocre in martial arts, but have a good attainment in divine runes, and are a 3rd-level divine rune master. Qin Wentian frowned slightly. This Di Cheng was quite clear about what he had learned. Then what? Qin Wentian's expression remained calm. Although divine rune masters are respected, they are only limited to being used. They can help people refine divine weapons and puppets. Even if they are powerful divine rune masters, if they can't refine divine weapons, their status is still limited. After all, it is impossible to rely on divine runes to fight. After all, martial artists are judged by their martial arts skills. Di Cheng spoke slowly, leaving Qin Wentian speechless. This guy stopped him and said so much, just to attack him and show his excellence? The problem is, this Di Cheng, isn't he that good? Of course, whether he is good or not depends on who he is compared with. Compared with Di Feng, Di Cheng knows that he is not qualified, but he must suppress the person in front of him. In fact, Di Cheng looks like a playboy, but he is not stupid. He knows why the Di family sent him here first, and understands his mission. He also knows that he wants to pursue Bai Luai, not only because of Bai Luai's beauty, but also because of Bai Luai's status. As long as he marries this woman, his status in Bai Lu Academy will be different. If he succeeds, the Di family will also be very satisfied with him. Have you finished? Qin Wentian looked at the other party. His tone was still indifferent, as if he didn't take the other party seriously at all. This situation made the smile in Di Cheng's eyes gradually cold, and he said, don't you understand what I mean? Qin Wentian saw that the other party was still not giving up, and his expression gradually became sharp. 2 terrifying cold rays pierced into Di Cheng's pupils. In an instant, Di Cheng felt a cold sense of crisis all over his body. He took 2 steps back. These 2 steps made his expression extremely ugly. Let's go. Qin Wentian said to Bai Luai. Bai Luai, on the other hand, quietly took his arm like a girl. This was a naked show-off to make Di Cheng completely give up. Not far away, Bai Luai's father and Bai Lujing saw this scene and smiled bitterly. Just as Qin Wentian thought, the misunderstanding deepened. Qin Wentian and Bai Luai raised their feet, but saw that the gloomy Di Cheng blocked their way again, and the aura of the 5th level of Yuan Fu burst out from his body. Since you don't understand, then I tell you, get out of Bai Lu Academy. Di Cheng's aura was so strong that he crushed Qin Wentian away. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian's footsteps did not stop, and 2 terrifying golden lights burst out from his eyes. The 2 lights swept past, and Di Cheng instantly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if a death pressure had descended. This majesty could not be desecrated. Bang! A huge force shook his mind fiercely, and Di Cheng groaned and his face turned pale. Qin Wentian continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. Another look penetrated through, and Di Cheng's face became even paler. With a puff, Di Cheng spit out a mouthful of blood, and his face became even paler. Buzz! I saw Di Cheng's star soul blooming, and the starlight shone in an instant. His body was instantly covered with a layer of wonderful power, and his eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had already walked in front of him, stretched out his palm, and slapped it forward. In an instant, the terrifying divine pattern light intertwined wildly, and instantly turned into a terrifying Dapan. The huge body directly crushed over. Di Cheng shouted angrily, and the Dapan's claws clasped his chest, and then whistled into the air and swung it out violently. Stop! A cold shout came out, and the old man who had been behind Di Cheng trembled, and Di Cheng's body caught it. At the same time, he raised his hand and slapped it, and the Dapan in the void was destroyed. Di Cheng supported the old man's body and stood up straight, with blood at the corner of his mouth, and the clothes on his chest were torn off. His face was extremely gloomy. Divine rune battle is not impossible. At least we can kill as many people like you as possible. So, don't show off your ignorance, Qin Wentian said lightly. Di Cheng coughed and spit out blood in anger. Chapter 278 From Complexity to Simplicity. After knowing that Bai Luai and Qin Wentian had a close relationship, Di Cheng asked the people of Bailu Academy about Qin Wentian. The people of Bailu Academy were all familiar with Qin Wentian, and Di Cheng easily learned that Qin Wentian was a third-level divine pattern master, who had reached the third level of Yuanfu, and had no background. He only met Bai Luai because of the divine pattern. Therefore, there were the previous conversations. He thought that although divine pattern masters were respected, they were powerful divine pattern masters who could use divine patterns in refining equipment and formations. There were very few divine pattern masters who could use divine patterns to fight directly. When the enemy and us collided, who would give you time to carve divine patterns? However, Qin Wentian told him with facts that there were people who fought with divine patterns. Now, there was one. Moreover, it was easy to deal with him. The eyes of Bai Luai's father and Bai Lujing beside him all lit up, and they had a clearer understanding of Qin Wentian's attainments in divine runes. Divine runes cultivation is as difficult as martial arts. Even if you have talent, you need to immerse yourself for a long time. Many powerful third-level peak divine runes masters are not young. A guy like Qin Wentian who is so young and has such divine runes attainments, and even uses them in combat as well as in martial arts, is definitely a monster. It can be imagined that sooner or later, Qin Wentian will become a fourth-level divine rune master. At that time, his status will become different. If he can be promoted to the level of a fourth-level divine rune master before the age of 20, then this weight is no less than many names on the destiny list. At least in Wangzhou City, there has been no such person. However, from the third level to the fourth level, it is like going from Yuanfu to Xiangang realm. It is a huge hurdle that is by no means so easy to overcome. At this moment, none of them noticed that not far away, an elder of the White Deer Academy had a dazzling light in his eyes after seeing Qin Wentian display his divine pattern ability. In the future, please don't harass Xiaoyi. You really don't deserve it. Qin Wentian looked at Di Cheng and said indifferently again. He said this from the perspective of Bai Luai's friend, regardless of Di Cheng's identity. Bai Luai was a pure and beautiful girl, gentle and generous, with outstanding talents. Her man was definitely not like Di Cheng. Di Cheng was really not qualified. Di Cheng's face turned pale and blue. He was humiliated by Qin Wentian's actual actions. What else could he do? Any words had lost their persuasiveness. As for expecting the elders of the Di family to stand up for him, it was absolutely impossible. The Di family came to the White Deer Academy to establish good relations. He couldn't handle his own affairs. What kind of thing was it for the elders of the Di family to bully Qin Wentian, a guest of the White Deer Academy? Di Cheng, he could only admit defeat. Qin Wentian and Bai Luai raised their feet and prepared to leave. Before they had taken many steps, a gust of cold wind blew, and suddenly, another figure blocked Qin Wentian and Bai Luai's way. Seeing this person, Qin Wentian's expression froze for a moment, and he was quite depressed. What happened today? Di Cheng blocked his way, and now someone else blocked his way. Moreover, the person in front of him was an elder of Bailu Academy. Although he didn't know who he was, he had seen him several times. Grandpa Dong, what's wrong? Bai Luai was also stunned when she saw the old man in front of her, and asked in confusion. Grandpa Dong was her elder, of the same generation as her grandfather. He was one of the 9 elders of Bailu Academy and a very important person in Bailu Academy. He was particularly accomplished in divine patterns. He was a 4th-level divine pattern master and a 4th-level weapon refining master, and he was also a Xiangang realm powerhouse. Brother Qin, I want to borrow something from you. Bailu Dong stared at Qin Wentian with a burning gaze. Qin Wentian asked politely, what do you want to borrow, senior? The divine pattern scroll of Jinxing Xianzhen. When Bailu Dong finished speaking, Qin Wentian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but look at Bailu Ai. Has the news about the trial ground been spread? Before, he heard Bailu Ai say that it seemed that the people of those overlord-level forces kept their mouths shut, and people from the outside world didn't know what happened in the trial ground. At this moment, Bailu Ai was also stunned. She didn't expect Bailu Dong to ask Qin Wentian for this. The divine pattern scroll of Jinxing Xianzhen was extremely precious. Qin Wentian showed it to her because he had a special relationship with her and trusted her. However, Bailu Dong and Qin Wentian didn't have any intersection. Anyone would be unhappy if someone asked for such a precious thing, and Qin Wentian would naturally be no exception. Bailu Dong saw the performance of the two and immediately understood that the divine pattern scroll of Jinxing Xianzhen might really be in Qin Wentian's possession. I heard that Brother Qin had some opportunities in the trial land and got the ancient scroll of divine patterns left by the heavenly venerable. I have a little knowledge of divine patterns, so please lend it to me. Bailu Dong continued to speak, but a golden light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. What is Bailu Dong's identity? How precious is the ancient scroll of divine patterns of the heavenly venerable Jinxing? The other party blocked the way and said that he wanted to borrow it, but in fact it was a disguised robbery. Senior, you are joking. How can I get the ancient scroll of divine patterns in the trial land with my low cultivation level? Qin Wentian stared at Bailu Dong's eyes and smiled casually. Even if the other party knew, he would not admit it. The ancient scroll of divine patterns of the heavenly venerable is extremely involved and may cause disasters. No matter whether others know it or not, he himself cannot admit it. Really? But the information I got should not be wrong. Bailu Dong also stared at Qin Wentian and smiled. A precious treasure brings disaster to people's hearts. If Qin Wentian and Bailu Ai had not had a good relationship and were not a guest of Bailu Academy, Bailu Dong would not have talked so much nonsense with him and would have directly snatched it. In the martial arts world, snatching treasures is a very normal thing. Senior must have made a mistake. Qin Wentian still smiled. At this time, Bailu Ai and Bailu Jing would never reveal it. If they revealed it, the first person to get the news would not be Bailu Dong. Then, it can only be that the young people of the overlord level forces deliberately leaked the news. In this case, can you let me check your divine pattern ring, Brother Qin? Bailu Dong stared at the divine pattern ring on Qin Wentian's finger. Such words are already very presumptuous. Who doesn't have some secrets? The divine pattern ring is the foundation of martial arts. How can it be checked by others? Grandpa Dong, you are too much? Bailu Ai said in a retorted manner. Although Bailu Dong is an elder, it is indeed too much to be so aggressive. Zai, this matter has nothing to do with you. Bailu Dong said. If it weren't for Bailu Ai, he would never be so polite to Qin Wentian. You actually think this has nothing to do with me? Bailu Ai's voice was a little sarcastic. Her hand was still holding Qin Wentian's arm. You should understand the importance of the Xianzhen Divine Mark Scroll. Now it appears in front of you. Grandpa Dong must get it. Bailu Dong looked into Bailu Ai's eyes and said firmly. Bailu Dong, enough. At this time, a figure came not far away. It was the big-eyed elder Qin Wentian had seen. Bailu Dong's expression remained unchanged when he saw the big-eyed elder. As a master of divine marks, the ancient scroll of the Xianzhen divine mark was so close that he could not resist the temptation at all. Great elder. I've said enough. The elder with big eyes scolded. Don't forget that not long ago, Qin Wentian was fighting for the ranking of the trial ground for my Bailu Academy. Humph. Bailu Dong walked away with a wave of his sleeves. Obviously, he would not let this matter go. Thank you, great elder. Qin Wentian bowed slightly to the elder with big eyes. You are a guest of Bailu Academy. This is what we should do. If I have offended you, please don't mind. The elder with big eyes responded, and then looked at Bailu Yi. Zai, please treat little brother Qin well. Yes. Bailu Ai nodded and then left with Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian returned to the grassy area behind the mountain. It was quiet and peaceful here, with a breeze blowing on his face, giving people a sense of tranquility. Qin Wentian sat on the ground and saw the little guy's snow-white body constantly arching in his arms. Qin Wentian smiled. He stretched out his right hand, but a sharp sword appeared in his left hand and passed through his hand, and blood immediately dripped down. "Little guy, open your mouth," Qin Wentian said to the little bastard. "Yai." The little guy shook his head, and his cute eyes seemed to show a very reluctant expression, as if he was staring at Qin Wentian angrily. "You probably followed me when you met me by chance and smelled my breath. I know my blood is useful to you. Less blood has no side effects on me, and it will be replenished soon. Don't worry." Qin Wentian knew that one of his bloodline powers seemed to be terrifying demon blood, which was very useful to demon beasts. The little guy tried to pout when he heard Qin Wentian's words, and then opened his little mouth. "Good boy." Qin Wentian dripped blood into the little guy's mouth. Sure enough, after a moment, a few golden lights flashed in its eyes, and then it ran to the side to sleep lazily. "Maybe someone deliberately let the news out, aren't you worried at all?" Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian, who was relaxed. Bai Ludong intercepted Qin Wentian, which made her feel a lot of pressure. The elders of Bailu Academy were like this, let alone outsiders. Treasures bring trouble to people's hearts, all for profit. What's the point of worrying, only to be strong? Qin Wentian murmured. Bai Luai nodded. That's right, all difficulties seem complicated, but from complex to simple, it's because you are too young and not strong enough. What did you say? Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly lit up and stared at Qin Wentian. Bai Luai saw Qin Wentian's expression and showed a puzzled look. Qin Wentian didn't look like someone who would be angry. After all, you are young and not strong enough. Otherwise, if you could intimidate them, how could this happen now? Bai Luai repeated. Previous sentence. Qin Wentian's heart was beating. All difficulties seem complicated, but from complex to simple. Bai Luai murmured, not knowing what Qin Wentian meant. Yes, it seems complicated, but from complex to simple. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, and suddenly became clear. He raised his head slightly, feeling the breeze on his face, and felt a sense of enlightenment. From simple to complex, it is precision. From complex to simple, it is enlightenment. Qin Wentian muttered to himself. Bai Luai's beautiful eyes flickered, and she was completely confused. But Qin Wentian squatted down and drew his palm forward. In an instant, a straight line passed, but there was a faint surge of power in it. Bai Luai looked at the straight line, puzzled, walked forward, and squatted down as well. A ray of star power poured into it. In an instant, a terrifying sharpness spread out, and a sword light broke through the air, shocking Bai Luai to sit on the ground. Feeling the sword light passing in front of her, her beautiful eyes looked at Qin Wentian in shock. You broke through. Bai Luai's heart trembled slightly, and her words were a little excited. Yes. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, calm and confident, and seemed to be a little stronger. Chapter 279 Pressure. Bai Luai's heart was beating, and her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Wentian without blinking. Fourth level. Her sexy lips moved slightly, and Bai Luai's voice trembled slightly. In Wangzhou City, the 4th level Divine Rune Masters are at least middle-aged in their 40s or 50s, and many are even old monsters who are hundreds of years old. Those most dazzling geniuses prefer to spend most of their time on martial arts, so there are not so many monsters who practice divine runes. Qin Wentian is definitely an alternative. He has extraordinary attainments in martial arts, and he has a talent that is almost demonic in divine runes. Not yet. Qin Wentian smiled. Bai Luai patted her sexy chest gently when she heard his words. She didn't know how tempting this action was to a man. Then you scare me. Bai Luai glared at Qin Wentian. What level of divine rune is this? Qin Wentian pointed to the seemingly straight line below, but the divine rune that contained a powerful sword power, and smiled. Level 3. Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian. Even if he had not broken through to the level of a level 4 divine mark master, it was absolutely amazing to have such an achievement. Just ask, how many people can carve level 3 divine marks with just a raise of their hands? Even some level 4 divine mark masters can't do it. Being able to carve level 3 divine marks with just a raise of your hands, and it seems like only one stroke, is indeed a major breakthrough. Bai Luai said with a faint smile. You reminded me to start from the complex and gradually progress to the simple. Qin Wentian smiled and said, before, from the simplest divine runes to the third order divine runes, they were all from simple to complex, one stroke at a time, to more and more strokes, and even later on, patterns were intertwined to form a brand new divine runes. And now, if we want to step into the fourth level, if we still start from the simple to the complex, then the difficulty of engraving the fourth order divine runes is simply unimaginable. Well, this is a necessary stage for divine runes. Aren't all divine rune masters like this? The engraving of divine runes is extremely difficult. This is also the reason why those geniuses prefer to practice martial arts. Bai Luai said slowly, although a fourth order divine rune master corresponds to the level of the Xiangang realm, when the enemy and I collide, a Xiangang realm powerhouse can easily kill a fourth order divine rune master. This is an indisputable fact. Others will not wait for you to slowly engrave a fourth order divine rune. Qin Wentian certainly understood this truth, and this was also the reason that Di Sheng used to humiliate him. Otherwise, if we simply compare them, with his attainments at the peak of the third order of divine runes, he would be equivalent to a peak figure in the Yuan mansion. Martial arts and divine patterns cannot be directly compared like that. However, this does not affect the respect of powerful divine pattern masters. A fourth-level divine pattern master means that he may be able to carve a fourth-level formation and refine a fourth-level divine weapon. In this way, many people will ask for them, including Xiangang realm masters. The martial arts path is ever-changing. Everyone's method of cultivation is different. The way of divine patterns should be the same. Others have their own methods of cultivation, and I have my own cultivation philosophy. From complex to simple, this is my enlightenment. With this enlightenment, although I have not yet entered the fourth level, everything is a matter of course. Qin Wentian said with a smile. His divine pattern path is related to the practice method he practiced, the soul refining atlas. The soul refining atlas uses the power of divine patterns to condense divine essence. The sign of the first level of perfection is that it can condense any first level divine essence in an instant. The sign of the second level of perfection is that it can condense any second level divine essence in an instant. Now, although Qin Wentian has not reached the level of being able to condense any third-order divine essence in an instant, at least he can condense some simple third-order divine essence in an instant, which means that his soul refining atlas has already achieved the third major success, and it is only a little short of perfection. The soul refining atlas has made his current method of practicing divine runes possible. So, you will soon be able to step into the fourth level. Since you have some enlightenment, then the fourth level is just a matter of time. It should not be difficult to break through the fourth level with a single thought. Qin Wentian smiled, and Bai Luai's little heart beat again. A fourth-order divine rune master under the age of 19? She felt her heart beating just thinking about it, which was shocking. I have to retreat again. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly. Although he attached more importance to martial arts than divine runes, since divine runes could give him greater fame in a short period of time and be recognized by Beilu Academy, he could only choose to first step into the fourth level of divine rune attainments. In this case, he, who is less than 19 years old, will have a status that is not inferior to many heavyweights on the destiny list. Beilu Academy will also look at him differently and value him fundamentally. Okay, you should retreat well and make sure to break through. Bai Luai raised her little fist to Qin Wentian. Her innocent smile was particularly beautiful. As long as you enter the level of a fourth-level divine mark master, the weight of the Kangwang order will be even heavier. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded with a smile. A fourth-level divine mark master holding the weight of the Kangwang order and a person of the fourth level of the Yuan mansion holding the weight of the Kangwang order will not be at the same level. Bai Luai raised her hand and then clenched it into a fist. Qin Wentian saw her action and did the same action. Then their fists gently collided and smiled similarly. After that, Bai Luai left. Qin Wentian took a deep breath and then sat cross-legged. Time was very tight. He must use the Kangwang order to reverse the situation before the White Deer Academy fully recognizes Emperor Feng. Otherwise, once the lineage represented by Emperor Feng obtains the support of the White Deer Academy, it will be too late. In the quiet back mountain, the grass is green, and the sun, rain, and breeze moisten the soil. A young man sits there quietly, as if isolated from the world. Nothing can disturb his heart. Beside the young man, a snow-white puppy also learns to sit cross-legged like the young man, which is very cute. However, what is more surprising is that every time night falls, the snow dog will lie there quietly, and from the sky, there will be starlight falling down and falling into its body, making its body glow with wisps of golden light. During the day, The snow dog will get up and run around, sometimes sticking out its tongue and licking the young man's trouser legs, with an intimate look, as if it were its relatives. Chu Mang and Fan Li have been active in various places in Guangzhou City. They regard the Hell Platform as a place of trial. Sometimes they will encounter some ruthless people who put them in life and death crisis. However, the constant training makes Chu Mang and Fan Li stronger and stronger at the same level. Chu Mang's cultivation has already entered the 6th level of Yuanfu, and Fan Li has now entered the 4th level of Yuanfu. Chu Mang and Fan Li often compete with each other. Although Fan Li's realm is not as good as Chu Mang, his bloodline power is getting stronger and stronger. He can barely fight with Chu Mang. In addition, both of them are good at archery, and they often communicate and compete with each other, and their days are extremely fulfilling. This Guangzhou City is indeed much more exciting than a small country like Chu. A lot of things happened in Guangzhou City during this period. There was news that a man named Qin Wentian, who entered the Divine Rune trial site with his Haixing mansion, obtained the ancient scroll of Xianzhen Divine Rune by chance. Once the news came out, it instantly caused quite a stir, and many powerful 4th-level Divine Rune masters had some ideas. Jinxing Xianzhen, a legendary strong man, is also a terrifying 5th-level Divine Rune master. The Divine Rune scroll he inherited can be imagined to have a terrifying attraction to those 4th-level Divine Rune masters. Later, they found out that Qin Wentian was in Beilu Academy, and many people were disappointed. Beilu Academy itself is also a powerful force that is very good at Divine Runes. Since Qin Wentian is there, I am afraid that the Divine Rune scroll inherited by Xianzhen has fallen into the hands of Beilu Academy. After their investigation, they found that Qin Wentian had never stepped out of Beilu Academy during this period of time. I am afraid that he was under house arrest by Beilu Academy. While many people in Guangzhou City were staring at Qin Wentian, he was still in the back mountain of Beilu Academy. Today, at Beilu Academy, Beilu Yu led 2 young men to the back mountain, but at the foot of the mountain, they were blocked by Beilu Yi. "Zai, what do you mean?" Beilu Yu said to Beilu Yi, looking a little unhappy. "Uncle Yu, I know what you are going to do. He is in seclusion now, so it is not appropriate to disturb him." Bailu Ai looked at Bailu Iao in front of him. Bailu Iao was the eldest son of Bailu Duong. He had some attainments in divine runes, but not very strong. His purpose of going to the back mountain was conceivable. When did the back mountain of my Bailu Academy be occupied by an outsider, and I can't go there? Bailu Iao sneered. Besides, I am not here to see him today, but many guests want to see Qin Wentian. You should know who those guests are, right? He won't meet him. Bailu Ai replied affirmatively. Of course, she knew who they were. Recently, many 4th-level Divine Rune Masters came to Bailu Academy and wanted to see Qin Wentian. Bailu Academy did not refuse their visit. The status of a 4th-level Divine Rune Master was extraordinary. In addition, some people wanted to use this external pressure to throw Qin Wentian. How could she not understand? With so many important people coming, if Bailu Academy abandons Qin Wentian, he will be in a very dangerous situation outside. Cooperating with Bailu Academy and handing the things over to Bailu Academy is undoubtedly the best choice. Really? Zai, your friend is so arrogant that he won't even meet the 4th-level Master of Divine Patterns. Bailu Iao sneered. Even if he doesn't want to meet, he should answer me in person. After that, Bailu Iao continued to move forward. Bailu Ai's beautiful eyes condensed, and her figure flashed, continuing to block the other party's way. How dare you? Bailu Iao shouted coldly, with a hidden aura blooming on his body, as if he was no longer prepared to take into account the feelings. Even if he took action, he would go to see the man on the back mountain. Bailu Ai's beautiful eyes were ashen, which looked very ugly. Since the senior wants to see, please come by yourself. A faint voice came from the back mountain, causing Bailu Ai's beautiful eyes to condense. She was too familiar with the owner of this voice. Chapter 280, Not in the Pond. Bailu Iao smiled at Bailu Ai and then walked out. Bailu Ai naturally made way and followed Bailu Iao to the back mountain. Qin Wentian sat cross-legged on the hillside in the grass. Seeing Bailu Iao coming, he couldn't help but smile and said, "What do you want, senior?" "Master Qin, it's really hard to meet you," Bailu Iao said loudly. The word Master Qin was quite ironic, obviously implying that Qin Wentian was not qualified. "Senior, you are joking. It's just that I have been practicing in seclusion these days." Xiaoyi was worried that I would be disturbed, so she stopped you. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Qin Wentian still smiled, as if he turned a blind eye to Bai Lu Aiao's sarcasm. As the saying goes, you should not hide a smiling person, but Bai Lu Aiao was a little relentless and said, Master Qin is practicing in seclusion? Could it be that he has broken through to the 4th level? I can't even see him. Qin Wentian still smiled and didn't answer. Seeing that Qin Wentian just looked at him without saying anything, Bai Lu Aiao secretly cursed the young man for being so patient. He couldn't help but say, now, there are many guests in my Beilu Academy, including some 4th level masters of the divine realm. Master Qin, can you please meet them? Qin doesn't know anyone in Wangzhou City. Why would someone want to visit? Qin Wentian asked curiously. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Lu Aiao couldn't help but reveal an interesting look, secretly laughing at Qin Wentian for being so ignorant that he dared to use the word visit. It's not visit, it's asking you to meet him. Bai Lu Aiao emphasized the word visit. Oh. Qin Wentian nodded, and then he stopped talking again. These divine mark masters came at a good time. He glanced at Bai Lu Ai and saw Bai Lu Ai's worried look on her face. He immediately understood that it must be because of the matter of the Xianzhen ancient scroll. Otherwise, there would never be a 4th level divine mark master who would come to see him. Seeing that Qin Wentian was silent again, Bai Lu Aiao could not help but continue to sarcastically ask, Master Qin, are you not going to leave yet? Why are you going to leave? Qin Wentian looked at Bai Lu Aiao with a strange expression. You. Bai Lu Aiao's eyes froze, staring at Qin Wentian and said, many 4th level divine pattern masters want to see you. Tell me, why are you going to leave? Are you going to let them come to see you? Bai Lu Aiao's tone had already turned cold, but Bai Lu Ai said sarcastically, Uncle you, I believe you know very well the purpose of their meeting Qin Wentian. Why do you have to come here in person to persuade them? Bai Lu Aiao's purpose was very clear. He wanted Qin Wentian to meet those people, and then let Qin Wentian feel the pressure from the outside world. In this way, Qin Wentian would submit to his father Bai Ludong in order to protect himself. HMPH. Bai Lu Aiao snorted coldly, lobbying? I just came to tell him, how can he be a lobbyist? Can it be that all the masters want to see him, and he will avoid seeing them? Senior, you are joking. How can Qin avoid seeing me? Qin Wentian said lightly, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Bai Lu Aiao sneered when he heard this and glanced at Qin Wentian. If you don't want to see me, you don't want to see me. Why do you want to avoid me? Qin Wentian continued. Bai Lu Aiao's sneer froze there, staring at Qin Wentian, but saw Qin Wentian continued. Senior himself said that they wanted to see Qin, not Qin who wanted to see them. Bai Lu Aiao stared at Qin Wentian. What an interesting guy. Do you mean that you want all the masters of divine patterns to come and pay homage to you? Bai Lu Aiao said cruelly. I dare not use the word pay a visit. Qin Wentian shook his head and said, it's just that the senior only said that a 4th level master wanted to see me. He didn't say his name, nor did he say what he wanted to see Qin for. He just gave an order. Do I have to rush over to pay a visit? I don't ask anything of them, nor have I received any favor from them. Wouldn't it be too degrading to myself to do that? Do you think the senior likes to despise himself like this? Bai Lu Aiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. You are so eloquent. In that case, I will go and tell the masters to come and pay a visit to Master Qin. After Bai Lu Aiao finished speaking, he turned away. The young man behind him glanced at Qin Wentian with a sharp gaze, but there was a hint of sneer in his eyes. After the three left, Bai Lu Ai's beautiful eyes showed some worry. She said to Qin Wentian, during the days you were in seclusion, news came out that you got the Xianzhen ancient scroll. Bai Lu Aiao is the biological son of the elder of Bai Ludong. You must know the purpose of his coming here. Today, this group of masters of divine patterns came together and came with a fierce force. Qin Wentian nodded gently and stood up slowly. Seeing Bai Lu Ai's haggard appearance, he couldn't help but smile and said, it doesn't matter. If they bully too much, I will naturally not let them have an easy time. Bai Lu Ai saw Qin Wentian smile, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She whispered, did you really break through this time? Yes. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Really? Bai Lu Ai asked again. Really? Qin Wentian continued to nod. It's the 4th level, you didn't lie to me. Bai Lu Ai asked again and again. Her eyes became more and more colorful, as if she was already very excited. The 4th level, the 4th level at the age of less than 19. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes, walked over, tapped Bai Luai on the head, and said with a smile, "It's true, I didn't lie to you." "Great." Bai Luai showed an excited look, and her body couldn't help jumping up. She hugged Qin Wentian with both hands excitedly, and murmured, "Oh my god, I actually saw a 4th level divine pattern master who was less than 19 years old. This is going to create history in Wangzhou City. It's crazy, Qin Wentian, you are too crazy." Oh. Qin Wentian didn't expect Bai Luai to be so excited. Feeling the softness on his arm, Qin Wentian's eyes were motionless and looked at the pure girl with an excited face. As if sensing Qin Wentian's gaze, Bai Luai was stunned, and then stopped beating. Her beautiful eyes flashed a few times, and she looked at her body leaning against Qin Wentian's arm. A blush appeared on her face instantly, and with that pure face, Qin Wentian was a little stunned. Although he was accustomed to beautiful women, the innocent Bai Luai in front of him was really too beautiful at this moment. Her excitement was pure. "Wait, I'll help you make things bigger." Bai Luai's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she trotted away. As if she had sensed something, Bai Luai rubbed her head, turned around and glared at Qin Wentian, saying, "Asshole, so strong. I just realized it." Qin Wentian was completely speechless, and then he saw Bai Luai smile sweetly at him and leave quickly. "Make things bigger." Qin Wentian looked at the graceful back and blinked his eyes. This girl really wanted to make the world chaotic. Not long after, Qin Wentian saw a group of figures coming. Many of these people had white hair and beards, and looked like immortals. Some of them were kind and had bright eyes. However, no matter how they looked, their temperaments all carried the same breath, that is, arrogance. Powerful masters of divine runes have always been worshipped and respected by people. The major forces of all parties are willing to pay a high price to support them as long as they are willing. A 4th level master of divine runes will never lack wealth or fame. Wherever he goes, he is like a moon surrounded by stars. Even at this time, several old men are guarded by the 3rd level masters of the Yuan mansion to protect their safety. Some people who have limited achievements in martial arts, if they have some talent in divine runes, will spend a lot of time studying divine runes. Therefore, even if they are 4th level divine rune masters, they may only be at the Yuanfu realm. Therefore, they need guards, and naturally, there are people willing to be their guards. Arrogance is inevitable. When they appeared in front of Qin Wentian deeply felt the aura of these divine rune masters, but it was very strong. 2 Xiangang, the others are all Yuanfu, and the lowest level is even only the 5th level of Yuanfu. Qin Wentian glanced at them and immediately knew the cultivation of these people. He could see the Yuanfu realm directly, and those who could not see were naturally Yuanfu. Qin Wentian even knew one of the Xiangang masters. "Senior, meet Master Fenggu." Qin Wentian saluted to Xiangang, quite politely. Last time, Master Fenggu was the referee of this Haixing Mansion exchange meeting, and he admired him very much. Master Fenggu smiled and nodded, but his eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian's surroundings. His eyes were shining, but his heart was beating like a thump, as if he had seen something very shocking. "Last time we parted at Haixing Mansion, I saw that you were not an ordinary person. Now, you have a chance given by heaven. Of course, you have worked hard to get it. Congratulations." Fenggu smiled and nodded at Qin Wentian, treating him with courtesy. His tone was calm, and there was no condescending meaning at all. Qin Wentian easily felt the closeness from Master Fenggu, and he also understood the meaning of Master Fenggu's words, and smiled and nodded in response. "Junior is lucky, and Master's divine pattern that day also benefited me a lot. I will see you again today, Master, and say thank you." As he said that, Qin Wentian bowed again, quite sincerely. "Okay." Master Fenggu smiled and nodded, and his footsteps moved slightly to the side, as if he was intentionally keeping some distance from others, but he sighed in his heart. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person, and he will definitely become a dragon and soar into the sky in the future. At this time, we can only make friends with him, but not offend him. However, other people did not notice Master Fenggu's unintentional actions, and they did not understand the deep meaning hidden in that simple conversation. They even thought that Master Fenggu was hinting that Qin Wentian had obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Venerable, and Qin Wentian, he admitted it. In this way, their eyes facing Qin Wentian became brighter, and that look, looking at Qin Wentian as if looking at prey. The inheritance of the Heavenly Venerable, today, this kid must be handed over. P.S. I have been traveling these days. After getting off the train and returning home today, I started typing directly. I haven't eaten yet. I am so tired. After typing, I saw that it was time to add more monthly tickets. My eyes were blurred and tears ran down. I can only owe one chapter. I will pay it back tomorrow. I apologize. Finally, Wuhan shamelessly asks for a few recommendation votes. The recommendation votes on both sides are so miserable. Chapter 281, Tensions. The situation Qin Wentian was facing at the moment could be described as tense. Balu Iao had also arrived, and it was he who brought these divine mark masters here, but he had other intentions. He didn't want Qin Wentian to really hand over the divine mark scroll, but just wanted Qin Wentian to feel pressure. When Qin Wentian couldn't bear the pressure, he would naturally give Qin Wentian a chance. Therefore, Balu Iao just watched from the side, with a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth. In such a situation, he wanted to see how Qin Wentian would deal with it. But at this moment, there were footsteps. Balu Iao turned around and saw a group of people coming. He couldn't help but be stunned. It turned out to be the Great Elder, as well as Bai Luai, Bai Lushan, and Bai Lujing. This girl thinks that she can help Qin Wentian by moving the Great Elder here. Balu Iao could tell that this was what Bai Luai said. He bowed slightly to the Great Eyes Elder and called out, "Great Elder." "Yes." The Great Eyes Elder nodded casually, but he was a little confused. Bai Luai told him that there would be a good show here, so he followed. Further, Bai Luai suddenly saw Bai Ludong also walking towards this side. Bai Ludong nodded slightly and glanced at the Great Eyes Elder. He knew that the Great Elder was coming, so he followed to see. His plan could not be ruined by Bai Luai. The Divine Pattern Masters did not rush to speak. They were silent for a moment. Seeing that the Great Eyes Elder and the Bai Ludong Elder did not intend to speak, they just watched quietly by the side, and many thoughts turned in their minds. They were not in a hurry, and Qin Wentian was not in a hurry either. They just stood there quietly. However, so many seniors forcing the palace was very unpleasant. Finally, an old man with sunken eyes and a high nose bridge lost his temper first. He looked at Qin Wentian, his sunken eyes narrowed like a poisonous snake, which made Qin Wentian feel quite uncomfortable. Qin Wentian. The old man was at the 7th level of Yuanfu, and there were 3 guards at the 9th level of Yuanfu behind him. He narrowed his eyes and sneered, "You want us to come to see you in person? This is the first time I have seen someone as arrogant as you. Senior, you are joking." Qin Wentian pointed to the road behind the old man and smiled. "Joke, what do you mean?" The other party stared at Qin Wentian. "I didn't mean to ask you to come to see me. I guess you misunderstood. The road is there. Please do as you please." Qin Wentian smiled and pointed to the road ahead. His meaning was very clear. "Senior, you are joking. It's not me who wants you to come to see me, but you want to come to see me. If you don't want to see me, the road is there. Go ahead." "You." How could the other party not hear what Qin Wentian meant? His sunken eyes became even more sunken, and a cold light burst out. "You are so sharp-tongued. You asked me to come here, but now you want me to leave like this. It's too funny. You think too highly of yourself." The other party continued. When Qin Wentian heard what the other party said, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he uttered a voice, "Are you sick?" Qin Wentian's voice fell, and the old man's expression froze. The other party insulted him in public and said he was sick? Since he entered the ranks of the 4th level Divine Pattern Masters, he has not been insulted by anyone. Behind him, 3 figures walked out at the same time, with terrifying momentum, and terrible air currents rolled towards Qin Wentian. As long as the old man gave an order, they would attack Qin Wentian. "I'll give you a chance to apologize." The old man's expression was completely cold, and the coldness was piercing. It was still early to fight for the Xianzhen ancient scroll, but now, he wanted Qin Wentian to give an explanation for this insult. It seems that he is not only ill, but also seriously ill. The smile on Qin Wentian's face faded, and his eyes swept over the newcomers, his gaze gradually sharpened. These people came here to oppress him today. How could he not have a temper in his heart? But many of them were masters of divine patterns, so he should use courtesy first and then force. Since the other party was not polite, then, what should he, Qin Wentian, be afraid of? "How dare you!" The 3 people shouted angrily, and took a step forward, but saw Qin Wentian opened his mouth and said, "One more step forward, kill." The word kill fell, and suddenly a cold killing intent emanated from Qin Wentian's body, which was so cold and piercing that it filled the space with a cold-killing intent. The three people couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Seeing Qin Wentian's eyes sweeping over, with their cultivation level, they actually felt a terrible coldness in the other party's eyes, as if the blade swept through their brains, which was extremely piercing. With Qin Wentian's voice, the hillside became quiet in an instant. The breeze blew, and the green grass on the ground swayed gently. Qin Wentian stared at the fourth-level divine pattern master, and every glance was like a cold knife, piercing into the other's eyes. I call you a senior and give you face, but you don't know how to respect yourself. Since you don't listen to my good words, then Qin will repeat what I mean. Qin Wentian said coldly, I, Qin Wentian, am practicing here. You can come if you want and leave if you want. What does it have to do with me, Qin? Please don't talk to me in the tone of I invite you to come. Qin is not your junior, and I don't ask you for anything. Why do I invite you? If you have nothing to do, just get out. Qin Wentian's strong voice made everyone around him stunned, and their eyes flickered. Arrogant, really arrogant. Although Qin Wentian's words made some sense, in this world, the strong are the king, and who doesn't respect the fourth-level divine pattern master? Qin Wentian was good, and he said to the divine pattern master directly, you came to see me, not me inviting you. If you have nothing to do, get out. It can be said that Qin Wentian's words directly offended a fourth-level divine mark master. Even if Qin Wentian was safe today, a fourth-level divine mark master would have too much trouble dealing with Qin Wentian, who is in the Yuanfu realm. There were too many ways for him to deal with him. The elder with big eyes was also confused by Qin Wentian. Where did this little guy get his confidence from? He glanced at Bai Luai beside him and saw that Bai Luai's beautiful eyes were shining with a strange light. She seemed to be very relieved. Her confidence in Qin Wentian seemed to be no less than Qin Wentian himself. Master Fengu smiled and did not speak. He just watched the development of the misbehavior quietly. He also wanted to see how Qin Wentian would face this situation today. As for the old man with a high nose, his face became completely cold because of Qin Wentian's words. If there is nothing else, just get out? Is this what a junior boy in the Yuanfu realm said to him? One more step forward, death? Where did he get the confidence from? Perhaps, the Xianzhen ancient scroll he obtained had a stronger attainment in divine patterns, and could be engraved with the third-order top divine patterns and formations. However, with him here, did Qin Wentian think that he could use the power of divine patterns or formations to kill his followers? Brother Liang, young people nowadays have really bad tempers. A black-faced middle-aged man said with a smile. Brother Liang was the old man with a high nose. If this wasn't in the White Deer Academy, with Brother Liang's temper, based on what he said just now, he would have died 10 times. The black-faced middle-aged man said again, and the old man with a high nose narrowed his eyes. Regardless of whether they were not on the White Deer Academy today, they would not have wasted so much time talking to Qin Wentian. They would have killed him directly and then seized the Xianzhen ancient scroll. But now, they all understood that since Beilu Academy allowed them to come here, it meant that Beilu Academy had not yet forced Qin Wentian to hand over the ancient scroll. Similarly, they wanted to use them to threaten Qin Wentian. Therefore, these people were still waiting and watching for the time being. The old man with a high nose surnamed Liang had the worst patience, so he took the lead in attacking Qin Wentian. Indeed, this boy is disrespectful to his elders and so rude. He should be punished. Another person spoke up. This person stroked his white beard with his hand, and he looked a bit like an immortal. This old man was quite old, already 150 years old. He had been immersed in divine runes for a long time and had been a fourth-level divine rune master for many years. Many people in Wangzhou City knew him, and many divine rune masters had received his guidance. Therefore, this old man was quite respected. Old Song also said so. The dark-faced middle-aged man smiled faintly. The high-nosed old man looked at Old Song and said, Old Song, what do you think should be done to punish this kid? What do you think Fengu has? Old Song stroked his beard and looked at Master Fengu next to him. Don't ask me. I had a good relationship with him that day. I just came to see him today. I will not get involved in your affairs. Fengu smiled and waved his hand, staying out of the matter. Qin Wentian was full of confidence and must have been prepared. He was happy to watch the show. So, the Xianzhen ancient scroll. Old Song put his hand on his white beard, his eyes were sharp. It has nothing to do with me. If you can get it, go and get it. Feng Gu still waved his hand. Okay, okay. Old Song stroked his beard and smiled. There was one less strong opponent. This boy is so disrespectful to Master Liang and all the other masters, he should be killed. At this time, a voice came from behind the crowd. The dark-faced middle-aged man looked at this person and said with a smile, Gu Xiu, it seems that you have an idea. Gu has known this boy for a long time. He is disrespectful to his elders and has wolfish ambitions. If he gets the Xianzhen ancient scroll, it will be a waste of heaven's gift. This boy should be killed. I believe that Beilu Academy will not care. Gu Xiu's voice was cold. Gu Xiu, you are so shameless. Beilu Ai looked at Gu Xiu behind him and cursed. He had some grievances with Qin Wentian in the past, but Qin Wentian did not care about him. Now he actually made it clear that he wanted these people to kill Qin Wentian. He was cruel enough. Ms. Beilu Ai seems to be distressed about her lover, but I believe that Beilu Academy will understand right from wrong. Gu Xiu was not angry either, he smiled casually. The people around him looked at the big-eyed elders and Bailudong elders of Beilu Academy. It seemed that they had already discussed how to deal with Qin Wentian, and then they were waiting for Beilu Academy to make a statement. Bailudong looked at Qin Wentian and said coldly, it depends on how he chooses. Obviously, Bailudong threw the pressure on Qin Wentian and asked him to make a choice. These masters of divine patterns want to kill him. Does he want the Xianzhen ancient scroll or his life? Qin Wentian looked at the people in front of him. Each of them seemed to be highly respected, and they were going to decide his life and death while talking and laughing, and discussing how to deal with him, as if his life was not worth mentioning. And that Gu Xiu actually ran out to add insult to injury. Qin Wentian glanced at the people around him, then said slowly, after talking so much nonsense, have you finally revealed your true purpose? You are really a group of hypocritical guys. Qin, I don't have the ancient scroll of Xianzhen, and even if I do, it is not your turn. P.S. Recommendation vote, please vote. Chapter 282 A bunch of trash. After Qin Wentian finished speaking, Bailudong glanced at him calmly and said, Qin Wentian, young people are passionate and fearless of death, which is a good thing. However, many times, there are better choices. Why choose a dead end just to fight for that breath? You are a guest of Beilu Academy after all. If you are willing to hand over the Xianzhen ancient scroll to the Academy, I believe that the masters will not continue to make things difficult for you. Bailudong looked calm, as if he was thinking about Qin Wentian. However, he said this at this moment, and his purpose can be imagined. The expressions of the masters of the divine runes who came all changed slightly, secretly cursing what an old fox. Senior, you worry too much? How can I want to die at such a young age? Qin Wentian looked at Bailudong and said calmly, take charge? It may be more appropriate to take it for yourself. Oh. Bailudong's expression flashed, and then he smiled and said, in this case, I will not persuade you anymore. After that, he closed his eyes, as if he was ready to acquiesce to the next actions of these masters of the divine runes. The old man with a high nose bridge, Old Song, the dark-faced middle-aged man and others looked at each other, and there was a faint smile in their eyes. The old man with a high nose bridge looked at Qin Wentian, and his sunken eyes narrowed again, and he said gloomily, the ancient scroll of the heavenly venerable is naturally obtained by those who are capable. Since you, a young man, insist on taking it for yourself, you will only die. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 guards walked out and walked towards Qin Wentian. I said, if you take another step, you will die. Qin Wentian looked at the 3 people, and a golden cold light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the 3 guards felt their heads shaking, as if they were attacked by a strong force. In an instant, the power of the martial arts will was released from them, and a mountain-like pressure crushed out. One person grabbed forward with his palm, and in an instant, a terrifying blood-colored giant palm like a mountain appeared in the void, causing Qin Wentian's blood vessels to be blocked. Boom! The bloody giant hand grabbed down, making a bursting sound. Just when everyone thought Qin Wentian was dead, they saw Qin Wentian still standing with a smile, looking at them calmly. The divine pattern masters frowned slightly, and felt that Qin Wentian's body was gradually blurring, as if it was not a physical entity. Although it was in front of them, it seemed that it was not a flesh and blood body, and there was a sense of illusion. Feng Gu touched his chin with his palm and smiled faintly. The divine pattern masters also have their own strengths. Some are good at divine pattern fighting methods, some are good at formations, some are good at refining weapons, and some are good at puppetry. As 4th level divine pattern masters, their attainments in various aspects may be very different. Feng Gu is quite good at divine pattern fighting and divine pattern formations. Moreover, as a Xiangang realm expert, his perception is extremely sharp. He has long seen that there is a large formation carved by Qin Wentian here. This formation is an illusion formation, where the real and the unreal coexist. This illusion formation is 4th level. Not only that, what surprised Feng Gu even more was that this 4th level illusion array had no attack power and was completely illusion based. Therefore, it was very powerful in terms of illusion power and difficult to see through. Therefore, other 4th level divine rune masters did not discover the existence of this 4th level illusion array, let alone discover that the real purpose of this 4th level illusion array was to conceal the battle divine runes under the illusion array. Those battle divine runes were ready to explode at any moment. Feng Gu was worried about these so-called 4th level divine rune masters. I wonder how determined this kid is today. Illusion array. Those divine rune masters were not mediocre people. At this moment, they also saw that there seemed to be an illusion array here, and it was a very hidden illusion array. Old Song. The old man with a high nose bridge looked at the respected Old Song with a questioning look. Old Song was quite knowledgeable about formations. Old Song frowned and squinted his eyes, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He was knowledgeable about formations, and now, there was an illusion array hidden in front of him, but he had never seen it. This was enough to alert him. Seeing the smiling young man in front of him, Old Song continued, "It's okay. This formation is mainly illusion. You can't attack. Kill him. Kill." The old man with a high nose bridge heard Old Song's words and immediately uttered another voice. The 3 strong men rushed forward and rushed towards Qin Wentian's figure. No matter whether the opponent was real or illusion, they would be destroyed. However, at this moment, a terrifying whistling sound suddenly sounded. The pupils of the 3 people shrank, and their eyes suddenly stared at their feet. There, suddenly a bright light shone, which was the light of the divine pattern. Swish, swish, swish. The terrifying sword whistling sound turned into a harsh sound in an instant. The 3 people saw thousands of sword ki under their feet, gathering into a spiral storm, rolling towards them. How terrible is this storm formed by thousands of sharp swords? It is like a meat-crushing sword formation, trying to kill everything. Their bodies instantly flew into the air, trying to avoid it. Boom! Suddenly, a sound resounded through the void, and a brilliant divine pattern lit up under their feet. They only felt that there was a huge force of tens of millions of pounds pulling at their feet. The whole person was extremely heavy and could not fly into the air. In a very short moment, the spiral sword storm rolled up around the bodies of the 3 of them, wrapping all 3 of them in it. The 3 people all showed a look of horror on their faces and roared, "No!" Their bodies were shaking wildly, and despair appeared in their eyes. The spiral storm that wrapped them was definitely a top-level strangling and destructive attack of the Yuan mansion. At this moment, it was engulfing them. "Save me!" One person roared wildly, turned his head and looked at the old man with a high nose bridge. The desperate eyes made people feel deeply trembling in their hearts. "Stop!" The old man with a high nose bridge shouted angrily, but he saw that the spiral sword storm closed and completely engulfed the 3 people. The whistling sound was still there, the sword energy was eerie, and occasionally a drop of scarlet color seemed to splash out. When the storm subsided, there was nothing in that direction. The 3 top masters of Yuanfu disappeared into thin air, disappearing directly from the crowd's sight. Everyone looked quite embarrassed. There were so many masters of divine runes, but Qin Wentian killed 3 of them with divine runes. They looked at Qin Wentian, who was still standing in front of them, and then they realized that this young man was not as easy to manipulate as they imagined. 4th level divine rune master. Qin Wentian looked at the old man with a high nose bridge, and a hint of undisguised irony flashed in his eyes. "Master, do you dare to come and break my divine runes?" Old Liang looked ugly, turned his head and looked at Old Song again, only to see that Old Song was squinting his eyes in thought. The divine runes just now were covered by his illusion array, and the array did not attack. Those 3 people died at the hands of the hidden divine runes. You must have seen the 3rd level top divine rune storm, and there were more than one. This kid was well prepared. The death of the 3 of them was worth it. Old Song said calmly, and Old Liang's face was ashen. Is this considered using his guards to test Qin Wentian's strength? This old man is really shrewd. Really? Now that we have found out the strength, Master, Do you want to give it a try? Qin Wentian said to Old Song calmly. Old Song stroked his white beard and smiled. It's just a third-level divine pattern. Why do I need to do it myself? Gu Xiu, you go and break it. Qin Wentian sneered. Let Gu Xiu break it? Old fox. Gu Xiu cursed in his heart when he heard what Song Lao said. Although he was quite unhappy with Qin Wentian, he was also frightened after seeing the scene just now. He was afraid that it would be dangerous for him to break the divine pattern. The other divine pattern masters did not answer, but just watched calmly. At this moment, they were puzzled. That illusion formation could even deceive their eyes. Is it really a third-level formation? However, they would rather believe that there are some strange formations that can be perfectly hidden so that they can't see through. Otherwise, if this is a fourth-level formation, then... But they thought that they should be worrying too much? It is not so easy to break through from the third to the fourth level. How old is Qin Wentian? It is impossible. Without more than 10 years of accumulation and precipitation, it is absolutely impossible. The inheritance of the Heavenly Venerable is really powerful. Ba Lu Iao said lightly, and the crowd's eyes lit up immediately. That's right, Qin Wentian must have practiced the powerful formation in the ancient scroll of the Heavenly Venerable, which made them unable to see through. Gu Xiu, hurry up. The dark-faced middle-aged man looked at Gu Xiu and said coldly, if you kill this boy, we will not treat you unfairly. Gu Xiu looked grim, but still nodded. One puppet after another appeared in front of him. He followed the puppets and walked towards Qin Wentian. Kill. Gu Xiu uttered a word, and several puppets rushed out frantically. He stood there motionless. Although he had a fierce killing intent, he was also very cautious. Suddenly, the light of the divine pattern on the ground lit up, and under the psychedelic formation, a terrifying aura bloomed. I saw a terrifying rock emerge out of thin air and pounced on the puppet. In an instant, they fought together. Gu Xiu stared at the divine pattern in front of him, and his perception rushed out, with a sharp light in his eyes. This divine pattern is easy to break, Gu Xiu, you still don't move forward. The dark-faced middle-aged man said coldly. Gu Xiu nodded. It was indeed not difficult to break the divine pattern in front. His steps were quite slow, and he was still alert. However, when he took the third step, before he got close to the divine pattern, the light of the divine pattern lit up under his feet. There was no telling how many divine patterns were hidden in this formation. Buzz! A whistling sound burst out from the air below, and Gu Xiu's face turned pale instantly. He walked on the divine pattern, but he didn't even notice the divine pattern under his feet. Puff! A terrifying spear pierced through from below and pierced Gu Xiu's body, passing through his body directly, nailing Gu Xiu to death there. His eyes were still open, looking at Qin Wentian, as if he moved, with a hint of regret in his eyes. Why did he say anything when he came here today? Qin Wentian waved his palm, and suddenly a flame roared out, covering Gu Xiu's body and burning his body. At the same time, Qin Wentian collected the ownerless puppets. Now these puppets are his. The masters of divine runes stood there, their faces livid. The formation of this heavenly venerable was too powerful, and it concealed the third-level divine rune so perfectly. Gu Xiu, a top-level master of the third-level divine rune, stepped on it and died. Fourth-level master. Qin Wentian stared at the people in front of him who did not dare to take risks easily, and sneered, you are old, and it is rare for you to have some attainments in divine runes. You are so arrogant, but in fact you are a bunch of trash, which is pathetic. Chapter 283 The Ultimate Plan Revealed. Qin Wentian's curse was not polite, and he insulted all the masters in front of him, as if he was trying to provoke their anger. Who are these people? On weekdays, wherever they go, they are honored guests. Today, being humiliated by a young man is really embarrassing. However, none of them responded, and no one was furious. Just now, they forced Gu Xiu to go forward to let Gu Xiu test Qin Wentian's true and false. They would not feel sorry for Gu Xiu's death. At least, they knew that this illusion array domain was still covering some places. It was a very wonderful illusion array. Under it, there were many deadly divine patterns hidden. Although they were only third level, they were hidden there and could not be sensed, so there was no way to crack them. No matter how strong their divine pattern attainments were, stepping on them would be extremely dangerous and might be fatal. These people were all old guys who had lived for half a century. In such a situation, they would naturally be extra cautious. It didn't matter if others died, but their own lives were very precious. They must not do anything without confidence, even if Qin Wentian wanted to provoke them. You are so violent, young man. Elder Song stroked his white beard and said indifferently, however, even if you have the ancient scroll of the heavenly venerable and can set up a wonderful formation, do you think you have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of us? Just now, we have given you a chance, but we didn't expect you to be stubborn. How can you bear it if a 4th-level divine pattern master personally sets up a formation and carves a divine pattern to strangle you? Elder Song said as he looked at the others, and everyone smiled. The old ones are still the best. Why should they crack Qin Wentian's formation and divine pattern? They can just carve an attacking divine pattern and kill Qin Wentian. It's easy. Why take the risk? You are so shameless. Bai Luai saw that a group of 4th-level divine pattern masters did not dare to step forward to break the formation and still spoke so high-soundingly, which made people laugh. What's more speechless is that they did not dare to break the formation, but thought about carving divine patterns on the periphery to encircle Qin Wentian. This is simply a shame, but these old guys did not have such awareness at all. Those people chose to ignore Bai Luai's voice. Old Liang, this guy killed your guards. Let Old Lion carve the divine pattern to kill this guy. The dark-faced middle-aged man looked at the tall-nosed old man. Old Lion frowned, and then the dark-faced middle-aged man said, I'll let the puppets protect you. This dark-faced middle-aged man has refined many top-level 3rd-level puppets and is determined to refine 4th-level puppets. The Cheyenne's ancient scroll is his chance. I will carve a formation to protect you. Old Song also nodded slightly to Old Liang. Old Liang pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. Qin Wentian also understood at this moment that there were many people coming here today, but the 4th-level masters, except for Fenggu, were probably the 3 people in front of him. In addition, the one behind him who never spoke, a Xiangang realm strongman with a bit of immortal style, I don't know if he is a 4th-level divine pattern master. He and Fenggu are the strongest people here. I guess Old Song and others are also quite afraid of him and have never asked him to do anything. The others should be their disciples and guards. I don't know if there are any 4th-level divine pattern masters among them. Old Liang took a step forward cautiously, staring at Qin Wentian with sunken eyes, no longer daring to treat him as an ordinary 3rd-level divine pattern master, revealing a solemn look. Seeing the actions of these people, Qin Wentian smiled and said, Qin, wait for you to break the formation. After saying that, he really sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, as if the things in the outside world had nothing to do with him. This boy is cunning, don't be fooled by him, Old Liang. The black-faced middle-aged man summoned a puppet to guard in front of Old Liang and explore the way for him. Old Liang took a few steps forward, releasing his perception to the extreme. As he stepped on the ground, strands of patterns evolved. This 4th-level divine pattern master began to carve divine patterns. Old Lion carved the divine patterns, but he didn't dare to move forward, but always kept a certain distance from Qin Wentian. Soon, the divine runes carved by Liang Lao had released a powerful force. As an experienced 4th-level divine rune master, he only needed 1 hour to carve a complete 4th-level attack divine rune. When the divine runes were carved, it would be the time of Qin Wentian's death. Half an hour passed, and Qin Wentian still closed his eyes to rest. Liang Lao looked up and glanced at him, his eyes showing a gloomy and cold light. This boy, just sit there and wait to die. After scanning, he continued to lower his head to carve the runes. The power contained in the divine runes became stronger and stronger. It's so slow. Qin Wentian murmured, and then he saw him slap the ground with his palm. In an instant, his whole body turned into a phantom and rushed forward. There was a loud bang. In front of him, 2 dragons suddenly roared and rushed forward. Liang Lao was shocked. He saw the black-faced middle-aged man snorted coldly, and the puppet rushed forward to block the dragon. Boom! Qin Wentian took another step forward, and a stream of terrifying arrows shot out from the air, endlessly, directly locking onto Old Liang. As Old Liang took a step, a divine light shield suddenly appeared in front of him, and then he saw Qin Wentian standing in the mouth of a giant demon dragon. The demon dragon rolled forward, and the left and right dragons protected him, repelling the black-faced middle-aged man's puppet. The terrifying demon dragon's claws struck out, and Old Liang's body retreated wildly. With a loud bang, the light shield shattered, and Qin Wentian slapped his palm on the ground. "How dare you!" the black-faced middle-aged man shouted, and a sinister dark spear appeared in his hand. He rushed forward, and the spear suddenly stabbed forward. In an instant, A black dragon roared in the spear and rushed out. The power was extremely terrifying, as if he was waiting for this attack. With a single blow, a third-order peak attack was launched. This dark spear was probably close to the level of a fourth-order divine weapon. Qin Wentian suddenly turned around and walked back, while the divine pattern demon dragon continued to move forward and collided with the attack of the black-faced middle-aged man, making a terrible sound of destruction. The light of the demon dragon was destroyed, but Qin Wentian had already walked back to the original place. Liang Lao's face was extremely livid. The divine pattern he had carved with great effort was completely disintegrated and destroyed by Qin Wentian's attack just now, as if Qin Wentian had already thought about how to disintegrate his unformed divine pattern. With one blow, his efforts turned into nothing. Everyone, don't hide it, just kill this kid with your own means. The black-faced middle-aged man held a spear and said indifferently. Then he saw him swinging his spear again, and the terrifying black dragon rushed out with a crazy roar. However, a group of ancient divine pattern shields appeared in front of Qin Wentian, and a loud rumbling sound was heard. The attack of the black-faced middle-aged man could not break through the divine pattern defense he had carved. Qin Wentian spent 3 full days to carve the divine patterns and formations here. Since the last time Beiludong blocked his way, he knew that something uneasy would happen. Now, these divine pattern masters came together, and the preparations of the past few days came in handy. When Elder Liang heard the words of the black-faced middle-aged man, his sunken eyes narrowed again. He had known that these guys had some tricks, but now, they finally couldn't help it. Elder Song stroked his white beard, and his old eyes shot out a sharp light. Only the strong man in the Xiangang realm was very quiet, just watching everything calmly. It seemed that the things here had nothing to do with him. What are your plans? Elder Song looked at the man with some fear. This man was like Fenggu. He was not only a 4th-level divine pattern master, but also a figure in the Xiangang realm. This kind of person made them most afraid. It depends on your ability. The old man just said casually, only one sentence, but his tone seemed extremely arrogant. Well, since you said so, then it depends on your ability. As soon as Elder Song finished speaking, 3 puppets appeared in front of him. One of the puppets was fully armed, and its body seemed to be made of divine weapons. On its hands and feet, there were terrifying blades. This scene made Elder Liang's pupils shrink. This old man must have a lot of good things on him. As a highly respected 4th-level divine pattern master, he has accumulated a lot of wealth over the years. Just that 4th-level puppet has a terrifying value. The black-faced middle-aged man smiled, and his palm passed by. The dark spear in his hand seemed to have lost a layer of light. Wisps of dark mist surged, and a terrifying and gloomy aura permeated. That sharp aura was extremely terrifying. This was a 4th-level divine weapon. Before, he concealed the level of the divine weapon. In their eyes, Qin Wentian was always a jumping clown, and he would die sooner or later, but they thought more about how to get the Xianzhen ancient scroll after Qin Wentian's death, so everyone camped a hand and would not really fight to the death. But what surprised them was that ordinary means could not kill Qin Wentian, but would put themselves in danger. In this case, let's solve it with the most direct and domineering means. Liang Lao cursed in a low voice. It seems that his family background is a bit thin. Is this the confidence of a 4th-level divine pattern master? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a terrible edge, and finally, the dagger was revealed. Bai Lui's heart suddenly lifted again. Bai Luai beside her said calmly, Zai, do you really think he has a chance? These people are all 4th-level divine pattern masters. Don't think too simply. Wait. Bai Luai looked at the young man. Seeing that Qin Wentian was still calm, she also revealed a bit of stubbornness in her words. Liang Lao waved his palm, and suddenly an umbrella appeared in his hand. His palm trembled, and the umbrella opened. A terrible golden stream of light flowed. He also walked towards Qin Wentian with a very cold look in his eyes. Swish, swish. The dark spear in the black-faced middle-aged man's hand swept across the ground. In an instant, a terrifying black crack appeared in front of him. Wherever he passed, the ground cracked. His eyes were cold and boundless. What kind of 3rd-level divine pattern could withstand such power? All of them must be destroyed, even if they were hidden. Liang Lao's umbrella released a terrible golden light, spinning forward, and the ground was constantly stirred into broken soil. As for Old Song, he followed the puppet. The blades on the powerful puppet's legs cut the ground and cleared the way forward. They walked forward step by step, and walked to a place not far in front of Qin Wentian. When they looked at Qin Wentian again, they looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. "How do you want to die, young man?" Old Song spoke coldly at this moment, but saw Qin Wentian's body stand up. With a sneer in his eyes, he said, Are you so confident? No matter how secretive the divine pattern you engraved is, no matter how powerful the attack is, it will be like a useless divine pattern, just like the one behind me." The black-faced middle-aged man said coldly. "Really? Then look back," Qin Wentian said indifferently. The black-faced middle-aged man sneered and turned his head casually to glance back. However, it was only a moment, and his eyes were fixed there. The flowing silver curve shone with dazzling light, and the cut ground seemed to have no effect on the smoothness of the divine pattern. The divine pattern was cut continuously, even if the earth was broken. What was even more terrifying was that the terrifying silver light of destruction there only lasted for a very short moment. Under his gaze, it gathered into a terrifying spiral silver storm, like a tornado, instantly covering the sky and the sun. Boom! With a loud noise, the earth shook, and the silver storm instantly submerged the world. Qin Wentian's body was suddenly shaken into the void, and here, it turned into a silver world. The middle-aged man in black robes, Old Song, and Old Liang were all stunned there, their bodies trembling slightly. They raised their heads and looked at the young man in the void. They saw Qin Wentian lowered his head and looked down at them with a cold expression. "What about now?" Qin Wentian said lightly. His calm and confident voice made their hearts beat. "This is the 4th level. P.S. 1,750 monthly tickets to add more chapters." Suddenly saw that the monthly tickets have reached 1,850 again. Sweat. "I can only add it tomorrow. This plot needs to be coherent. Woohoo needs time to conceive it well. I hope to write out the surging passion, so the code is slow. Sorry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Punishment. 4th level. The sword energy storm in front of him was filled with an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. This was clearly the aura of a 4th level divine rune, and it was a divine rune storm with extremely strong combat power. Qin Wentian, he was not a 3rd level divine rune master, but a 4th level divine rune master. A 4th level divine rune master under the age of 20, everyone's heart was beating and trembling violently. No wonder this kid was so rampant, no wonder Qin Wentian dared to bluntly humiliate these old guys as a group of incompetents. These people were at least 50 years old, but they were only 4th level primary divine rune masters. Compared with Qin Wentian, they were indeed far behind. It can even be said that there was no comparison. How could a 4th level divine rune master under the age of 20 be compared with a 4th level divine rune master over 50 years old? Even if Qin Wentian had practiced divine runes since he was 10 years old, it would not have been more than 10 years, while they had been practicing for at least 40 years. The gap was too big. However, while they were trembling in their hearts, they were even more crazy. It must be the Xianzhen ancient scroll. Even though they saw Qin Wentian's attainments in the divine runes, they still believed that Qin Wentian must have obtained the Xianzhen ancient scroll. With the terrifying inheritance of the 5th order divine rune master, he had such an opportunity and entered the 4th order level. This made them even more passionate and crazy. The Xianzhen ancient scroll must be obtained. This madness even made them forget the danger they were in at the moment. For the Xianzhen ancient scroll, even if they risked their lives, it was worth it. This boy must be killed and the Xianzhen ancient scroll on him must be taken. Beside him, the elder with big eyes who had been watching also trembled in his heart. He glanced at Bai Luai beside him and said, "You knew it long ago? Just to let me see this scene." "Grandpa, how is it?" Qin Wentian is not even 19 years old. Bai Luai looked at the elder with big eyes and smiled. Less than 19 years old. The elder with big eyes took a deep breath. Regardless of this boy's talent in martial arts, even if he only relied on his monstrous talent in divine runes, he would definitely become a terrifying figure in the future. He definitely has the opportunity to impact the level of a 5th order divine rune master. Divine rune masters are like martial arts masters. The higher the realm level, the completely different the status. How can a Xianzhen in the Xiangxiang realm compare with a figure in the Xianggang realm? and a fifth-order divine rune master can definitely call the wind and rain in the Great Xia dynasty. It doesn't matter how many Xiangang figures he wants to work for him. Qin Wentian not only has extremely high attainments, but he is also a super terrifying potential stock. However, Bai Ludong next to him has a different idea. Of course, he also knows Qin Wentian's talent and potential, but what he cares more about is the Xianzhen ancient scroll. "Everyone, please stop here," the elder with big eyes said. At this moment, he didn't want this situation to continue. Qin Wentian and several divine mark masters were really angry. If they started a fight to the death, someone would undoubtedly die. Whether it was the death of those fourth-level divine mark masters or Qin Wentian, it was definitely not what he wanted to see. Qin Wentian stood in the void, and this space seemed to have turned into a storm of swords. This divine mark was indeed a fourth-level battle divine mark in the divine mark ancient scroll, named Sword Whirlstorm, and it could be divided into many small sword whirlstorms. It was a battle divine mark with very strong attack power among the primary fourth-level divine marks. He spent a lot of time and energy to succeed in carving this divine mark. At this moment, he was the master of this storm. In the storm below, 3 fourth-level divine mark masters looked cautious, staring at Qin Wentian standing in the void with fiery eyes. "Elder, how can you let us stop now?" The middle-aged man with the dark face said coldly, and then he and Liang Lao walked to Song Lao. "Song Lao, although this boy has carved a fourth-order divine pattern, your puppet is also fourth order. We will protect you. You let the puppet kill this boy. Once he dies, the divine pattern will be without a master, and the attack will dissipate. How about the 3 of us working together to cultivate the Xianzhen ancient scroll?" "Yes." Song Lao nodded gently. The 2 third-order top puppets were already guarding on the left and right, and the fourth-order puppet was in front. The body made of divine weapons was filled with a cold breath. "Elder, you also heard it." Qin was in a passive position from beginning to end. "Others wanted to kill me." Qin Wentian spoke to the big-eyed elder, causing the big-eyed elder's eyes to condense. He also knew that these fourth-order divine pattern masters would not stop until they killed Qin Wentian. Not to mention the Xianzhen ancient scroll, if Qin Wentian was alive, it would also be a huge threat to them. "I am afraid that after today, many forces will descend on the White Deer Academy to win over Qin Wentian. A master of divine runes who is less than 19 years old, even a hegemonic force, would be willing to worship him and support him unconditionally to let him study divine runes. So no matter from which angle, Qin Wentian must be killed." "Great elder, you can't persuade him," Bai Ludong said lightly. Of course he hoped that the battle would continue. "Song elder, order the puppet to kill this kid, Liang elder, the divine weapon to protect." The voice of the black-faced middle-aged man came out. He had already seen that the umbrella-shaped divine weapon of the tall-nosed old man could attack and defend. "Okay, this kid is rampant, kill him." Song elder stroked his white beard and said confidently, and then his fourth-level puppet soared into the sky, and the blades all over his body cut through the space. When sweeping, the sword energy seemed to be directly cut off. Below, the black-faced middle-aged man's spear shook and inserted under his feet. In an instant, the ground collapsed and turned into vacuum. At the same time, Liang elder's umbrella opened and floated above the heads of the 3 people. In an instant, a light curtain formed, covering their bodies. Their bodies were shrouded in the fourth-order divine pattern, so they dared not rush out easily. Using defensive divine weapons to protect them and relying on the fourth-order puppet to kill the master of the divine pattern, Qin Wentian, was naturally the best way to deal with it. "Kill!" Qin Wentian pointed at the void, and in an instant, a terrifying sword whirlwind attacked the umbrella-shaped divine weapon that was protecting them. In an instant, the golden light there was shining wildly, and at the same time, the fourth-order puppet soared into the sky, with a terrible sharpness, and the palm slashed violently, and a terrifying cold light slashed towards Qin Wentian. "Humph!" Qin Wentian snorted coldly and said, "This fourth-order puppet, I will accept it with pleasure." As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying sword whirlwind swept over, endless, and collided wildly with the fourth-order puppet. At the same time, Qin Wentian waved his palm, and in an instant, a huge golden armored puppet appeared in front of him. "Go ahead," Qin Wentian said coldly, and the golden armor puppet immediately killed the opponent's blade puppet, while Qin Wentian's body floated in the void, once again overlooking the 3 masters of divine patterns hiding in the divine weapons. "Puppet, he also has a 4th-level puppet on him." Song Lao and the other 3 looked livid. The golden armor puppet and the blade puppet fought together, And there was a terrible storm attack next to them, which could not affect Qin Wentian at all. With a wave of his hand, thousands of swords whistled in an instant, and thousands of swords gathered in the void, converging into a terrifying giant sword. This giant sword exuded endless sharpness. Then Qin Wentian pointed down, and in an instant, the giant sword fell from the sky. With a loud bang, the giant sword slashed on the light curtain, and Song Lao and the other three trembled wildly inside. What should I do? What should I do? Song Lao was a little panicked. This young man who was less than 19 years old completely exceeded their expectations. Damn it, damn it. Liang Lao's face was livid, and he said to the black-faced middle-aged man, "My magic weapon is both offensive and defensive, but neither the offensive nor the defensive aspects are as good as the fourth-level magic weapon that is purely offensive or purely defensive. The opponent's fourth-level divine pattern is the sword attack divine pattern, which will sooner or later break the defense of the magic weapon. You have a fourth-level attack magic weapon, so you kill it." "I kill it." The black-faced middle-aged man's expression froze. Although he had a fourth-level attack magic weapon, his own cultivation was not the Xiangang realm, but only the Yuanfu realm. What can a fourth-level magic weapon do? They thought that even if Qin Wentian arranged a fourth-level divine pattern, they had fourth-level puppets, fourth-level attack magic weapons, and fourth-level defense magic weapons, and they were still sure to win. However, Qin Wentian also sacrificed a fourth-level puppet, which instantly overturned the situation. Boom! Another terrible shock. The giant sword slashed down crazily, and the umbrella-shaped light curtain had cracks after crazy slashing again and again. If this goes on, it will break sooner or later. Elder Liang looked pale. He saw that the sword storm was rolling over with them as the center. As long as the light curtain was broken, they would die without a burial place. "Peng Hai, help!" Elder Song looked outside the divine pattern and shouted at the master of the divine pattern of the Xiangang realm, who had not made a move. Peng Hai was a person they were very afraid of. Even if they killed Qin Wentian and seized the Xianzan ancient scroll, the black-faced middle-aged man and Elder Liang were ready to join forces to deal with Peng Hai. But now, they had to ask Peng Hai for help. However, Peng Hai was very calm. A spear appeared in his hand. There was a terrible flame-light pattern on the spear, but he did not move. He just stood there quietly, his eyes swollen as if there was a flame, staring at the divine pattern in front. Now that the fourth-level sword whirlwind divine pattern has completely erupted, this is also the easiest time to see the divine pattern clearly. With a crisp sound, the protective light curtain of the fourth-level divine weapon shattered, and the umbrella also cracked. At this moment, Song Lao, Liang Lao and the black-faced middle-aged man raised their heads in horror and looked at the young man in the void. There was a trace of fear on their faces. Qin Wentian's cold light swept past, and in an instant, several people felt a strong murderous intent on Qin Wentian's body. "Come back to me." Song Lao asked the puppet to come back, but Qin Wentian knew what he was thinking. The golden armor puppet and the storm rolled over and held the opponent's puppet tightly. Buzz! The black-faced middle-aged man flashed and rushed out. The dark spear in his hand opened the way, and the black dragon roared and rushed out, opening up a path in an instant. However, the angry sword whistled, and with a loud bang, a huge sword was inserted in front of him. Then the black-faced middle-aged man looked up and saw that the endless sword light was all pointing at him. As long as Qin Wentian waved his palm, he would die without a burial place. "Brother Qin, please hold back for now." The big-eyed elder was now much more polite when addressing Qin Wentian. He certainly had to pay enough attention to a fourth-level divine rune master who was less than 19 years old. These three people all have some status. This person is a guest of the Han family, a big family in Wangzhou City. The Han family has a strong influence in Wangzhou City. The big-eyed elder reminded Qin Wentian. "That's right. If you kill me, the Han family will never let you go." The dark-faced middle-aged man stared at Qin Wentian. "You were so powerful before, but now you are using your background. How pathetic. If the Han family wants to avenge you, I will immediately join a hegemonic force. Do you think the Han family dares to touch me?" Qin Wentian's eyes swept over the other party, making the dark-faced middle-aged man's face even darker. A fourth-level divine rune master who was less than 19 years old. As long as the news spread, the power that wanted to win over Qin Wentian was not something that the Han family could compare to. "It's a waste to keep so many good things with you three. Leave them to me." Qin Wentian's voice fell, and the sword energy swept through. A huge sword slashed down madly. The black-faced middle-aged man resisted with his spear, and collided with a huge sword. His legs sank. Suddenly, a bright sword light whizzed by, and his neck felt cold, and a blood mark appeared there. When Elder Song and Elder Liang saw this scene, they were both scared, their faces were pale, and there was only endless fear. Qin Wentian killed the black-faced middle-aged man, the 4th-level master of divine patterns, and fell. Chapter 285 Kinger's words. Not long ago, they told Qin Wentian that it was a waste of the Cheyenne an ancient scroll to Qin Wentian, and that if he didn't hand it over, he would be killed. Now, Qin Wentian returned their original words, and the sword energy continued to roar past. The body of the black-faced middle-aged man was destroyed in the terrifying sword storm. Qin Wentian waved his palm, and in an instant, a divine pattern ring and a black spear fell into his hands, which he directly collected. The wealth of a 4th-level divine pattern master must have been a lot this time. The cold light swept past, and Qin Wentian looked at Song Lao and Liang Lao, only to see that the two looked as pale as paper. Song Lao squeezed out a smile in his eyes and said to Qin Wentian, "Brother Qin's talent is amazing and shocking. Such a young divine pattern master is enough to make a name for himself in Wangzhou City. I am ignorant, please forgive me if I have offended you. I am willing to give Brother Qin a 4th-level puppet to make amends." As he said this, Song Lao bowed slightly to Qin Wentian to show his sincerity. However, Qin Wentian still stared at him coldly, his eyes were as sharp as a cold blade, and the terrifying sword intent whistled around him. Every whistling of the sword made Old Song feel more terrified. "Brother Qin and I have no life and death hatred, so why must we fight for life and death?" Old Song knew that telling his background would not deter Qin Wentian, so he could only promise him benefits and continued, "As long as Brother Qin gives up, I will never treat Brother Qin unfairly." It was ridiculous that the man who had threatened to kill Qin Wentian a moment ago now said that there was no life and death hatred. But Old Song did not feel ashamed when he spoke. In front of Qin Wentian, a storm of swords gathered and turned into a terrifying giant sword. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and pointed, and suddenly a terrifying sword light cut through the void. Old Song's face turned pale in an instant, and he looked desperate. Swish! The sword light swept past, and Song Lao's body was directly split into two, leaving the old body with a high nose bridge trembling. He was seen holding the umbrella-shaped magic weapon and quickly fleeing outside the divine pattern. Qin Wentian had no intention of forgiving them at all. This guy wanted to kill them. How could he still escape? The sword light slashed down, and his body stopped. A bloodlight appeared between his eyebrows. Qin Wentian's figure fell down and began to collect his spoils. The harvest of 3 4th-level divine pattern masters this time will exceed his total wealth many times. However, just as Qin Wentian started to collect the spoils, the ground suddenly trembled. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. Turning his eyes, he saw that Peng Hai, who had not made a move, finally made a move. He had been observing the divine pattern for a long time. This move was earth-shattering. Wherever the spear passed, the sound of puffing continued to be heard, which made Qin Wentian's expression solidify. A 4th-order divine rune master of the Xiangang realm is indeed far from being comparable to divine rune master of the Yuanfu realm. The power of the martial artist himself is too important. At this moment, Peng Hai made a move, ignoring the divine rune attack. A starry Xiangang appeared in his body. It was actually a dazzling huge spear, sweeping madly in the divine rune. A terrible and violent rumbling sound came out, the divine rune continued to explode, and the sword energy became weaker and weaker. After waiting for such a long time, he had already thought of a way to crack the divine rune, just waiting for this moment to make a move. The strong man of the Xiangang realm is by no means comparable to the people of the Yuanfu who possess a 4th-order divine weapon. The Wuming Xiangang is as terrible as a 4th-order divine weapon, indestructible. Qin Wentian retreated, and the golden armor puppet whistled and stood in front of him. At the same time, he put away another puppet. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and the divine pattern was destroyed. Peng Hai's palm trembled, and the star spear broke through the air. In an instant, Qin Wentian felt that his body was about to be pierced. This was the power of will. The strong man in the Xiangang realm, how terrible the martial arts will is. Go! Qin Wentian's body flashed back, but he saw the golden armor puppet rush out and collided with Wuming Xiangang. The spear seemed to have life, sweeping wildly, and every blow had a stone-breaking power. The palm of the golden armor puppet grabbed wildly, and the collision between the puppet and Wu Ming Xiangang shook the earth. Peng Pai swept Qin Wentian with his eyes, and his sharp eyes seemed to be able to penetrate Qin Wentian. His body rushed out, as fast as lightning. A fourth-level divine pattern master who was less than 19 years old did have amazing potential, and countless major forces would invite him to join. However, once he died, he would have nothing. Now, Peng Pai was going to kill Qin Wentian and seize the Xianzhen ancient scroll. Qin Wentian, you still have a chance now. Ba Lu Iao said indifferently, which made Qin Wentian's pupils shrink. Now, Ba Lu Iao wanted to take advantage of his danger and threaten him to hand over the Xianzhen ancient scroll to his father Bai Ludong. Grandfather. Bai Lu Ai looked at the big-eyed elder with a pleading look. Grand Elder, don't you hope that a fifth-level divine mark master will appear in my Bailu Academy in the future? I must get this Xianzhen ancient scroll. Bai Ludong next to him said indifferently. The battle here attracted many strong men from Bailu Academy. When they came here, they asked, what's going on? Qin Wentian, a fourth-level divine mark master who is less than 19 years old, my good friend, the elder Bai Ludong wants to kill him and take the rumored Xianzhen ancient scroll. Bai Lu Ai said, and everyone's pupils condensed immediately. A fourth-level divine mark master who is less than 19 years old? Where are those fourth-level divine mark masters? Someone asked. They were all killed by Qin Wentian with divine patterns. Ba Lu Ai responded coldly. He and Bai Lu Ai were on opposite sides because of Qin Wentian. Father. Bai Lu Ai looked at his father again. A strange light flashed in Bai Lushan's expression. He looked ahead. Qin Wentian was still using some third-level divine patterns to resist, but was constantly being disintegrated and destroyed by the other party. Master Peng Hai, enough. Bai Lushan said, and then he stepped forward and whizzed past. Brother Shan, what are you doing? Ba Lu Iao flashed and blocked in front of Bai Lushan. Bai Lu Ai's expression turned pale. He looked at the big-eyed elder, but only heard the big-eyed elder calmly say, don't worry. How could he not be anxious? Peng Hai wanted to make a quick decision. He used Wu Ming Gang to hold the puppet back. He had already killed Qin Wentian with a spear in his hand. He saw his palm tremble, and the spear turned into cold light and shot at Qin Wentian. Buzz! The wind whistled, and a sharp sound whistled past. Then a dazzling lotus appeared in front of Qin Wentian, stirring the spear, and in an instant, it actually wrapped the spear in it. Behind Qin Wentian, a figure walked over. This figure had a flawless body, dressed in white, with a veil on her face, and had an air of not eating fireworks, like a fairy. Her figure stood in front of Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at the appearance of the figure, and a gentle smile flashed in his eyes. She always appeared at the most critical moment, and always guarded silently, as if she was everywhere. I will let the puppet help you to kill this person. When Qin Wentian swept towards Peng Hai, a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. This person's strength is not strong, I can deal with it. Kinger's voice was crisp, and her words were always so concise and clear. Although cold, it made Qin Wentian feel very comfortable. Peng Pai's face froze, and his expression was particularly ugly. The people from Bailu Academy also showed a look of surprise. There was actually a strong man in the Xiangang realm protecting Qin Wentian. Moreover, this Xiangang realm expert was a very beautiful woman, like a fairy in a painting. Their eyes could not help but look at Bai Luai, but they saw that Bai Luai also showed a confused look at this time. Qin Wentian said that he and Mo Qingchang were lovers, so who was the fairy in front of him? I remember that she seemed to have appeared once before. Peng Hai's expression was ugly. He glanced at Kinger and then looked at the experts of Bailu Academy. He knew that today's matter was doomed to fail. Goodbye. The long spear Wu Ming Xiangang roared back, his figure flashed, and walked away. Kinger still stood there quietly, without chasing. Qin Wentian glanced at Kinger, smiled, didn't say much, and didn't ask. However, Kinger's beautiful eyes moved, as if she knew Qin Wentian's thoughts, and then her lips moved, and the sound turned into a strand of silk, which was transmitted to Qin Wentian's ears. He can't escape. The people from Xianqi Palace are outside. Today, no one dares to touch you. Kinger's voice directly reached Qin Wentian's ears, making Qin Wentian stunned. The people from Xianqi Palace have arrived? This made Qin Wentian show a surprised look. Why did the people from Xianqi Palace appear at this time? Glancing at the crowd of Bailu Academy, he saw Di Sheng and a young man with extraordinary temperament, that was Di Feng. At this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to understand that Fairy King Mei had been paying attention to everything about him. As the lover of King Kang, Fairy King Mei should know many secrets that many people don't know. Everything that happened in Beilu Academy, the arrival of Di Feng, and the difficulties he faced, I'm afraid she knows everything. At this time, Qin Wentian understood that the relationship between Fairy King Mei and King Kang was not as rumored by the outside world. On the contrary, no one cared about King Kang more than her. Even his identity as the inheritor was only because he had received the order of King Kang, so Fairy King Mei supported him unconditionally and only recognized his identity as the inheritor. You've come at the right time. Qin Wentian's eyes showed a smile. He had just shown his talent as a 4th-level master of divine runes, and with the support of Fairy Queen Mei, no matter who stood behind Di Feng, he would not be at a disadvantage. I'm leaving too. Master Feng Gu knew that this was not the time for him to stay, so he bowed slightly to the crowd and then left. As for the people brought by the 4th-level masters of divine runes, they had already fled in disgrace, as if they were afraid that they would be killed by Qin Wentian if they were a step slower. Soon, except for the people from Beilu Academy, only Qin Wentian and King Er were left here. 4th-level master of divine runes. Beilu Yu suddenly sneered and said to the crowd of Beilu Academy, "Everyone, this boy came to my Beilu Academy to practice divine runes, but in fact he already has a very high attainment of divine runes, and there are also strong men of the Xiangang realm following him. I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. He's still trying to kill me." Qin Wentian glanced at Beilu Yu and thought secretly. Chapter 286 Order Out. Qin Wentian sneered and said, "Qin came to Beilu Academy to practice divine patterns and became friends with Xiao Yi. I have never done anything to offend Beilu Academy, but I was framed with a false charge. It's really ridiculous. If you are greedy for Qin's things, you can just say it directly. There is no need to be so hypocritical." Beilu Yu narrowed his eyes. If Qin Wentian left Beilu Academy today, he would probably never get the Xianzhen ancient scroll again. Seeing that more and more powerful people from the Beilu Academy gathered here, and even 6 or 7 of the 9 elders came, Beilu Dong finally spoke. "Everyone, tell me, how should this matter be handled? I, Beilu Dong, have been immersed in divine patterns for many years, and I think my attainments are not weak. If I can get the Xianzhen ancient scroll, I still have a chance to impact the 5th level. The value of a 5th-level divine pattern master, you can measure it. Qin Wentian is less than 19 years old, but he has already entered the 4th level, and he is my good friend. Why should Beilu Academy do such a dirty thing? He has a better chance of entering the 5th level than you, the elder of Beilu Dong." Beilu Yu retorted. "How presumptuous, Xiao Yi, although the elders of the academy value you, it is not your turn to speak like this and contradict the elders." Beilu Yu scolded. "Besides, even if he has a better chance, he is still an outsider. Some things have to be said." Beilu Yi knew that Qin Wentian was in charge of the Kangwang order, and the elders of Beilu Academy treated him like this, and it was unknown what would happen. "Uncle Yu, take them all away and guard the back mountain. Don't let outsiders get close." Bailu Ai said to an old man, who was a very loyal old man in Beilu Academy. Uncle Yu understood what Beilu Ai meant, and immediately waved his hand to take all the non-core people away from here. "Do you two want to leave?" Beilu Ai looked at Difeng and said. "Xiao Yi, Difeng is my honored guest of Beilu Academy, there is nothing to hide." Beilu Dong said lightly. Difeng, promise that I will never tell anyone what Miss Yi said." Difeng said with a smile. Bailu Ai looked at him, then looked at the people in Beilu Academy, and sneered, "There are some things I must say today. Elder Dong, ask yourself, who is more talented in divine pattern attainments between you and me?" Bailu Dong looked at Bailu Ai and did not respond, but saw an elder said, "Although Elder Dong has high attainments, his talent may not be better than Xiao Yi. Then, if Bailu Academy has the inheritance of the Heavenly Venerable, who do you think is most likely to be a 5th-level divine pattern master?" Bailu Ai asked again, causing the crowd to show a hint of doubt. Bailu Shen's eyes lit up. From what Bailu Ai said, it seemed that she had a chance to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Venerable. "That's right, his daughter has a close relationship with Qin Wentian. Share it." Bailu Dong said coldly. "You are funny. Even if Qin Wentian gets the inheritance of the Heavenly Venerable, it is his. You said to share it." Bailu Ai sneered. "Today I will tell all the elders that Qin Wentian did get the Heavenly Venerable Ancient Scroll, and he will definitely become a 5th-level divine pattern master in the future. In addition, Qin Wentian has given me the heavenly venerable ancient scroll. Everyone's expression froze. Qin Wentian gave the heavenly venerable ancient scroll to Bai Luai? It seems that the two of them are really in a relationship, and Qin Wentian is really good to Bai Luai. Bai Luai immediately showed a smile on his face. In this case, his choice is no longer in doubt, and he will stand on Qin Wentian's side unconditionally. Bai Luai's grandfather, one of the 9 elders of Bailu Academy, also stroked his beard and smiled, looking at Qin Wentian and liking him more and more. As for the 4th-ranked Divine Mark Master who was less than 19 years old, he would certainly prefer to make friends with him. It was only because the Xianzhen ancient scroll was too precious that Bai Ludong became greedy and wanted to kill Qin Wentian to seize the Xianzhen ancient scroll. Otherwise, such a thing would not have happened, and they would have tried their best to protect Qin Wentian. Think about it carefully, elders. If the elders of Bai Ludong attack Qin Wentian, Bai Luai, will not have the face to stay in Bailu Academy. The loss of Bailu Academy may be 2 5th-ranked Divine Mark Masters. Bai Luai said loudly. Suddenly, Bai Ludong's eyes looked particularly bad. For the Xianzhen ancient scroll, even if Bai Luai was a member of the Academy, he could still deny it. Zai, are you threatening Bailu Academy? Bai Ludong said coldly. Besides, as a junior, since you have obtained the ancient scroll of Xianzhen, you don't give it to the elders. Is this what the junior should do? Today I have seen through Elder Dong. You covet other people's things and are so confident. Why should I give it to you? Bailu Yi said sarcastically, looked at everyone, and said, you elders, please decide. Elder Dong, you are going too far. Bailu Yi's grandfather naturally spoke to his granddaughter. Don't argue anymore, it's embarrassing. Seeing this, the elder with big eyes couldn't help but scolded. Then he looked at Qin Wentian and said, Brother Qin, as I always guessed, Bailu Academy has offended you for what happened today. Please don't be offended. Those Divine Mark Masters came to ask for the Xianzhen ancient scroll, and I, the elder of Bailu Academy, not only did not stop them, but also had an attitude of helping the tyrants to do evil, and I, as the elder, did not intervene in time. This is my fault. The elder admitted his fault in person, and the others immediately shut up. They immediately understood what happened today. As a Divine Mark Master, Bai Ludong coveted the Xianzhen ancient scroll on Qin Wentian's body. Because of Bailu Yi, he did not tear off his face to deal with Qin Wentian directly, but wanted those foreign Divine Mark Masters to put pressure on Qin Wentian, so that Qin Wentian would obediently offer the Xianzhen inheritance to him in order to seek the protection of Bailu Academy. Those 4th-level Divine Rune Masters must have seen Bai Ludong's intentions, but the temptation of the Xianzhen inheritance was too great for them, so they were reluctant to let go and wanted to seize it. But no one expected the ending. Qin Wentian kept playing his trump cards, with 4th-level Battle Divine Runes, 4th-level Puppets, and Xiangang Strongmen guarding. Those 4th-level Divine Rune Masters were killed, and Bai Ludong's plan was directly shattered. So he simply stopped covering it up and even wanted to use Bailu Academy to pressure Qin Wentian to hand over the Xianzhen ancient scroll, but he completely offended Bai Luai, who is on good terms with Qin Wentian. So, there is the current situation. Bai Ludong is still unwilling to give up, but the Big Guide elders and others disagreed. Qin Wentian saw that the Big Guide elder was sincere and knew that the elder had always had a good impression of him, so he smiled and said, this matter was only done by Bai Ludong alone, and it has nothing to do with the Bailu Academy. Qin can naturally tell the difference. Since the Big-Eyed Elder took the initiative to make friends, he certainly would not have a bad relationship with the force he wanted to control. Okay, it's rare that you are so generous. The elder with big eyes nodded with a smile. In fact, he had not taken action before because he wanted to see if Qin Wentian could handle it by himself. If the other party really wanted to kill Qin Wentian, he would still stop him. Great Elder, this matter is not up to you alone. I will report it to the elders and let them decide. At this time, the silent Bai Ludong spoke again, making the crowd look depressed and smile bitterly in their hearts. The situation became more and more tense, which caused the internal division of Bailu Academy. This situation, no one wants to see, whether it is the Great Elder or Bai Ludong, they all represent a force in Bailu Academy. The reason why Bai Ludong has such confidence is that his father is one of the 4 elders of the clan, who is in charge of the power of the Divine Pattern Master of Bailu Academy. His position is very important, and he is very protective of his shortcomings. When the elder with big eyes heard Bai Ludong's words, His expression suddenly became particularly ugly. It was really embarrassing. Because of greed, there was an internal split, which he had never expected and did not want to see. Since there's the Xianzhen ancient scroll, we should take it out and share it together. A voice floated down from a distance. Hearing this voice, many people could not help but tremble in their hearts. The elder of the clan spoke. The crowd had their own thoughts. The elder's idea must be to let the powerful divine mark master of Beilu Academy practice together. For the benefit of Beilu Academy, he was not wrong. Qin Wentian raised his head and looked into the distance. It seemed that there was an elder who supported Beiluoduang. Now that he has become a 4th-level divine mark master, the elders of Beilu Academy still have such an attitude, obviously because he, Qin Wentian, is an outsider. Fortunately, he did not offer the King order at the beginning, otherwise, it is unknown what the attitude of Beilu Academy would be. As an outsider, I also think that Qin Wentian can hand over the divine mark ancient scroll to share, and Beilu Academy can protect his safety in return. Di Feng spoke at this moment, and Beiluoduang's face suddenly showed a smile again. Qin Wentian glanced at Di Feng and sneered, "It's fair. Who are you? Do you need to ask about Qin's affairs? You can't afford to offend someone." Di Cheng, who was beside Di Feng, said coldly, "He's just a 4th-level divine pattern master. He can easily crush you to death." How arrogant, the descendant of King Kang, the lineage of the Di family. Qin Wentian's voice fell, making everyone shocked, and looking at Qin Wentian with sharp eyes. This is the biggest secret of Beilu Academy, and Qin Wentian actually knows it. Their eyes can't help but look at Bai Luai. Even Bai Luai's elders blamed Bai Luai for not knowing the importance of this matter. "Eating traitors," Bai Luai said sarcastically, and then he took a step forward. "In this case, you deserve to die even more." This Qin Wentian really provided him with a good excuse to take action. He really asked for death? Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian in surprise, and the voice of the lineage of King Kang came out. "Qin Wentian, is he going to show his hand? You really deserve to die." Di Cheng laughed coldly. Today, Qin Wentian was doomed. You all saw that the people of the Di family also wanted him to die. Bai Luai looked at everyone and said. Hearing his words, Qin Wentian sneered, "You respect the descendants of King Kang so much? Beilu Academy is the descendants of King Kang, so we naturally obey." Bai Luai, "Didn't I tell you?" Bai Luai sneered. "The descendants of King Kang want you to die, will you die?" Qin Wentian looked at the other party teasingly. "If it is possible." Bai Luai laughed. He just took this opportunity to express his support for Di Feng. In this way, Di Feng would stand on his side today. "Oh." Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, "Then you can die." After that, Qin Wentian looked into the distance and spoke loudly, "Qin Wentian, I want to see the elders of Beilu Academy." This voice rolled and spread far away, and there was a faint response in the void. "What a big tone, elder. You can't see me just because you asked for an audience." Bai Luai sneered. "You are not qualified." Di Cheng hated Qin Wentian after being humiliated last time. At this moment, this guy is finally going to die. Qin Wentian sneered, and then he stretched out his hand and said coldly, "So." Humph. Everyone showed disdain and looked at Qin Wentian's raised hand. Then, they were stunned and looked over carefully. The next moment, their pupils suddenly froze there, and their hearts trembled violently. The big-eyed elder stared at the big word, and his heart beat violently. That was the word Kang. Di Feng's eyes were extremely sharp, and his heart was also shaken. Qin Wentian, in his palm, was the King order. Qin Wentian's eyes swept to Bai Luoduang and Di Cheng and others, and said word by word, "I, Qin Wentian, am the descendant of King." When this voice fell, everyone around was trembling in their hearts. King order, this is King order. Di Feng is only a descendant of the Di family. He, Qin Wentian, holds the King order, so he is the descendant of King. P.S. 1,850 monthly tickets added chapters, and finally completed. Most of this month, there are 3 updates, which is much more than last month, but there are still so many brothers who think it is too little. I have no choice but to try my best. Go to bed, good night everyone. Chapter 287, Those who commit crimes against their superiors shall be put to death without mercy. Kang Wangling. Qin Wentian, he actually holds Kang Wangling. This means that Qin Wentian is the real descendant of Kang Wang. People of the Di family and the Beilu Academy, of course, understand the meaning of this Kang Wangling. Holding Kang Wangling, one can command Kang Wang's hidden veins. Everyone, I came to Beilu Academy, you should understand now, right? Qin Wentian stared at Beilu and sneered. Ulterior motives? He holds Kang Wangling, he can command Beilu Academy, how can he have ulterior motives? Qin Wentian looked at Di Cheng again, only to see Di Cheng's eyes cold. How could this be? Kang Wangling, actually in Qin Wentian's hands. You can easily crush me to death? A descendant of the Di family dares to speak to me like this? Even the ancestors of your Di family dare not say such words in front of me. What crime should you be punished for? Qin Wentian suddenly scolded, and his eyes swept across, making Di Cheng feel a strong pressure, and his mind was a little unstable. What crime should be punished for treason? Di Cheng, is just a junior of the Di family, and Qin Wentian has the Kang Wang order. His behavior can indeed be said to be treason. Even if the elders of the Di family see the owner of the Kang Wang order, they should respect and obey the instructions. The big-eyed elder took a deep breath. Di Feng came to the White Deer Academy and showed outstanding abilities. They thought that Di Feng would be the descendant of Kang Wang supported by the Di family, and would likely become a leader after Kang Wang in the future. However, he never thought that at this moment, the person who offered the Kang Wang order was Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian, a genius master of divine patterns at the 4th level who was less than 19 years old, came to Beilu Academy because he was the true descendant of Kang Wang. Before, he had been forbearing, which must have been because he was not clear about the attitude of Beilu Academy and did not rashly offer the Kang Wang order, but at this moment, he could no longer endure it, because the people of Beilu Academy and the Di family actually threatened to kill him, the descendant of Kang Wang. It seemed a bit dramatic, but it was really happening. He couldn't help but look at Beilu Yi. Beilu Yi was the only one who was not surprised. Qin Wentian must have told her all this before. Because of their special relationship, Beilu Yi would definitely not betray Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had absolute trust in Xiao Yi. After all, this identity was too sensitive. The elder with big eyes glanced at Di Feng and others, and felt a little headache. What happened today was completely beyond his expectations. Now, it was not just about the Xianzhen ancient scroll, but also about the future of his Beilu Academy. Should Beilu Academy obey the orders of the descendants of King Kang? If so, should they obey Qin Wentian, who holds the Kang King order, or Di Feng, the successor chosen by the Di family? All of this is a huge problem. Di Feng ranks 5th on the destiny list. If it were said that in the past, Qin Wentian would probably have difficulty competing with him, but now, Qin Wentian is a 4th level divine mark master who is less than 19 years old. In terms of talent alone, both of them are so outstanding. Di Feng's advantage is that he has the support of the Di family. Qin Wentian is younger, and no one knows how far he can go in the future in terms of divine marks and martial arts, but there is no doubt that his potential will be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, how could Qin Wentian be recognized and get the Kang King order? This means that Qin Wentian may have passed the test left by King Kang before being chosen as the successor. Let me tell whether this Kang King order is true or false. Di Cheng said gloomily. He could not accept the fact that Qin Wentian held the Kang King order. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to touch the Kang King order? Qin Wentian said coldly. My Di family's Di Yu was captured by Jiutian Palace, and the Kang Wang order disappeared. Now, it is in your hands. This makes people wonder whether you are a member of Jiutian Palace and want to control my Kang Wang lineage. This matter needs to be investigated. Although Di Cheng is far less outstanding than Di Feng, he is also very smart and has many little ideas. Of course, he knew that his lineage wanted to take over the power of Kang Wang Palace, otherwise he would not have let Di Feng come to Beilu Academy for so long and take every step carefully. Now, Qin Wentian appeared with the Kang Wang order, which is equivalent to completely destroying their plan. This is not acceptable. Only Qin Wentian and a person in Xiangang realm are guarding, but it is far from enough. Qin Wentian sneered, put away the Kang Wang order, and then said, do the elders of Beilu Academy still want to watch the show? Is it time to come out? After he finished speaking, no one appeared, which made Qin Wentian understand more clearly how difficult it is to completely control a power that has been inherited alone outside for thousands of years. The other party was obviously doing it on purpose. Not to mention that the situation was not clear yet. Even if the situation was stable and Beilu Academy recognized his identity, what could Qin Wentian do if they just refused to obey his orders? Beilu Academy, which had inherited the power for 1,000 years, let them hand over the power to a martial artist who was less than 19 years old, and also had to take huge risks. How could Beilu Academy easily compromise? Even if Di Feng had the Di family behind him, Di Feng had been fighting for so long here, but still did not get the full recognition of Beilu Academy. They just said that they had enough respect for Di Feng. At this moment, the elders of Beilu Academy knew everything that happened here, but still refused to show up, wanting to watch them and deal with it themselves. You should explain your identity first. Beilu Dong said coldly. That's right, Kang Wangling, let us see if it is true or false. Beilu Yu also sneered. You are really too presumptuous. Beilu Yu didn't expect that the people in Beilu Dong were so difficult to deal with. Qin Wentian had already offered Kang Wangling, but they still ignored it. The attitudes of the elders also made Bai Luai understand that Qin Wentian was alone, and the elders of Bailu Academy did not pay enough attention to him. Even if Qin Wentian had extraordinary talent, it did not mean that Bailu Academy would give all the rights to Qin Wentian. This was related to the future of the academy that had been passed down for thousands of years. Although Bai Luai understood, she felt quite uncomfortable. At least, they should be more respectful to Qin Wentian. Don't forget, you just said that you could die. Now, I want you to die. Qin Wentian stared at Bai Luai, but Bai Luai laughed wildly. It's ridiculous. You want me to die before you prove your identity? It seems that I can't do it without taking a closer look at the secret in your divine pattern ring. Kinger moved forward and stood in front of Qin Wentian, but Bai Ludoing also took a step forward. Haha, I want to see it too. Di Cheng sneered. Behind him, an old guardian appeared. He was also a figure of Xiangang realm. He walked forward with Di Cheng. While all this was happening here, outside the White Deer Academy, in the distant sky, there were several terrifying huge monsters in the clouds, floating above the void. On the back of one of the monsters, there was a strange middle-aged figure. The eyes of this middle-aged man seemed to have a demonic light, filled with the golden light, as if penetrating the distance in space. It was extremely strange. The scenes that happened on the grass of the White Deer Academy appeared in front of him, and then turned into a curtain of light, imprinted in the eyes of the monsters and people here. How presumptuous. For thousands of years, these people have forgotten the proper respect for King Kang. Seeing King Kang's order, not a single one behaved respectfully. An old woman was holding a snake staff, watching the scenes in front of her. She was filled with a murderous aura. At the feet of the old woman, there was a dead man. If Qin Wentian was there, he would immediately recognize that this man was the escaped Xiangang realm 4th level divine pattern master. Now, he was already dead. It's really too presumptuous. Not only did they have no respect, but they dared to threaten with words and even took action. A skinny old man next to the old woman also said coldly, with a demon light in his eyes, very cold. A charming laugh was heard, and a sexy and revealing charming woman behind said with a smile, not only that, those old guys are pretending not to know, and they haven't come out yet. Do you want to see young Master Qin deal with it himself? Since the old guys don't come out, then you can help them deal with it. At this time, a middle-aged woman in the front was emitting a cold aura all over her body. When she finished speaking, those demons giggled. The wind was howling, monsters were roaming in the sky, the strange middle-aged man put away his monster eyes, and they all headed in that direction. At the same time, on the grass, figures walked towards Qin Wentian, with a threatening attitude, and the elders of the Beilu Academy still did not appear. They were probably still waiting to see how the situation developed. Even if they would not let Qin Wentian get into trouble, doing so would be a great disrespect to Qin Wentian, the descendant of the Kang King. Di Cheng and Beilu Yu walked towards Qin Wentian. Kinger and the golden armor puppet appeared in front of Qin Wentian, and the guards of Beilu Dong and Di Cheng also walked forward a few steps. The descendant of the Kang King? I'd like to take a good look. Di Cheng sneered. You don't have a chance to see it. At this moment, a voice came from the void, which startled the crowd. Looking up and looking into the distance, I saw a terrifying monster aura spreading there. Who is it? At this moment, several old men walked through the void and descended here, and 3 of them appeared in succession. These 3 old men were all elders of the White Deer Academy. They just found out that someone had been spying on the White Deer Academy, but the distance seemed so far that they didn't sense it. The hurricane howled, and the figures of terrifying monsters floated in the air. Many strange cold lights swept across the elders of the White Deer Academy. One of them said coldly, "It's too late to come out now. We will handle the matter here on behalf of the White Deer Academy. Who are you, sir? What do you mean by this? An elder asked coldly with a frozen expression. The old woman holding the snake staff looked at him and said coldly, "You don't need to care who it is. As for what it means, the following 4 people are committing treason, offending the order of King Kang, and disrespecting the descendants of King Kang. They will be killed without mercy." As the old woman's voice fell, a chill spread down, covering Di Chang, Ba Luoyao, Ba Ludong, and Di Chang's guards. The old woman's cold eyes made them feel a strong fear. These people came to protect Qin Wentian. He wanted to kill them. "You dare!" the elder shouted angrily. Among those people, his descendants were among them. The old woman stared at him with a cold and evil look. Like a poisonous snake, the White Deer Academy dares to disobey and protect the criminals who committed crimes. Then, the lineage of King Kang has no need to exist. Chapter 288 Majesty. Then, there is no need for the lineage of King Kang to exist. This voice fell into the ears of the people of Bailu Academy, and it made people feel cold. The old woman was threatening to wipe out the entire Bailu Academy. Since you dare to protect the criminals who disrespect the descendants of King Kang, then what is the point of King Kang keeping this lineage? Who are you? The elder stared at the old woman. The people in front of him had a monstrous aura and were extremely terrifying. Just this power was enough to set off a bloody storm in Bailu Academy. There were obviously people behind them, so that force could definitely wipe out Bailu Academy. The person who protects the descendants of King Kang. The old woman said indifferently, and then glanced at the sky below. Di Cheng and others looked pale. The 4 of them had been surrounded. The terrifying aura made them feel a strong threat of death. "We are just observing, and we will never do anything to the descendants of King Kang. Can you show mercy?" Another elder also pleaded. The appearance of these people undoubtedly proved Qin Wentian's identity, and there should be no mistake. "I believe you, but we are also observing and seeing that these people are committing crimes against their superiors. Not only do they lack the most basic respect, but they will kill those who want to attack the person holding the Kang King's order." As the old woman finished speaking, a corpse fell to the sky below. Seeing the corpse, the crowd trembled in their hearts. This was actually the Xiangang Realm Divine Pattern Master who dealt with Qin Wentian. At this moment, he has fallen. The people of Bailu Academy were observing, and they were also observing. These people were so disrespectful, so how could they not kill them today to establish their majesty? Otherwise, thousands of years later, these people would have completely forgotten the majesty of the Kang King and would have lost even the most basic respect for the descendants of the Kang King. "I am a descendant of the Di family, the most direct lineage of the Kang King." Di Cheng looked up at the old woman, feeling the cold murderous intent, and he roared. The old woman lowered her head, glanced at Di Cheng, and then said coldly, "As a descendant of the Di family, you should remember the will of King Kang. You knowingly committed a crime and deserved death." After that, the old woman swung the snake staff in her hand, and a terrifying demon snake roared out, opened its big mouth and swallowed Di Cheng fiercely. No. Di Cheng's face was pale. He didn't expect that these people really wanted to kill him. He didn't want to die. A terrifying devouring force came. Di Cheng's body wanted to escape, but he was swallowed into the belly of the demon snake involuntarily. The whole person disappeared, which was very miserable. This scene was shocking. Di Cheng's guard wanted to escape, but saw a skinny old man blocking him in front of him. The palm power blasted out, and a terrible demonic aura enveloped him. In just an instant, the guard's body was forcibly dissolved in this evil aura. What a terrible willpower. Qin Wentian felt the extremely strong willpower. "I'm afraid that if he touches it a little, he will die." He finally understood why Di Yu was only responsible for guarding the map of the Daixing Academy, and only the Fairy Queen Mei's Fairy Pond trial ground could unlock the secret of the map. King Kang probably had already anticipated that after his death, the forces would not be so easily controlled by a descendant. Fairy Queen Mei, the person King Kang trusted the most, was secretly guarding his inheritance. Di Cheng and his guards were violently killed. Di Feng watched this scene happen, and there was a ray of brilliance in his eyes. He had guessed where these people came from. Unexpectedly, Fairy Queen Mei was always there. In this case, it would be even more difficult to become the leader after King Kang. As for Bai Ludong and Ba Luoyao, they looked at Di Cheng's death with a livid look, and their bodies were shrouded in a sense of death. How could this happen? They never thought that they would face death threats in the end in order to fight for the Xianzan ancient scroll. Since you are the guardians of the descendants of King Kang, why do you have to do it to the extreme? Bai Luoduang's father took a step forward. How could he watch his offspring die in front of him? Kill him. The evil spirit of the middle-aged woman standing in the void was still cold. Her eyes made the elders dare not act rashly. The eyes of this middle-aged woman made people feel palpitations. Her strength was absolutely terrifying. The charming woman giggled and her body went to the lower air. The skinny old man waved his palm, and in an instant a corrosive evil spirit enveloped the space. Buzz! Terrible wings appeared behind Bai Luoduang, and his body soared into the air. However, he saw a strong man stepping in the void, and with a loud bang, the infinite distance was about to collapse the heaven and earth, and his body was forcibly pressed back. The void was sealed by the terrible gravity. You are bullying my clan too much? Bai Luoduang's father released a terrifying momentum. You'd better persuade him. The middle-aged woman glanced at the other elders and said, otherwise, I won't care if the White Deer Academy loses one elder. Ah! A scream was heard, and Bai Luoyang's body was corrupted and disappeared. I'm afraid he never dreamed that he would die in the White Deer Academy and die because of these people who came to establish their authority. King Kang left behind the hidden lineage not for you to enjoy comfort, but to welcome the appearance of King Kang's successor and lead King Kang's lineage towards the road of revival. As descendants of King Kang, you certainly have the right to test the successor of King Kang, but if you don't even respect him, then it doesn't matter if this lineage is missing. The middle-aged woman's voice was still cold. She glanced at the person in front of her and said, the hidden lineage does not only exist in Beilu Academy. Now that young Master Qin is here, you have the right to decide how to follow him and how much support you give. However, remember, the lack of support from your Beilu Academy will not affect the rise of King Kang's successor. Don't blame me for not reminding you then. If one day, King Kang's lineage is unified and re-establishes itself in Daxia, it will inevitably have to be reorganized. At that time, the choice will no longer be in your hands. Think carefully. If you want to be independent, you must see if you have the capital. Her words were already fatally threatening. You, Beilu Academy, now have the right to choose how much support to give to Qin Wentian, the heir. Qin Wentian may not even be able to mobilize you, but when he has the strength to command all the hidden branches of King Kang and lead them to rise, do you, Beilu Academy, still want to stay out of it? At that time, how to treat Beilu Academy will depend on Qin Wentian's attitude. Today's matter is wrong for our Beilu Academy. In the distance, two more figures walked over. They were in seclusion and now they were reported to have broken through the seclusion and rushed here immediately. Now, the 5 elders of Beilu Academy have all arrived. Bai Luoyang's great-grandfather, the patriarch of Beilu Academy, walked forward a few steps, looked at the middle-aged woman, and said, I have heard about the matter. Beilu Academy has no objection to your handling. They are disrespectful to the descendants of their ancestors and they should be killed. As the head of the clan, he knew what to do. Regardless of whether Beilu Academy chose to fully support Qin Wentian, at least he could not be offended to death. After all, with the support of this force, it would be difficult for Qin Wentian not to rise. Qin Wentian also sighed in his heart. When it comes to matters involving the interests of Beilu Academy, talent alone is not enough. He does not think that if there is no strong attitude of Xianqi Palace, the other party, as the patriarch of Beilu Academy, will apologize in person. Puff. A light sound was heard, and the crowd looked at Beilu Cave again. Many people from Beilu Academy took a deep breath. An elder of the White Deer Academy died here today. He himself would never have dreamed that bringing a 4th-level master of divine patterns to put pressure on Qin Wentian would eventually lead to his own death. Today, too many strong men have fallen here. Master Qin, who else do you want to deal with today? The White Deer clan leader looked at Qin Wentian and asked politely. Senior, just call me Wentian. Qin Wentian smiled and said, if you don't mind, can I call your great-grandfather like Xiaoyi? Okay, then I'll take advantage of you. Seeing Qin Wentian being so polite, the White Deer clan leader felt a little relieved. This kid is not bad, and he doesn't have the intention of being overbearing. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Wentian didn't expect today's incident to turn out like this. I have to apologize to you. Qin Wentian bowed, but the White Deer clan leader waved his hand and said, it's my fault for not disciplining you. It has nothing to do with you. As the great elder, I can't shirk my responsibility. The big-eyed elder also spoke up. This situation was not good for anyone, and it caused a grudge between the White Deer Academy and Qin Wentian. It would be best if it could be resolved now. The great elder has always been kind to Wentian. Wentian remembers that today's incident has nothing to do with the great elder. Now, in order to establish its authority, the Xianqi Palace has killed the culprit Beiludong and his son, and the big-eyed elder has always been good to him. He doesn't want to cause unpleasantness with the White Deer Academy because of this incident, so he naturally tries to ease the relationship. To put it bluntly, although the White Deer Academy was somewhat disrespectful to him today, the two sides have different positions, so he has nothing to hold a grudge against him. A soft look flashed across the eyes of the middle-aged woman in the void. She was quite satisfied that Qin Wentian could do this. Today, she was establishing her authority. The villains would be hers in Xianqi Palace. But Qin Wentian was going to be the leader of the Kangwang lineage, so he naturally couldn't have a falling out with the forces he might control in the future. Turning her eyes, the middle-aged woman swept towards Di Feng. Her eyes became sharp again, and said to Di Feng, "Tell your elders that it would be best to let them remember the last will of the Kangwang." Di Feng looked normal, bowed slightly to the middle-aged woman, and said, "Junior will follow your instructions and will tell the elders." The middle-aged woman saw Di Feng's performance, and her eyes flashed. This Di Feng was the future leader promoted by those people, and he was indeed extraordinary. Perhaps, he would become a strong competitor for Qin Wentian to take charge of the Kangwang lineage. However, this was also a challenge for Qin Wentian. If he wanted to do everything that the Kangwang did back then, he had to face many difficulties. "I will go back and report to my elders about the successor of King Kang. Bye." Di Feng bowed to the crowd, then bowed to the elders of Beilu Academy, turned around and left. Chapter 289 Very cute. Soon after Emperor Feng left, a group of figures broke through the air and left the Beilu Academy. Of course, they had guessed who these people were. What happened today was beyond their expectations. The appearance of the Kangwang Order and the appearance of the Xianqi Palace made them all understand that the matter of the Beilu Academy could no longer be completed and they could only leave temporarily. Moreover, this would be a very bad signal for what they wanted to do. The Kangwang Order already had an owner and had the support of Fairy King Mei. In this case, it would be extremely difficult for them to take charge of the hidden one lineage left by the Kangwang, because Qin Wentian, the descendant of the Kangwang, would also do what they wanted to do, take charge of the Kangwang lineage and become the absolute leader. Now for Emperor Feng, the only way was to accelerate his growth and make himself have a tremendous fighting power. Under the absolute power, even the Kangwang Order could be suppressed. After the four people were swept away and killed, the people from the Xianqi Palace quieted down. They landed on the ground one after another and looked at Qin Wentian and Kinger beside Qin Wentian. "Master Qin, Princess Kinger." Everyone bowed slightly to the two. Qin Wentian was the descendant of King Kang, and Kinger was the favorite of Fairy Queen Mei. In Xianqi Palace, Princess Kinger's status was no less than that of the Palace Master of Xianqi. Kinger nodded gently and still stood there quietly. However, the people of Beilu Academy were all shocked to see this stunning woman. It turned out that the fairy-like woman who followed Qin Wentian had such a terrifying identity. These people all respectfully called her Princess Kinger. "You should immediately block all the news and not let outsiders know." The head of the Beilu tribe waved his hand and spoke to the elders of the Beilu Academy. What happened here today might attract some attention from the outside world. Now what they need to do is to make up for it. Don't worry, we will come directly from the sky. Except for the people in Beilu Academy, almost no one knows about our arrival. Be prepared, no one will know. The middle-aged woman said to the Beilu clan leader. The people here today, except for their Xianqi Palace, are Beilu Academy and the people of the Di family. Although these people may have different positions, they will not let the things of the Kangwang lineage be exposed. Well, I will arrange it. The Beilu clan leader nodded slightly. The news of the death of the 4th-level Divine Pattern Masters may not be concealed. After all, Fenggu and some other people were there at the time. The middle-aged woman came to Qin Wentian and Kinger and smiled at Qin Wentian. The majestic woman smiled at this moment, which was very beautiful. "Did you bully my Kinger?" The middle-aged woman joked. Oh, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Bullying Kinger? He couldn't even see Kinger's people. This girl usually appeared and disappeared, and no one knew where she was. "Sister, why are you bullying me?" Kinger's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and she said crisply, which made Qin Wentian's forehead full of black lines. This girl is really innocent and cute. The middle-aged woman also smiled when she heard Kinger's words, but she seemed to have been used to it. She took Kinger's arm and walked to the side. Kinger, Master asked me to ask you a question. The middle-aged woman whispered, making Kinger blink her beautiful eyes and whispered, what does Master want to ask? Master asks you, do you like him? A cunning look flashed in the middle-aged woman's eyes. This was not asked by Fairy King Mei, but she deliberately wanted to tease the innocent Kinger. Poor Kinger didn't know so much. She showed a thoughtful look and answered very seriously, I don't know. Oh. Qin Wentian next to him rolled his eyes. Although the two voices were very low, he could hear it. Then what do you think of him? The middle-aged woman asked with a smile. Kinger's eyelashes moved. She turned her head to look at Qin Wentian, and then said crisply, very cute. Ahem. Qin Wentian's head was full of black lines when he heard Kinger's voice, and his heart was extremely melancholy. Very cute, innocent Kinger. She still remembered his explanation of the word cute. The middle-aged woman couldn't help laughing, and then turned back to look at Qin Wentian with a smile, only to see Qin Wentian's face embarrassed. Sister Kinger is the apple of a master's eye. I'm afraid she will melt if I hold her in my hands. You must take good care of my Kinger. The middle-aged woman said with a smile. Although she was smiling, she couldn't help but reveal a sense of majesty. Her status in Xianqi Palace was obviously very high. This time, she personally brought people here to deter those people and let them remember it in their hearts. Senior, in fact, it has always been Kinger who has been taking care of me. Qin Wentian was quite ashamed. Since he met Kinger, she has always been protecting him in secret. It's good that you know. If I knew that you bullied her, I would not forgive you. The middle-aged woman was very concerned about Kinger and could not help but repeatedly instruct Qin Wentian. Although she was joking, her tone did not seem fake, and there was real emotion hidden in it. Besides, the people of Beilu Academy were very quiet. At this moment, they were thinking in their hearts, this woman is so scary, who is her master? As for the 5 elders, they obviously guessed who the visitor was, and they also had a clear understanding of Kinger's status. Okay, Kinger, we have to go back. The middle-aged woman said to Kinger, and Kinger nodded gently without any retention. The other party was already familiar with her temper, and naturally would not blame her. This fairy-like junior sister was innocent and cute, like she was not worldly. Take good care of Kinger. The middle-aged woman looked at Qin Wentian again and said. Qin Wentian nodded slightly and said, Senior, are you leaving now? Well, we have done what we should do. More importantly, you still have to rely on yourself. Don't expect us to give you any help. The heir of King Kang, if you rely on the power of others to get up, it won't work. As she said that, the figure of the middle-aged woman soared into the air, and suddenly appeared directly in the air. A terrifying hurricane enveloped her body, and it seemed that huge wings appeared on her body. One after another, the figures soared into the sky, soaring higher and higher, rushing into the clouds, and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. They came in a mighty manner, but left quietly. The people from Xianqi Palace came to do only one thing, to help Qin Wentian establish his authority and let the people of the Qin family know the attitude of Fairy King Mei. After the people from Xianqi Palace left, the people in Beilu Academy breathed a sigh of relief. The head of the Beilu clan looked into the distance, revealing a thoughtful look. Wentian, you can stay in the academy with peace of mind from now on. If you need anything, just tell Xiaoi directly, or come to me. The head of the Beilu clan said to Qin Wentian. Okay. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. The attitude of the head of the Beilu clan was completely different. From today on, seeing Wentian is like seeing me. However, this matter cannot be revealed in front of outsiders. Chief Bailu said to the crowd, Wentian, you should be able to understand this. Don't worry, Grandpa, Wentian understands. Qin Wentian smiled and said, there is another point I have talked about with Xiaoi before. Even if I really take control of Beilu Academy, I will not order Beilu Academy to do anything at will, and I will not put the academy in danger. Before I have absolute strength, I will not expose the relationship between the academy and the lineage of King Kang. Well, I understand what you mean, but this huge academy has been passed down for so many years, and there are some things that I cannot make the decision on my own. Chief Bailu continued, I will convene a meeting of elders now, and I will inform you of any decision. The significance of Chief Bailu convening a meeting of elders at this moment is self-evident. It is obviously for him, the descendant of King Kang. Everyone, Please notify the family elders in the academy. The White Deer clan leader said to everyone. The White Deer Academy has been passed down for thousands of years and has a profound foundation. This huge academy is of course not just 5 elders and 9 elders. There are also elders from the previous generation, and even the generation before that. Many of them are very powerful and are elders. They just don't manage the academy. They are all devoted to practice or travel outside. If there is no big thing happening in the academy, they will not be summoned. The crowd nodded one after another. The White Deer Academy has not summoned the elders for too long. Let's go. The White Deer clan leader said to an elder beside him. The elder glanced at Qin Wentian. His eyes were still sharp. He was the father of Beilu Dong. Qin Wentian knew that the elder would definitely hate him for what happened today, but he believed that since the White Deer clan leader had expressed his position, he would definitely handle this matter well. The 5 elders left one after another. The elder with big eyes came forward and patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder, smiling and saying, "Don't take today's matter to heart. A master of divine runes who is less than 19 years old can even make people ignore your talent in martial arts. You can inherit the inheritance of King Kang and be recognized by the Xianqi Palace. I don't need to see it with my own eyes to imagine that you have the same talent in martial arts practice as divine runes, but it is just covered by divine runes. Work hard. Even without the White Deer Academy, I believe you can be famous in Daksha. The elder is too kind. Isn't everything good today?" Qin Wentian said with a smile, and the elder with big eyes also smiled and nodded. The news that Qin Wentian became a 4th-level divine rune master spread quickly. This news could not be concealed. The master of divine runes, who was less than 19 years old, soon caused a lot of waves in the eastern region of Wangzhou City, and even attracted the attention of Zhaixing Mansion. A 4th-level divine rune master who was less than 19 years old appeared in Wangzhou City. This seems to have never happened in the history of Wangzhou City. It's a pity that Wangzhou City doesn't have a dominant force that pays attention to divine patterns. If Qin Wentian were in Bingzhou City, there would probably be too many forces competing for him. Of course, even in Wangzhou City, many forces have begun to inquire about this genius to see if they can win him over. After hearing the news, some of the superiors of the Leng family in the eastern region of Wangzhou City, who knew about the grudge between Qin Wentian and the Leng family, were so angry that they almost vomited blood. P.S. 1950 monthly tickets for more chapters. Chapter 290, 1000 Absolute Alliance. The name Qin Wentian was very unfamiliar to the senior members of the Leng family before. Only a few elders knew about it. Leng Mao had a grudge against Qin Wentian because of Leng Ning. Qin Wentian defeated Yan Tai and deprived the Leng family of the opportunity to take the trial. Under such circumstances, Leng Mao naturally chose to suppress the matter of Qin Wentian. But now, when the news that Qin Wentian became a 4th-level master of divine patterns spread to the Leng family, the matter could no longer be suppressed. Soon, the whole story was thoroughly understood and spread throughout the Leng family. In a hall of the Leng family, many people gathered. In addition to some senior figures, there were also several deacons and elders. In addition, Leng Ning's uncle Leng Jian, Leng Ning's cousin Leng Lin and other people who were related to Leng Ning's death all appeared here. The hall was solemn and a little depressing. He is less than 19 years old, a 4th-level divine rune master, and could have become a very good friend of my Leng family. But now, you have pushed him to the side of the mortal enemy. Haha, you have done a good thing. The person sitting at the first seat in the hall was a sturdy and majestic old man. His eyes looked around at Leng Jian, Leng Ning and others, making them all lower their heads and dare not breathe. At the Zhaixing Mansion Exchange Conference, Qin Wentian killed Yan Tai at all costs, which shows that Qin Wentian must have revenge for Leng Ning, and how could Qin Wentian not bear grudges for what their Leng family did? Now he has not taken revenge, but Qin Wentian does not have enough power. However, once Qin Wentian joins the superpower, or he grows up, the Leng family may have to bear the wrath. The hatred of a 4th-level divine rune master who is less than 19 years old is absolutely impossible to ignore. Originally, the Leng family was going to hand Leng Lin over to Yan Tai, is that right? The majestic old man asked calmly. Leng Mao nodded. Indeed, Leng Lin later found a lover, and with Leng Jian's plea, she was replaced by Leng Ning. Well, is there still a lack of maids in the refining hall? The majestic old man asked, and in an instant, Leng Lin's face turned pale and said, no. The Leng family is a family that prefers to study divine patterns. In the Leng family, there is a special refining hall, where refiners gather. These refiners include the Leng family's own divine pattern masters and invited guest masters. When they are refining or practicing martial arts, they also need maids to take care of them. Occasionally, those people will have sex to vent their lust, so naturally they will look for maids. Therefore, the maids and servants of the big families are all very beautiful ordinary people. They have no status. If they meet good people, it's okay, but if they meet bad people, they will be abused. No? Doesn't someone need to be responsible for this? The majestic old man glanced at Lang Lin and said coldly, "Tell the person in charge of the refining hall that this is the daughter of my Lang family. The reward is given to the meritorious master refiner." "Father, save me." Lang Lin shouted to Lang Jian, only to see Lang Jian's face flushed, but he tried to endure it. Now, he couldn't save himself. Lang Jian punished him to do odd jobs in the refining hall for 10 years. The majestic old man spoke again, and Lang Jian's body trembled and his face showed pain. Doing odd jobs means tempering embryos and smelting materials for those master refiners. He was treated as a servant, and from then on he became an inferior person, a servant, like a pig or a dog. Lang Mao, as a deacon elder, you are also guilty. Bring a generous gift and go to the White Deer Academy to make amends and resolve this grudge. The majestic middle-aged man said again. Lang Mao nodded and sighed in his heart. He didn't expect it to be like this. If he knew that Qin Wentian's divine pattern talent was so strong, how could he force Lang Ning to death? Although Qin Wentian caused quite a stir in the eastern region of Wangzhou City, and his reputation was spreading throughout the city, he himself seemed to be fine, and continued to practice in the back mountain of Beilu Academy. After the death of those 4th-level divine rune masters, the things they left behind naturally became Qin Wentian's, and these people's collections were extremely rich. There was no need to say much about meteorites, and the 3rd-level divine weapons were thrown around like waste. There were also many precious refining materials or medicinal materials. If these wealth were exchanged for meteorites, it would be enough to support Qin Wentian's practice for a long time. In this case, he would not need to go to the hull platform to earn meteorites for practice. Of course, the most precious thing is still the 4th-level puppet and several 4th-level divine weapons. Unfortunately, the few people who were killed had limited divine rune attainments and were not powerful in the 4th level, otherwise the family would be richer. It seems that I have to find a place to sell some unnecessary things and exchange them for the things I need for practice. Qin Wentian thought to himself. Boss, do you have any good stuff? Give me some more to play with. Family, who was playing with some 3rd-level magic weapons, his eyes sparkling with a strange light, encouraged Qin Wentian. Forget about you. Your cultivation is not very high. These magic weapons are enough for you. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes. This fat guy had already embezzled 5 of his top-level 3rd-level magic weapons. It would be even better if I could play with 4th-level magic weapons. Family grinned. Qin Wentian was speechless. They could not play with 4th-level magic weapons at all, and relying too much on magic weapons was not good for their own strength growth. When you step into the Xiangang realm, I'm afraid I can easily refine 4th-level magic weapons myself. Are you still afraid of not having magic weapons? Qin Wentian said contemptuously. Fan Li's eyes flashed, which seemed to be the case. Chu Mang was quiet, playing with the axe Qin Wentian gave him. He only chose 2 magic weapons, 1 attack axe and 1 magic armor. Both offense and defense were enough. It's a pity that there is no 4th-level defensive armor, otherwise it can be given to Kinger as a gift. Divine weapon armor is precious, and it is not something that an ordinary 4th-level primary divine pattern master can refine. Therefore, even the 4th-level masters killed by Qin Wentian did not have one. It hasn't been divided yet. Bai Luai came over from a distance and looked at the few people with a smile. Okay, is there anyone looking for me again? Qin Wentian smiled at Bai Luai. During this period, many people came to visit him, but he rejected them one by one. He is not only a simple genius divine pattern master, but also has the Xianzhen ancient scroll on him. For those unfamiliar forces, he can't just join them, because he doesn't know what's in other people's minds. Even in Beilu Academy, there are people like Beiludong who want to kill him and seize the Xianzhen ancient scroll. Well, I didn't want to disturb you, but there are few special forces, so I still have to tell you. Bai Luai took out a book and handed it to Qin Wentian, saying, "This is an introduction to the forces of the Great Xia dynasty, you can learn about it." Okay. Qin Wentian took the book. He really needed to know these things now. When he came to Guangzhou City, he didn't know much about other forces except the 4 overlord-level forces. 3 forces are coming to visit at this moment. I need to tell you. The first force is the Xing Guild. You should have heard of it. Ba Luai's words made Qin Wentian's expression condensed. He certainly knew about the Xing Guild. In Chu State, there was a Xing Guild. In his impression, the Xing Guild was mysterious and powerful. Although it was open to the outside world, it did not intervene in the disputes of the outside world. However, the power of the Xing Guild seemed very terrifying, and no force was willing to provoke it. I heard that there is also a Xing Guild in my hometown, Qin Wentian said. Not only the Chu State Imperial City has a Xing branch, but Xianyang City also has a Xing branch. The Galaxy Guild is a special force that is spread throughout Daxia. They seem to be low-key and rarely participate in the affairs of the outside world, but in fact their background is terrifying, and they are very good at winning over some outstanding figures, whether they are alchemists, weapon refiners, or martial monks. They all win them over secretly. Bai Luai introduced to Qin Wentian. Many people in Daxia speculate that the Galaxy Guild is like a pyramid, with layer upon layer and extremely strict management. The people below may not have high status, but they have the opportunity to climb up, and the higher they go, the greater the power. As for where the Galaxy Guild came from, there are rumors that they are from outside the Daxia Imperial City, and even the Galaxy Guilds in various cities of the Daxia dynasty are just subordinates. The Galaxy Guild is so strong. Qin Wentian was a little shocked. He had heard in the past in Shu that the Galaxy Guild was spread all over the major cities. Now, the Daxia dynasty is in the same situation. This penetration power is too terrible and amazing. Maybe the Xing Guild of Chu State is nothing, but they have been constantly rising. Just like what Bai Luai said, it is like a pyramid-like force. How terrifying would the top be? It is rumored that the Xing Guild has had contact with many strong people on the Xiangang list and the Xianming list. In fact, many people have served as honorary guests in the Xing Guild. Although they are just honorary guests, they are also related to the Xing Guild. Now they come to you. I am afraid that they know that you are a 4th-level master who is less than 19 years old, and want to recruit you into the Xing Guild. Ba Luai's words shocked Qin Wentian. He did not have a good impression of the Xing Guild because Mu Qing's meanness almost killed many people in the Qin mansion. The second force is equally formidable, the Thousand Absolute Alliance. Bai Luai introduced, the Thousand Absolute Alliance is the strongest alliance of independent cultivators in Daxia. Because independent cultivators are mostly alone, they often suffer losses or even get killed if they have disputes with large forces. So thousands of years ago, the Thousand Absolute Alliance came into being in the Daxia dynasty. It was founded by several super powerful independent cultivators. Now it has developed quite well. As long as you make enough contributions to the Thousand Absolute Alliance, you can enjoy certain rights in the Thousand Absolute Alliance. This force is a hegemonic force, but it is not in Guangzhou City. However, they also have people in Guangzhou City. Now, I am afraid they are here to win you over. Bai Luai continued, as for the third force, it is the Leng family. Leng Mao came to apologize and want to resolve the grievances with you. A cold light suddenly flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. The Leng family asked Leng Mao to apologize? How ridiculous. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Another Invitation. Not only did Qin Wentian reveal a cold light, but the flames of hatred instantly ignited on Fan Li who was standing next to him. The whole person seemed to explode suddenly, and the wisps of terrifying flames burned directly on his body. Fan Li, he witnessed Leng Ning's death with his own eyes, and he would never forget the scene of being forced to death by the Leng family in Yantai. Boss, you told me that Leng Mao was the one who gave the order, right? Fan Li looked at Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian nodded. I want him to die. If he doesn't die, I won't be reconciled. And Leng Jian and Leng Lin, they all deserve to die. Fan Li's eyes were red, and it was the first time Qin Wentian saw him with such a crazy look. I heard that the Leng family has dealt with Leng Jian and Leng Lin. Bai Luai said, the Leng family should also know that Leng Mao was the one who gave the order, so they asked him to apologize. Apologize. Fan Li smiled coldly. At the beginning, The order he gave not only forced Lang Ning to death, he also wanted to kill you, me and Chu Mang, to cut the roots. You were not in the Lang family at that time, so you escaped, and Lang Ning sent me out of the Lang family in advance, so I saved my life. That's not enough. The Lang family knew that you were a third-level divine pattern master, and they didn't intend to let you go. It was Lang Ning. Before she died, Lang Ning lied to the Lang family and told them that you and Bai Luai loved each other. In this way, the Lang family would be cautious and dare not attack you. Afterwards, Lang Ning committed suicide. Fan Li's voice was hoarse, and he growled, "Now, an apology and an amends are useful? Then what is all this? What is Lang Ning's death?" Huh? Qin Wentian took a deep breath and listened to Fan Li's story of Lang Ning's death again. In his memory, he couldn't help but think of the poor girl again. She shouldn't have died like this. He might not be qualified to tell whether the people of the Lang family were cold-blooded or not, but he had known Lang Ning for a while, and someone must be responsible for her death. What's more, he, Chu Mang, and Fan Li had no grudges against the Lang family. Lang Mao just wanted to kill them to please Yan Tai. Now he came to apologize. Can it be settled? How strong is Lang Mao? Qin Wentian asked Bai Luai. Lang Mao is a deacon elder who has just entered the Xiangang realm. The Lang family doesn't want you to bear a grudge, so they chose to deal with Lang Jian and Lang Lin, who are not very important to the Lang family, but they are reluctant to let go of a deacon elder in the Xiangang realm, so they just came to apologize. Bai Luai said. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. I'll wait for him here. Let the people from the Lang family come together. Qin Wentian said to Bai Luai. Bai Luai looked up at him, then nodded and turned away. Not long after, Lang Mao came here with a few people from the Lang family. Seeing Qin Wentian from a distance, he smiled and said, Master Qin is young and promising. He is called a fourth-level master of divine patterns at such a young age. He has a bright future. Sit down. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand, pointed to the grass in front, and said to Lang Mao. Lang Mao walked to a place not far in front of Qin Wentian and stopped. He shook his head and said, Lang Mao came to apologize today, so I won't sit down. The Lang family is ashamed of the Lang Ning incident in the past. Now, I have dealt with the culprits Lang Jian and Lang Lin. In that case, I have to thank you very much, senior. Qin Wentian said with a sneer. As if sensing Qin Wentian's irony, Lang Mao smiled bitterly and said, what happened in the past was also forced. I hope Master Qin will not mind it. I came here today with sincerity. This divine pattern ring is a little gift from my Lang family. Qin Wentian did not take it, but just snorted coldly, but heard Lang Mao continue, if Master Qin is still not satisfied, feel free to tell me what you want. In addition to Lang Ning, my Lang family also has some women who are more beautiful and talented than her. If Master Qin likes, you can choose one to be your concubine. This is the same set again. Lang Mao completely regarded the women in the family as sacrifices for interests. As long as it is in line with the interests, they can be sacrificed. After all, in the warrior continent, the status of women in large families is not as good as that of men. Men are talented and can bring honor to the family and take over the family, while women are often married down and used for marriage alliances. Unless there are some extremely outstanding women, the family will recruit sons-in-law for them to join the family instead of marrying out. In big families, many women are sacrificed for marriage alliances. If Qin Wentian, such a young fourth-level master, can climb this level of relationship, it is definitely worth it. I do have a request, but I don't know if the senior agrees. Qin Wentian sneered. Lang Mao smiled and said, Master Qin, just speak up. I want you to die. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and his body suddenly stood up. Suddenly, the whole ground lit up. The terrifying light of the divine pattern enveloped the land. A sword energy swept across the void. Qin Wentian had repaired the sword whirlwind. He was seen floating in the air, and endless sword energy enveloped him. The people behind Lang Mao were horrified, and Lang Mao stared at Qin Wentian coldly. As expected of a fourth-level divine pattern master, the divine pattern is really powerful. However, if the White Deer Academy wants to hunt Lang, it seems a bit inappropriate. Although this level of divine pattern can cause him some trouble, as long as the people of the White Deer Academy do not take action, it will not threaten his life. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and in an instant, 2 fourth-order puppets and 5 third-order peak puppets were suspended in the air at the same time, instantly covering the sky above Lang Mao. Those pairs of cold eyes made people's scalps numb. This matter has nothing to do with the White Deer Academy. The people you brought will report back. Qin Wentian's voice was full of murderous intent. How can you, the person who gave the order, be alive? Kill. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and one puppet after another was killed at the same time. These puppets were his trophies, and he refined them and executed his will. His palm trembled, and the terrifying giant sword slashed out, and the sword storm in the air also rolled towards Leng Mao. Leng Mao's face was pale. He never thought that Qin Wentian had such terrifying energy without the help of the White Deer Academy. There were 2 fourth-order puppets among these puppets, which were enough to trap him here. Master Qin, we can discuss this later. Leng Mao's Wu Mingdian gang roared out and collided with a blade puppet. He was completely suppressed and only condensed one Wu Mingdian gang. The terrifying finger light of the golden armor puppet shot out at him, tearing everything apart, and the 3-level peak puppets also took the opportunity to attack. Coupled with this sudden attack of the sword storm, Leng Mao had no time to take care of it. Leng Mao, you may not have cared about Leng Ning's death at the beginning, so that order is not worth mentioning to you, but someone cares, so you have to be buried with Leng Ning's death. Family said angrily outside the formation. Only a scream was heard. Leng Mao, who collided with a golden armor puppet, could not resist the sudden attack of the sword whirlwind, and his body was directly pierced. Spare my life! Leng Mao shouted loudly, but the fist of the golden armor puppet hit his chest, and the terrifying force directly shattered his body. A burst of sword energy roared past, tearing Leng Mao's body apart in an instant and strangling him in the storm. In the air below, the people of the Leng family watched all this happen in fear, trembling in their hearts. Elder Leng Mao was dead. This young 4th-level master of divine patterns was so scary. He could kill them with just a thought. However, at this time, the storm gradually subsided, and they saw the puppets floating above them, which shook their hearts. Qin Wentian walked over and waved his hand. Suddenly, a list appeared in their hands. Leng Ning is from the Leng family. Maybe some of you know her. She was ruthlessly forced to death by Leng Mao's order. I don't want innocent people to die because of this. The Leng family doesn't want to deal with the culprit Leng Mao, so I killed him myself. In addition to Leng Jian and Leng Lin, there are several people on this list who participated in this matter. If the Leng family really wants to settle this account, they should know how to do it. Qin Wentian said to them coldly, you go back and report. Everyone left quickly as if they had been pardoned, and went to report back to the Leng family. Seeing them leave, Qin Wentian looked up at the clouds floating in the sky, and murmured, Leng Ning, I believe that you are kind-hearted and don't want innocent people to die. Those who killed you will definitely pay with their lives. If the Leng family still has this style, this family will sooner or later destroy itself. Family also looked at the sky, hoping that Leng Ning could rest in peace. Let's go meet the people from the Xing Guild first. Qin Wentian said to Bai Luai. He couldn't figure out the depth of this mysterious and powerful force, but he wanted to see what the Xing Guild wanted to do. Okay. Bai Luai nodded, and took Qin Wentian away. They came to a courtyard in the academy, where the people from the Xing Guild were arranged to rest. I am late, please forgive me. Qin Wentian came to the courtyard and saw many people. His eyes quickly noticed a middle-aged man sitting on a stone chair. The middle-aged man had a calm demeanor. When he saw him coming, a glimmer of sharpness inadvertently flashed across his face, but it soon dissipated into nothingness. He smiled at Qin Wentian and said, Master Qin, you are too polite. You are indeed as young as the rumors say. You are a genius, an absolute genius. Thank you for your compliment, Senior. Qin Wentian said with a smile and sat on a stone chair. Senior, what is the matter with you coming to see me? Since Master Qin asked, I will speak frankly. The middle-aged man said with a smile, I am the master of the weapon refining hall of the Xing Guild in Wangzhou City. I have heard of Master Qin's talent in divine runes and want to invite Master Qin to join the weapon refining hall of the Xing Guild. I can directly appoint Master Qin as the deputy master of the weapon refining hall. What do you think? When Qin Wentian heard this, he knew that it seemed that the Xing Guilds in various places were very similar. The Xing Guild here also had a weapon refining hall. This deputy master probably just valued his potential and promised him such a position first. I am overwhelmed by your invitation, but I am not very interested in refining equipment, so I have to apologize. Qin Wentian smiled. The mysterious place of Xing Guild seemed to have a very strict hierarchy. Of course, he did not want to be bound by Xing Guild. However, for such a huge organization, he would not even meet with it, which would be too disrespectful to the other party, so he had to politely refuse. Master Qin, why don't you consider it? The position of Deputy Hall Master of the Refining Hall is a position that many 4th-level refining masters can't even ask for. Master Qin has just stepped into the 4th-level Divine Pattern Master, and Xingilde has promised him such a position. It is already very important to Master Qin. An old man next to him seemed to be a Divine Pattern Master who was good at refining equipment. He advised Qin Wentian. Qin can't force himself to do something he is not interested in. I can only thank you for your kindness. Qin Wentian continued to refuse. Seeing that Qin Wentian had no intention of considering it, the middle-aged man had to smile and said, "Then Master Qin, are you willing to serve as a guest official of ours in guild? We can keep in touch often in the future and you can enjoy certain treatment." A guest official again. Qin Wentian couldn't help but think of Mu Qing's deception of him. The title of guest official had no meaning to him. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Xingilde, so he had to refuse again. Junior is used to being casual and free, so I won't occupy the guest official position of the Xingilde. Qin Wentian refused again. How could these people from the Xingilde not know what Qin Wentian meant, so they had to say, "In that case, we'll take our leave. Goodbye, seniors." Qin Wentian saw the other party stand up, bowed, and still smiled. Chapter 292 5 Wonders Guest. After the people from the Galaxy Guild left, Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian with a half-smile, which made Qin Wentian look puzzled and jokingly asked, "Am I that good-looking?" The Galaxy Guild is very mysterious. Those who can be invited by them are all very promising people. And this time, the master of the Galaxy Guild's refining branch came to invite you personally, which is definitely a great honor for you. Bai Luai's eyelashes were smiling with her eyes, and she looked at Qin Wentian's beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light. When this guy first met him, he sneaked into Bai Lu Academy to learn divine patterns with her. I didn't expect that in such a short time, he has reached this point. It's amazing. The master of the Galaxy Guild's refining branch came to invite him, and he was rejected. You are so sure to refuse, and you don't even say to consider it. The master will probably feel embarrassed by you. Bai Luai smiled bitterly and shook her head. Although Qin Wentian had already declined, he was still a little direct. I don't want to be too involved with this force. Qin Wentian shrugged indifferently. When living in the world, one cannot always worry about so many things. It would be too tiring to consider even the smallest things so carefully. In dealing with people, why should one accommodate too much? He still follows his heart after all. He does not have a good impression of the Xingilde. Perhaps it is unreasonable to vent his anger on the Xingilde in Wangzhou City because of the Chu state, but in life, how can one be so rational? If you like it, you like it, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. Okay, let's go meet the Qianzhi League. I don't know where your opinion on the Xingilde comes from, Bai Luai said with a smile, and took Qin Wentian to another manor, where the people of the Qianzhi League were waiting. The two sides naturally exchanged a few more polite words, and then got down to business. Master Qin, I'm sure you have guessed the purpose of my coming. In the Qianzhi League, there are the Inner League and the Outer League. The Inner League is the power of the Qianzhi League itself, which exists in the form of a sect. The Outer League is the guest officials. The people in the Outer League are all people with extraordinary abilities. The Qianzhi League will invite them. Opposite Qin Wentian was a woman, who was middle-aged, but still charming. She looked very capable and made people feel close when she spoke. Qin Wentian nodded gently when he heard the other party's words. The Inner League and the Outer League were easy to understand. The Inner League was the power of the Qianzhi League itself, just like the Danyuan Palace of the Zhixing Mansion. The hierarchy was strict, and the younger generation had to obey the orders of the elders and the high level. However, the Outer League was all guest officials. The Qianzhi League would not deliberately train them, but they could not order them to do anything. They had a high degree of freedom, so the Outer League would invite some casual cultivators who had good strength or extraordinary attainments in other aspects. The Thousand Absolute Alliance has already found out that Qin Wentian has no sect and does not belong to the White Deer Academy. It seems that he is only in a relationship with Bai Luai from the White Deer Academy, even though many people in the White Deer Academy think so. Master Qin, if you are willing to join the Inner League of the Thousand Absolute Alliance, you will naturally be trained as the most core disciple, and if you join the Outer League, you will be directly promoted to the guest official of the Five Absolutes, enjoying the power of the Five Absolutes guest official without any constraints. The woman smiled at Qin Wentian and said, her smile was very clean and comfortable. Such a person is indeed very suitable to be your lobbyist. Bai Luai next to him was slightly surprised. After Qin Wentian became a 4th-level master of divine patterns, he really attracted a lot of attention. The foundation of the Thousand Absolute Alliance is slightly weaker than that of other Overlord-level forces, so they pay more attention to the introduction of talents. Now for Qin Wentian, they can directly give him the status of a guest official of the 5 Absolutes. Bai Luai knows that the Thousand Absolute Alliance has 9 levels of guest officials, with the lowest being the 1st and the highest being the 9th. The 1st level of the Supreme level is a young person with more potential, the 2nd level of the Supreme level is a young person with outstanding talent, the 3rd level of the Supreme level is a young person with some fame, the 4th level of the Supreme level is only for young people who can enter the Destiny list, the 5th level of the Supreme level is for Xiangang realm figures, who are qualified to have equal dialogue with the Xiangang realm strongmen in the Qianju League and enjoy a lot of power. As for the 6th level of the Supreme level, it is not enough to have enough potential or strong strength, but to make great contributions to the Qianju League. The 6th level of the Supreme level even has the power to mobilize the Xiangang realm strongmen in the Qianju League to help. The status of the 7th level of the Supreme level is already very high. The 9th level of the Supreme level is the ultimate, also known as the Qianju guest, who can have equal dialogue with the leader of the Qianju League. In fact, his power is almost the same as that of the top figures of the Qianju League, and he can almost command the Qianju League. Now, the Qianju League directly granted Qin Wentian the 5th level of the Supreme level, which is equivalent to the highest status within the authority. No restrictions. Qin Wentian said with a smile, his eyes sparkling. No. The woman shook her head and said with a smile, my Qianju League is composed of a group of scattered cultivators. Its foundation is slightly inferior to that of some Overlord-level forces. It is precisely by introducing talents that it has become stronger and stronger over the years and can compete with other Overlord-level forces. To attract talents, we naturally give them enough respect. For outstanding talents, Qianju League provides free help without any restrictions. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. This is indeed very tempting. Of course, I declare in advance that for guests below the 5 Absolutes, including the 5 Absolutes, although Qianju League provides some power, such as intelligence, help to find out information, or help to exchange and purchase treasures, because there are no restrictions, if the guest is chased by a strong man, my Qianju League will not provide manpower support. Of course. Qin Wentian nodded. It is a bit absurd to enjoy some power for nothing and want others to provide protection. But the 6 Absolute guest officials are different, because the 6 Absolute guest officials need to make certain contributions to the Qianju League before they can be promoted. Therefore, the 6 Absolute guest officials can ask for support from the Xiangang realm strongmen of the Qianju League. If they are 7 Absolute guest officials, they can directly mobilize the people of the Xiangang realm and give orders directly. The middle-aged woman smiled. I accept. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian smiled. This was a matter with only advantages and no disadvantages. He could not find any reason to refuse. Master Qin is really straightforward. The woman smiled, and then she took out a token with the words 5 Absolutes engraved on it. Then the woman reminded, Master Qin, please remember one thing. The token is only allowed to be used by the person himself. If someone is found to be using the Qianju order in his name, the Qianju League will take action according to the situation, and may even kill the imposter on the spot. I understand. Qin Wentian nodded. This was probably because he was worried that a guest official would die and the Qianju order would fall into the hands of others and be used by others. If it could be used by others, it would be a mess. In that case, I will go back and report. The higher-ups will be very happy to know that I have completed the mission and Master Qin has become a guest of the Qianju League. The woman's words were very comfortable to hear. Qin Wentian and Bai Luai stood up to see her off. Qin Wentian held the Qianju order, which symbolized the guest of the 5 Absolutes, in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. There was something that should be done. He came to Wangzhou City for this matter. Kill Huazian. At the beginning, Huazian dared to do such a despicable thing to King Chang in the Mo family of Chu State, causing King Chang to commit suicide and almost die. This matter was a thorn in Qin Wentian's heart. Moreover, since then, he didn't even say goodbye to King Cheng. King Cheng left Chu State and came to the Dangwon Palace. Although it was close at hand, it was difficult to see her. I'm afraid King Chang was also hit hard. Now, I don't know how she is doing. If Hu Zion doesn't die, he will be uneasy. He feels guilty towards King Cheng. When Qin Wentian wanted to kill Hu Zion also wanted to kill Qin Wentian. In a restaurant, Hu Zion crushed the wine glass in his hand into pieces because he heard a name in the restaurant, Qin Wentian. These 3 words were particularly harsh in his ears, and instantly made Hu Zion burst into cold murderous intent, making people around him stay away. Hu Zion hated, and he had reason to hate. Once, he was the second-generation ancestor of the Hu family and could do whatever he wanted, but a trip to the state of Chu almost made him fall. Qin Wentian cut off one of his arms, and after he came back, the incident caused a lot of uproar. Later, as Mo Qingchang emerged in the Danyuan Palace and her status became higher and higher, the elders of the family knew about the dirty things he had done to Mo Qingchang, and almost handed him over to Mo Qingchang for disposal. The Hu family wanted his brother Hu Taixun to marry Mo Qingchang, but what Hu Taixun had done became a thorn. If he was not Hu Taixun's younger brother, he would be very miserable. But even so, he is still very tragic now. His status in the family has plummeted. He can't even command the powerful people in the family. Only his parents left him a person in the Xiangang realm as a guard. When people from the outside world knew about it, they looked down on him and cut off contact with him. How could Hu Zion not see all these changes? His current situation can only be described as miserable. Now, when he heard Qin Wentian's name again, the murderous intent in his heart can be imagined. Qin Wentian and Hu Zion, at the same time, separated by a long distance, both had strong killing intentions towards each other. Qin Wentian, the 4th-level master of divine patterns? I want to see if it's Qin Wentian. A cold murderous aura flashed in Hu Zion's eyes, and then he stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Master, where are we going? A guard beside him asked. The shadow building. Hu Zion said coldly, causing his guard's expression to freeze. What are you going to the shadow building for? The guard asked in confusion. To find out the news of a person. If the news matches, I will kill him. Hu Zion said coldly. I'm afraid Qin Wentian himself would not have expected that. While he wanted to kill Hu Zion, the other party also wanted to kill him. Qin Wentian, he came to the foot of the Danyuan Palace. At this time, Qin Wentian was wearing a white robe. He raised his head and looked at the heavily guarded forces in front of him, as well as the Danyuan Palace that towered into the sky. There was a breeze blowing Qin Wentian's white gown, and also stirring his heartstrings. The beauty is among them. However, when can we imagine it? In the Danyuan Palace, 2 young figures walked out and gradually approached. They looked at Qin Wentian inadvertently and could not help but be stunned for a moment, and then a complicated look flashed in their eyes. These 2 people were Qin Wentian who followed Luo He to the state of Chu. They actually saw the genius of that small country. He actually overestimated his own ability and chased to the Danyuan Palace. The reason for the complicated look is that Mo Qingchang is now out of their reach and can only look up to her. Not to mention, this little person from the state of Chu, their eyes are so disdainful. What an infatuated idiot. However, what can be done? Jackdaw is destined not to be with a phoenix. P.S. 2050 monthly ticket extra chapters, standing guard at the last post. At the beginning of this month, Wuhan formulated the extra update rules for this month and worked hard to complete them. There were 2 days of extra updates in the middle, and the extra updates were delayed by 1 day. Sorry, now it has finally come to an end. At the end of this month, the monthly tickets will be cleared. Because of this rule, it has also been criticized by many brothers. They think that this is a threat to everyone to vote for monthly tickets by updating. Wuhan is deeply sorry for the brothers who have this understanding. Since everyone has opinions, Wuhan will no longer formulate this kind of extra update rule in the future. Apologies. Chapter 293 Shadow Building. Qin Wentian walked in front of Qin Wentian and looked at him carefully. Because of Qin Wentian's changes, although they were facing Qin Wentian, they still felt a little similar and dared not confirm. Now, standing in front of Qin Wentian and taking a closer look, they finally confirmed that this was the young man from Chu State in the past. As men, they had a glimmer of admiration for Mo Qingchang when they first saw her, so they had a little hostility towards Qin Wentian at that time, and remembered it more clearly. Bai Fei had never looked Qin Wentian in the face, so he was not as impressed as Jin Gaiyu and the others. It's really you. A hint of teasing appeared in the eyes of the 2. Qin Wentian certainly noticed them, but just glanced at them casually and continued to look forward. "Go back to Chu State, this is not the place you should come to," Jin Gaiyu said calmly, without insulting or despising, but just giving a casual advice. If it was before, he might have insulted her a few times, but now, he could only look up in front of Mo Qingcheng, so what qualifications did he have to humiliate Qin Wentian? There were some similarities between him and Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian did not look at him. The world of martial arts was strictly hierarchical. Every higher level could crush people. The Danwang Palace, standing at the top of Wangzhou City, was like the palace in front of him, which made people unable to breathe. It was so difficult to cross it. However, his eyes were calm. No matter how high the palace was, there were still people who could step on it. Infatuation depends on who you are with. If you know it is impossible, why bother to place hope? You are too far away from her. Jin Gaiyu continued, and this sentence seemed to be said to Qin Wentian, but also seemed to be a warning to himself. Seeing that Qin Wentian didn't seem to hear Jin Gaiyu's words, Yan Qi couldn't help but sneer, walked up to Qin Wentian, looked at him with contempt, and said slowly, "The Danwang Palace has 99 steps. You need to look up to the person standing on the bottom step, but you are still dreaming here. I kindly remind you again, get out, otherwise, if you blaspheme her, the consequences will not be something you can afford." Qin Wentian's eyes slowly turned and fell on Yan Qi. In his eyes, a golden lightning suddenly bloomed, instantly piercing Yan Qi's eyes. Bang! Yan Qi only felt his head tremble violently, as if he felt a prehistoric beast waving its terrifying claws to tear him to pieces. With a glance, he actually felt a terrifying pressure, which made Yan Qi's footsteps slightly retreat a few steps, his face pale, and a wisp of sweat oozing from his forehead. A strong aura suddenly emanated from his body. He glanced at Qin Wentian, but saw Qin Wentian looked away, as if he had not even looked at him. This made Yan Qi's face pale. He was actually frightened by a look and broke into cold sweat. How could this be possible? Jin Gaiyu seemed to have noticed Yan Qi's abnormality, and his eyes flickered. However, at this time, a sharp light shot from behind. Yan Qi and Jin Gaiyu turned their eyes, and then they saw a refined and elegant figure. A hint of respect flashed in their eyes. It was senior brother Zhan Chen, who ranked 11th on the destiny list, and had always been their idol. If there was anyone in the Danwang Palace who could match Mo Qingcheng, it must be senior brother Zhan Chen. Seeing Zhan Chen's footsteps coming towards this side, Jing Yu and Yan Qi made way, looked at Zhan Chen with a respectful look, and shouted, "Senior brother." "Yes." Zhan Chen nodded gently, but his eyes were fixed on Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian was also looking at him. This person ranked 11th on the destiny list. Now, his murderous intention towards him probably has not decreased at all. Zhan Chen was a little confused. He didn't know why Qin Wentian came to the Danwang Palace. At the beginning, his secret was discovered by Qin Wentian. He always had murderous intentions towards Qin Wentian. Now that Qin Wentian came to the Danwang Palace, how could he not be alert? However, Zhan Chen was not so afraid that Qin Wentian would expose the matter. If Qin Wentian dared to say it, he would deny it outright, and then kill Qin Wentian at all costs. He still had some prestige in the Danwang Palace. Qin Wentian himself should understand this point, so he should not dare to speak out easily. Once it is spoken out, one of them must die, and the person who dies is of course Qin Wentian. Although Qin Wentian stood there calmly, he was also somewhat alert. Zhan Chen seemed to be humble and elegant, but he was very well disguised. Now that he was not as strong as Zhan Chen, he naturally had to be wary of him. "I just heard that you seem to have caused quite a stir in the East region," Zhan Chen said with a smile, as if he and Qin Wentian were good friends who had not seen each other for a long time. Qin Wentian looked at him calmly without answering. At this moment, a wisp of terrifying aura permeated from Zhan Chen's body, as if there was a terrible sword intent descending on Qin Wentian's body, as if it was going to pierce his body. "But, what are you doing in the Danwang Palace?" Zhan Chen finished speaking and took a step forward. This step instantly put a strong pressure on Qin Wentian, as if he would take action and kill Qin Wentian on the spot in a moment. "If you take another step forward, I promise that you will regret it," Qin Wentian said lightly, calm and indifferent, but this calm voice made Jin Gaiyu and Yan Qi beside him tremble slightly. Qin Wentian dared to say such arrogant words to senior brother Zhan Chen? Moreover, Zhan Chen obviously knew Qin Wentian, and the two seemed to have some grudges. Zhan Chen stopped. Qin Wentian had not told his secret, because telling it out would not necessarily be useful, but would make him kill him at all costs. However, if he pushed Qin Wentian too hard, there was no doubt that Qin Wentian would decisively tell it. Although not many people might believe it, it would be enough to severely damage Zhan Chen's prestige. Once someone in the Danwang Palace suspected it, his reputation would be greatly damaged. Therefore, unless Qin Wentian could be killed before he opened his mouth, he was unwilling to take the risk. Besides, Bai Luai also heard it. With his breath restrained, Zhan Chen smiled and said, I forgot that you have become the youngest 4th-level divine pattern master in Wangzhou City. Your attitude is indeed different. However, divine patterns are divine patterns after all. It will take me 5 breaths to kill you. In the future, you should be more careful. Even if it was a threatening word, he still said it with a smile. Jing Gaiwan Yankee's hearts trembled slightly. Qin Wentian, he is the youngest 4th-level master of divine patterns in Wangzhou City? What is going on? How come senior brother Jiutian is a little afraid of him, a small figure in the Chu state in the past? I heard that it is a huge hurdle from Yuanfu to Xiangang realm. I hope you can cross this hurdle as soon as possible. Qin Wentian said to Jiutian calmly, if you stay in this realm for too long, I am afraid that you will have to avoid me when you meet me. After saying that, Qin Wentian slowly turned around and left with his back to Jiutian. A terrifying sword intent suddenly spread out, but Qin Wentian still walked forward calmly, leaving his back to Jiutian, fearless, or rather, ignoring. A terrifying cold light flashed in Jiutian's eyes, and then the sword intent on his body gradually dissipated, and the figure gradually went away until it disappeared. Jing Gaiwan Yankee on the side looked at all this in astonishment, and they felt that their brains were not enough. Qin Wentian dared to talk to senior brother Jiutian like this? The young man from the small country didn't seem to look at them straight in the eye. You know him? Zhan Chen asked calmly. Yes, he is from Chu State. He used to have a very good relationship with junior sister King Chen. Now, I'm afraid he came for junior sister King Chen. Jing Gaiu didn't say that they were lovers, but Zhan Chen still understood it, and the light in his eyes became sharper. Don't tell King Chen. Zhan Chen said calmly. Mo King Cheng has been practicing in Danwang Palace and doesn't care much about the outside world. Zhan Chen hopes that she will never know the existence of Qin Wentian until he dies. After Qin Wentian left Danwang Palace, he came to the branch of Qianzhu League in Wangzhou City. When he saw Qin Wentian's Qianzhu order, someone immediately reported it, and the charming woman soon came out to receive him in person. Master Qin is here so soon. Seeing Qin Wentian, a gentle smile immediately appeared in her eyes. I want to ask the 1,000 Absolute Alliance for help. Qin Wentian smiled, and the other party nodded. You are a guest of the 5 Absolutes. As long as you meet the authority, the 1,000 Absolute Alliance will help you unconditionally. Qin Wentian nodded, then took out a list and handed it to the other party, saying, I need the things on it. How many meteorites do you need? I will pay. Okay, leave it to me. After the matter is done, I will send someone to send it to the White Deer Academy, and you will give him the meteorites. The woman took a look at the things on it and put them away. Okay, in addition, I need to find out the news of someone. Qin Wentian said, putting his mouth closed to the other party's ear and whispered, Who is Ian? A strange color flashed in the other party's eyes, and then nodded, Don't worry, the request of the 1,000 Absolute Alliance guest is absolutely confidential. I will do this personally. Thank you very much for that. If it costs money, I will bear it myself. Qin Wentian smiled. Asking people to help with things, the manpower and material resources consumed in the middle should be borne by oneself. No need. Provide the information, and the Qianzhu League will bear everything on its own. The other party said with a smile, and Qin Wentian did not insist. He said goodbye and left. At the same time, Hua Xiaoyan, whom Qin Wentian had inquired about, appeared in the mysterious shadow building in Wangzhou City. In the shadow building, the person opposite Hua Xiaoyan was looking through a lot of information. Qin Wentian came from another place, so it was a bit troublesome to investigate, but Hua Xiaoyan provided them with a clue, the Chu state. Sir, here. Someone next to him brought a few files, and the person opposite Hua Xiaoyan immediately looked through them, and his eyes gradually lit up. Qin Wentian is from Chu. The last time he showed his cultivation was when he was in the Divine Mark trial ground. At that time, he was at the 3rd level of Yuanfu. Now he may be at the 3rd level of Yuanfu, or he may have stepped into the 4th level of Yuanfu. He is a 4th level Divine Mark Master, and has a Xiangang realm woman as his guardian. At the same time, He has obtained 2 4th-level puppets. Not long ago, he killed many 4th-level Divine Mark Masters at Beilu Academy. In addition, he killed Ling Mao of the Ling family with the help of Divine Marks and puppets. The gloomy middle-aged man opposite Hu Xiaoyan spoke slowly, which made Hu Xiaoyan's face darken and look ugly. Coming from Chu, he must be protected by a Xiangang realm woman. Now, he has become a 4th-level Divine Mark Master, and he has a 4th-level puppet. I want him dead. Hu Xiaoyan said coldly. The gloomy middle-aged man smiled and said, "Wait a moment." As he said that, he left for a while. When he came back soon, he handed a piece of paper to Hu Xiaoyan. The task is acceptable. This is the required reward. Pay 10% first, non-refundable. After the task is completed, pay the other 90%. Hu Xiaoyan glanced at it, his expression froze, and his face was ugly. Does it cost so much to kill a person from Yuanfu? Young Master Hu can kill him himself. The gloomy middle-aged man just smiled, and Hu Xiaoyan's face suddenly became ugly. Now his status in the family has been greatly reduced. If he directly sent someone to kill Qin Wentian, the family would definitely not agree. After all, Qin Wentian was Mo Qingchang's lover. Who knew what Mo Qingchang's attitude would be? Unless it was his brother Hua Taixu who wanted Qin Wentian to die. I agree. Hu Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, and then took out many meteorites from the god-patterned ring. He felt a little heartbroken. Killing Qin Wentian might cost him all his belongings over the years. After Hu Xiaoyan left, the gloomy middle-aged man flashed a cold light and smiled faintly. It is said that Qin Wentian rejected the kindness of the master of the weapon refining hall not long ago. Otherwise, we can't touch him. He is really courting death. Chapter 294. Who will win? The shadow building has a mission hall, which is divided into 9 floors. If you want to enter the upper floor, you need the corresponding authority. Because in addition to the shadow building's own forces, many killers are hired from outside, that is to say, anyone can become a killer of the shadow building. The relationship between them and the shadow building is just a simple cooperation. This is also the reason why the shadow building is so powerful, because many people need wealth. They will become killers to earn money, but there is also a disadvantage to doing so. Sometimes the mission will be leaked. Although this possibility is very small, it is still inevitable. However, the shadow building does not seem to care. Since they dare to be a killer, they are destined to not be afraid of retaliation. Of course, the shadow building also has a rule that they will not accept the task of hunting down the direct descendants of the overlord level forces. They accept all other tasks. The 5th floor of the mission hall can only be set foot by a 5-star shadow killer. This is already a task at the beginning of the Xiangang realm. The killers who can come here to accept tasks are all very powerful people. Today, there is an extra task in the mission hall on the 5th floor, which is quite conspicuous. Qin Wentian, 19 years old, native of Chu, with the strength of the 3rd or 4th level of Yuanfu, a 4th level Divine Mark Master, is protected by a woman with the combat power of the 2nd level of Xiangang realm, and has 2 4th level puppets whose combat power has just entered the level of Xiangang realm. Behind him, there is a portrait and a reward. This is the youngest 4th level Divine Mark Master in Wangzhou City. This is the first time I have seen that the Yuanfu realm is so valuable. A masked man smiled and said, "Many people who come here will not show their true faces to others. In this way, when accepting tasks, if they kill some people with backgrounds, it will not be spread out and they will not be hunted down by the backstage of the hunted. What kind of hatred or grudge is this? It costs so much to kill a genius Divine Mark Master." Many killers are slightly puzzled, but they don't care so much. When they come here, they only see if there are any suitable tasks to accept. This task, I accept it. A slightly outlined body walked forward and took off the task list. He looked at Qin Wentian's portrait as if he was looking at a large amount of wealth. "Tian Can, you 4, can you do it?" Someone saw the sign in the hand of the person who was outlining, and immediately knew his code name. The killer Tian Can. There are 4 people, not 1. It is said that there are 4 masters and apprentices, a couple with 2 apprentices, and their methods are very cruel, and they have killed many people. Killing a person in the 4th level of Yuanfu is a small matter. I will take this wealth. A sneer flashed in Tian Can's eyes. There were 3 people standing not far behind him. 2 of them laughed and said, "Master, after this mission, you can buy a defensive armor for your master's wife." "Yes, it's enough, and there are many more. When the time comes, I will buy you all 4th level magic weapon. The hunched figure grinned, as if he had already seen the magic weapon in front of him. After all, a Yuanfu figure is different from a Xiangang realm. As long as he and his wife hold back the Xiangang strongman and the puppet, his 2 disciples can easily kill Qin Wentian. This task would be difficult for other killers to do alone, but it is easy for him and his 4 people to cooperate. This time, he could make a fortune. Who is so generous that he would pay such a high price just to kill a master of divine patterns with unlimited potential? Qin Wentian certainly didn't know that his name had been written in the task hall of the Shadow Building, let alone that the task list had been accepted by someone. After returning to the White Deer Academy, he waited for the news of the Thousand Absolute Alliance with peace of mind, while practicing a powerful magical skill in the Xianzhen Ancient Scroll. Qin Wentian's consciousness penetrated into the Ancient Scroll, and a very shocking scene appeared in front of him. A figure stood proudly in the void. 100 feet in front of him, there was a terrifying ancient peak. The figure pointed forward, and the fingertips seemed to be made of gold. When this finger fell, the world seemed to have turned into gold in an instant, and the entire void was covered with a meaning of gold. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as if only that finger was left, pointing to the mountain ahead. Endless golden power gathered in that finger. The light of the finger passed by and fell on the mountain. A crackling sound was heard, and the entire mountain was instantly transformed into golden fragments, scattered between heaven and earth. Broken Sky Finger, cultivate the Golden Punishment Ancient Scroll, cultivate the indestructible golden body, and then cultivate this magical book, and break the sky with 1 finger. This was a voice left in the Ancient Scroll magical power, which shocked Qin Wentian. However, this voice mentioned the Golden Punishment Ancient Scroll that he had abandoned. The more the other party mentioned it, the more suspicious Qin Wentian became. I don't believe it. If you don't cultivate the Golden Punishment Ancient Scroll, you can't cultivate this Broken Sky Finger. A sharp light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. This Broken Sky Finger is probably a heaven-level magical skill. The stronger the strength of the practitioner, the deeper the comprehension, and the more terrifying the power it exerts. As soon as the Golden Punishment Heavenly Venerable pointed, the ancient mountain shattered, with a great spirit of breaking the sky, which shocked his heart. This is definitely the most powerful magical skill he has seen so far. The general outline of the practice of this Broken Sky Finger does not mention that it must be practiced with the power of the gold system, so he can practice it with the power of the demon. The power of the demon is violent and powerful, and the power it exerts is equally terrifying. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian closed his eyes and practiced this domineering Broken Sky Finger. After practicing for a while, Qin Wentian found that every time the Broken Sky Finger was activated, the consumption of star energy was absolutely huge, which was very terrifying. If it was bloomed with divine energy, although the power would be stronger, it was unknown how much star energy would be consumed in one blow. This made Qin Wentian sigh that practice really depends on the accumulation of resources. If he didn't have enough meteorites, he couldn't even practice this magical skill. Just imagine, it is impossible for him to consume star energy during the practice, and then slowly absorb the star energy from the 9 heavens galaxy. That would take too much time. Without resources, it is difficult to practice, so many people born in ordinary families will plunder and take risks. Qin Wentian practiced for a while, then went back to his dream to practice. In the dream, he could imagine as much as he wanted. The next day, the people from the Qianzhu League came and delivered the things he wanted. After Qin Wentian paid them for the things, they left without disturbing Qin Wentian's practice. After taking a look at the things on the ground, Qin Wentian smiled. He could reach the 2nd level of the Demon God transformation. After practicing to the 2nd level of the Demon God transformation, it would probably be easier to practice the Broken Sky Finger. In the next few days, there was a demonic aura rising from the hillside behind the White Deer Academy. Many people looked over there with doubts, wondering why the demonic aura was so strong. Could it be that Qin Wentian's star soul contained a powerful demon beast star soul? Was he practicing a powerful demon beast technique? Although they were confused, no one disturbed Qin Wentian. Many people who were watching over there even occasionally saw the phantom of the demon beast rising into the void, and then gradually turned into nothingness. 3 days later, Qin Wentian's body was shrouded in a terrifying demonic aura, and he looked like a terrifying monster. Even a powerful monster was not as strong as the demonic aura on him. A low roar spread out from the demonic energy. The demonic energy in the void suddenly gathered into vortex and rushed into Qin Wentian's body frantically. Soon, the figure of Yao Jun gradually appeared in sight, but his body seemed to have a terrifying demonic life. The vigorous and surging vitality was shocking. The demon god transformation, the cultivator can achieve the advantages shared by demons and humans, and gather them in one body. With a human body, he has the vigorous vitality of the demon, a strong physique, a terrifying body, and terrible explosive power. The characteristics of the demon are hid on the cultivator. At this time, if there is someone, they can clearly feel that Qin Wentian's vitality and physique are far beyond the same level. If it is purely physical and physical, without using the star power and magical skills, people of the same level will be easily crushed by him. His physique is at the level of a demon beast. The second stage of demon god transformation, completed. Qin Wentian's eyes showed a smile. He was able to complete the second stage of demon god transformation so quickly, which was probably related to the terrible blood power in his body. After completing the cultivation, Qin Wentian did not leave, but continued to practice the broken sky finger, while waiting for the news about Jiutian from the Thousand Absolute Alliance. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. In these 7 days, the Lang family had given a reply. They compromised. The elder Lang Mao who entered the Xiangang realm had been killed. It was not worth it for them to offend Qin Wentian for some people. Moreover, they heard that Qin Wentian had become a guest of the Thousand Absolute Alliance. The Lang family did not want to offend Qin Wentian again, so they had to understand the matter. As for Jiutian, he could not bear it and went to the shadow building again. After hearing that a killer had accepted the task of killing Qin Wentian and had already arrived in the east region of Wangzhou City to ambush, he also got up and came from the north region of Wangzhou City to the east region of Wangzhou City. He wanted to see how Qin Wentian died. Jiutian didn't know that when he stepped into the east region of Wangzhou City, someone also noticed him. Qin Wentian, he finally got the news of Jiutian, and the news brought by Qianzhi was that Jiutian actually came to the east region. This made Qin Wentian's eyes flash with a sharpness. This Jiutian came at the right time. How to kill him without being known by the Hui family? Qin Wentian understood that with the status of the Hui family, the intelligence ability must be very amazing. If he killed Jiutian directly, it would be easily discovered. Killing the direct line of the Hui family, he would probably find it difficult to stay in Wangzhou City. But in any case, Jiutian must die. Even if there is really no way to leave Wangzhou City, he must kill Jiutian. Qin Wentian walked out of Beilu Academy. He didn't say hello to anyone, nor did he tell Bai Luai that killing Jiutian, he didn't want to involve anyone, this is his business. Chapter 295 Which senior? Qin Wentian went to find Jiutian alone, because the Qianzhi League told him that Jiutian only had a guard at the initial stage of the Xiangang realm. In this case, his puppet could still be held back. As for Jiutian, he could handle it himself. Qin Wentian certainly didn't know that the reason why Jiutian came to the east region of Wangzhou City was because the assassin who came to kill him came to the east region. Jiutian also didn't know that he had been targeted when he just stepped into the east region, and told Qin Wentian. Both of them wanted the other to die, but they didn't know the crisis they were facing. When Qin Wentian walked out of the White Deer Academy, someone was actually staring at him. On the street, a carriage was moving slowly forward. The driver on the carriage was very ordinary and looked normal. He kept his head down and slowly drove the carriage forward. Qin Wentian would not pay attention to the existence of a carriage at all. It was too ordinary on the streets of Wangzhou City, and the other party was inconspicuous, walking slowly, far away from him, and would not attract attention at all. However, at this time, there was a figure walking beside the coachman, side by side with the coachman. The figure was carrying an ancient sword, wearing a silver-white mask, and revealing a pair of eyes. The coachman seemed not to see him and continued to ride forward, but the figure followed quietly, neither hurried nor slow, and kept the same movements as the coachman. This is my mission. The coachman suddenly raised his head, and a sharp look flashed across the figure carrying the ancient sword and wearing a silver mask. His voice was directly transmitted to the other's eardrum, and then he lowered his head and continued to drive the carriage. I know. The figure nodded gently. If you know, then do your own thing. The coachman said coldly. As a colleague, he quickly remembered who the other party was. Silver Snake, like him, was also an external killer of the shadow building, and had the same authority as him. He went to the 5th floor of the mission hall to accept the mission. Silver Snake's cultivation was at the peak of Yuanfu realm, so he was not qualified to have such a high authority. However, he had done a very amazing mission and successfully cooperated in the assassination of a heavyweight figure, which increased his authority. "I won't ask for your reward," Silver Snake said lightly. His voice was very calm. "But you have to listen to me, don't rush to do it. If you follow him for a long time, the other party will find out sooner or later, and you can take action when it's almost time." The driver said calmly. "No, wait for him to find your helper, so that you will have an extra helper." Silver Snake continued as if he knew everything. "Helper?" The driver's voice was a little hoarse, and his helpers were all in the car. "Don't worry, I have checked it out. If I am not mistaken, your employer has arrived. Now, he's going to find your employer. When they take action, you can take action. That is the best time. As for the life and death of the employer, what does it have to do with you?" Silver Snake's voice made the driver feel a chill. Although the shadow building would not cover up the task and directly post it in the mission hall, the information about the employer was absolutely confidential. How did this Silver Snake know who the employer was? Moreover, Silver Snake seemed to want to use the employer as well so that he could complete this task better. In this case, could Silver Snake have a personal grudge with this 4th-level Divine Mark Master? Who is this Silver Snake? However, he was not worried that Silver Snake would deceive him. Silver Snake's strength was the 9th level of Yuanfu. It would not be a big problem for him to kill Silver Snake. In a restaurant in the eastern area of Guangzhou City, Huazaiyan was drinking, and at this moment he had a happy smile on his face. The revenge of the broken arm should be taken soon. The assassin of Shadow Building will never let him down. Huazaiyan raised the wine glass in his hand and drank it all by himself. A cold look flashed in his eyes. He looked across, and then a smile appeared in his eyes. Across from him, there was a young woman in a red dress. She was very beautiful and gave people a sense of transcendence. At first glance, she was a daughter of a powerful family with an elegant temperament. The woman seemed to have noticed his gaze and looked up at Huazaiyan. This glance made Huazaiyan's heart beat slightly, and he secretly said, "What a beautiful person." The young woman's delicate snow-white skin was as soft as snow, and it was so soft that it could be broken by a blow. At a glance, it seemed that the woman's figure must be extremely beautiful. The red lips added a bit of beauty. Which lady in Guangzhou City is this woman? Huazaiyan said in his heart. If there is such a person in Guangzhou City, she will never be an unknown person. Judging from her temperament, she seems to be from a powerful family. Although he was a playboy, he still had some vision. When the woman saw Huazaiyan staring at her, a hint of displeasure flashed across her beautiful eyes. The slightly frowning action actually made Huazaiyan's heart beat. "My name is Huazaiyan. May I know your name, young lady?" Huazaiyan wanted to bow, but found that he had only one arm. He couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart again, and could only nod to the woman with a smile. The woman looked at him unhappily and said coldly, "The second-generation ancestor of the Hua family, even with a broken arm, is still so dishonest." Huazaiyan's expression froze when he heard this, and it was a bit ugly. "I asked you kindly, but you insulted me so much?" Huazaiyan said coldly. "I wonder which young lady is so arrogant." "Shuruanayu." The woman responded indifferently, which made Huazaiyan's face freeze. A name rang in his mind, and he couldn't help but smile and said, "It turns out to be Miss Shu. I heard that Miss Shu is going to get engaged to Brother Yang. Congratulations." This Shu Ruanayu is the daughter of the Shu family, a big family in the east of Guangzhou City. She is also quite famous in the east of Guangzhou City. Both her beauty and talent are extremely outstanding. Some time ago, Jiutian Mansion wanted to choose a lover for Yang Fan, and Yang Fan was quite attracted to Shu Ruanayu. Jiutian Mansion personally proposed marriage, and the Shu family was very happy and readily agreed. Jiutian Mansion's Xianjiao figure Yang Fan, for the Shu family, is undoubtedly a high-end. Of course, Shu Ruanayu herself is also very extraordinary, with a very high spirit. At the age of 21, she has entered the 8th level of Yuan Mansion, which is also very outstanding. Shu Ruanayu still ignored Huazaiyan. Huazaiyan looked embarrassed, but he was very unhappy in his heart. Now that his status in the family has declined, even Yang Fan's fiancé feels inferior to him, which makes him feel very uncomfortable. Especially seeing that Shu Ruanayu seemed to look down on him very much, He even wanted to ravage him severely. Unfortunately, he would not have such an opportunity and could only think about it in his heart. At this moment, outside the restaurant, on the road, a figure in a long robe was walking there, but it attracted the attention of many people. It was just because this figure in a long robe seemed to have no breath of life. His face had a metallic texture, and his eyes were sharp, but not like human eyes. It was like a puppet. It seems there is one there too. A man walked to a puppet and couldn't help but look back not far away. It seemed that there was also a puppet. It was very strange, as if someone deliberately released the puppet. In a wine shop opposite Jiutian restaurant, a figure was seen with his head slightly lowered, wearing a bamboo hat. No one noticed that there seemed to be a ray of light shining between his eyebrows, as if there was an eye. This person was Qin Wentian. After he got the specific location of Jiutian, he came here directly. The third eye was releasing a terrifying luster. Suddenly, his perception expanded wildly. Every subtle movement of each person could not be hidden from his eyes. On the street, there were people coming and going. In the distance, a carriage was slowly coming. Next to the driver of the carriage, there was a man with an ancient sword and a mask on his back. He seemed a little strange. Is it them? Qin Wentian felt something was wrong. He seemed to have seen this carriage, but he didn't look at it directly. But the other party also came here. What made Qin Wentian feel even more weird was that he couldn't see through the strength of the driver. Not being able to see through means that he is a person in the Xiangang realm. As for the masked figure next to the driver, his cultivation is the 9th level of the Yuanfu realm. There are 3 people in the car. These 3 people are sitting on the carriage, but their eyes are flashing with terrible light. Something is wrong. Qin Wentian instantly felt that something was wrong. This carriage seemed to be following him. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Qin Wentian. It was Kinger. When she appeared, many people in the tavern looked at her with astonishment. The young man sat quietly beside Qin Wentian. She seemed to feel that someone was following Qin Wentian. She was not good at speaking, so she did not speak. She just thought that she could not be too far away from Qin Wentian at this moment. Qin Wentian's perception went to the tavern where Jiutian was. He saw Jiutian and Jiutian Xiangang realm guards. He also saw that Jiutian seemed to be talking to a very beautiful woman, but the woman seemed to be too lazy to pay attention to him. The guard behind Jiutian frowned at this time. He suddenly had a very strange feeling, as if someone was spying on him, but he could not find out where this feeling came from. Is there a very powerful person watching him in secret? Jiutian could not notice it. He was looking at Shuruanayu, his eyes slightly narrowed, and occasionally a few evil lights flashed in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something dirty. Boom! Suddenly, it was as if a white lightning rushed into his mind. Jiutian's head trembled violently, he groaned, and his face turned pale instantly. Young master. The guard seemed to have noticed something. Jiutian roared. He only felt a terrifying flash of lightning rushing into his mind, as if a terrifying ancient beast was roaring at him and pressing his head. Boom, boom, boom. The consciousness was madly impacted. Jiutian's whole body was instantly soaked, his face was as pale as paper, and he kept his consciousness alive. Junior is reckless. I don't know which senior I offended. Jiutian roared in a low voice, and he only felt a sense of death shrouding him. This kind of remote consciousness attack must be a person in the Xiangang realm attacking him. Chapter 296 Space Power. The people in the restaurant were shocked when they heard Jiutian's low roar, and the guard's eyes flashed coldly. It seems that his feeling is true. As expected, someone is spying on this place, and has directly attacked Jiutian's consciousness. However, no one in the restaurant is abnormal. In other words, the attacker is not in the restaurant at all, but can attack people's consciousness through the air. This method makes him very afraid. Shuruanayu's beautiful eyes also flashed with surprise. Strange eyes flickered, looking at the people in the restaurant. This attack did not come from the restaurant. Jiutian let out a low scream, holding his head with both hands, showing an extremely painful look. The lightning-like attack became more and more intense. In his mind, a phantom of an ancient giant beast appeared, raging wildly in his mind, containing a terrible willpower, trying to destroy his will. Jiutian's current strength has improved slightly compared to when he was in Chu state, but because he was severely injured that year, he could not learn from his mistakes and change from then on. Instead, he was depressed all day and thought about revenge. His progress was limited. He only stepped from the 4th level of Yuanfu to the 5th level of Yuanfu, and his realm was not very stable. As for the willpower he comprehended, it was still at the initial level. Because of his weak will, he could not withstand this kind of consciousness attack. The opponent's consciousness attack seemed to contain tyranny and power will attacks, which made him feel so painful that he felt as if his head was about to explode. Let's go. His guards pulled Hu Xiaoyan's body into the sky. With a loud bang, the sky above the restaurant was shattered. Hu Xiaoyan's guards were ready to take Hu Xiaoyan away from here, otherwise Hu Xiaoyan's consciousness would collapse and be directly wiped out and become an idiot, which was no different from death. Shu Ruanayu stared at the void, and then she saw her figure flashing, and she also soared into the air. Hu was so powerful that she could attack consciousness from a distance. The moment Hu Xiaoyan's guard rushed out of the restaurant, a cold blade fell from the sky above the void. The sharp blade light made people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This was a figure wearing a black robe, but the metal-like cold eyes seemed not to come from humans, and were filled with a bone-chilling cold breath. Who is it? Hu Xiaoyan's guard roared, and slapped his palm forward 9 times in a row. A strong wind suddenly rose, and the blade slashed down, and it actually flowed with a strong wind, slashing past the opponent. Buzz! The coldness remained, and the opponent's legs swept out, and there was also a cold light. Hu Xiaoyan's guard looked over and saw that the opponent's legs also had terrible blades. His face froze, and he was wrapped in a hurricane. He frantically dodged and retreated. At the same time, he only heard a roar, and Wu Mingtian Gang whistled out, instantly turning into a cold knife to kill. A loud bang was heard, and Hu Xiaoyan's guard quickly retreated, but his hand still held Hu Xiaoyan. At this time, Hu Xiaoyan held his head and showed an extremely painful look. The attack of consciousness seemed to never stop, and it attacked him madly. This made his guard look livid. There was still one person in the dark, but the opponent was so powerful, why didn't he just attack directly? At this moment, Qin Wentian was also very depressed. He still lowered his head and attacked Hu Xiaoyan madly. There seemed to be a ray of terrifying cold light constantly shooting out of his third eye. However, while attacking, he also sensed that the coachman and several people on the carriage were approaching him. The other party really came because of him. 2 4th-level puppets, plus his remote attack, killing Hu Xiaoyan is absolutely foolproof. If the action is fast enough, retreat immediately after killing, it is even possible that others will not be able to find out that he did it, but he did not expect that he himself was also targeted. Die? Qin Wentian's willpower rushed out of his third eye and rushed into Hu Xiaoyan's mind. Hu Xiaoyan screamed and howled madly. It might not take long for him to hold on. Even if he didn't need to be attacked directly, he would die from this killing power. As he got closer, the driver had already walked not far in front of him. He was still hunched over and disguised perfectly. If Qin Wentian hadn't had the terrible perception to find the abnormality, he might not know how to die. There was a light sound of rustling, and Qin Wentian's body tensed up and his face turned pale. He knew that there was no chance. The other party only needed to give him a few dozen breaths of time, and Hu Xiaoyan might not be able to hold on. Unfortunately, when he attacked Hu Xiaoyan, these people finally attacked him. And once they attacked, they directly restricted his movements. His body seemed to be tied up by someone. This was a very powerful martial arts willpower, restraint. Qin Wentian raised his head, his third eye was closed, his eyes flashed with a cold light, and then he saw the driver's body move instantly, flashing towards him, at an extremely fast speed, with a strong killing intent, locking him tightly. Killing intent, very strong killing intent. Kinger's figure flashed, and her body instantly appeared in front of Qin Wentian. Kinger released a wisp of wonderful artistic conception on her body, and the sense of restraint on Qin Wentian disappeared in an instant. Kinger waved her palm, and a lotus bloomed and attacked the driver. At the same time, her figure flashed, and she took Qin Wentian's body up to the sky. Space will, at such a young age, you have comprehended such a will. The driver looked at the void, with a look of shock on his face. The power of space will is an extremely powerful willpower. Perhaps the power of the first and second realms is not strong enough, but the more you go, the more powerful the space will be. He once witnessed how terrible the strength of a strong man who comprehended the space will is. This beautiful young woman actually comprehended this kind of will and formed her own space, blocking his will attack. However, he was a killer after all. When Kinger and Qin Wentian's bodies flew into the air, his figure also flew into the sky. At the same time, 3 figures behind him flew into the air together, whistling and rushing towards Qin and Qin Wentian. The movement here instantly attracted the attention of the restaurant. The attack on Hu Xiaoyan just stopped. Hu Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. His face was sickly pale and his whole body was soaked with sweat. At this time, he suddenly felt that there was a battle next to him. Just a glance, his pupils immediately solidified. Qin Wentian. Hu Xiaoyan's heart trembled violently. Of course, he also saw Qin. It must be that woman who attacked him just now. His face suddenly twisted. Hu Xiaoyan didn't expect Qin Wentian to come to kill him. Kill him immediately. Hu Xiaoyan screamed madly. He certainly understood at this moment that the person who attacked Qin Wentian was a killer from the shadow building, hired by him. A bunch of trash, they actually let Qin Wentian kill them here. Hu Xiaoyan roared in his heart. The people he hired, the ones he wanted to hunt, killed him in front of him. It was simply abominable. Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. He saw a long vine suddenly whistling towards him and rolling towards his body. Qin blocked in front of him, and a light golden light was cut out in her hand. The long vine broke in an instant, but it grew out again in an instant, and more, rolling towards Qin and Qin Wentian madly. Qin frowned slightly. The opponent's attack was very annoying. She had no problem, but Qin Wentian would be in trouble. SHH. Suddenly, behind Qin Wentian, a group of demon snakes rolled towards him. It was the woman in the Xiangang realm who took action. The wind whistled, and the golden armor puppet appeared in sight. This golden armor puppet was originally prepared to give Hu Xiaoyan a fatal ambush, but now it had to be summoned back. The woman and the golden armor puppet collided with each other, but a giant python still roared and pounced on Qin Wentian. There are 4 Xiangang realm figures in Xiangan. According to their prediction, 2 Xiangang realm masters can easily hold back Qin and the 2 puppets. Their disciples only need to ambush them just in case. This is a piece of cake. But Qin's strength is slightly beyond expectations. She controls the will of space and can prevent the power of will from affecting her and Qin Wentian. Otherwise, the binding will falls on Qin and Qin Wentian. As long as Qin is blocked for a moment, it will be easy to kill Qin Wentian. Come here. The giant python opened its bloody mouth, and the wind and clouds changed color in an instant. Qin Wentian felt that his body was uncontrollably going into the mouth of the demon python. Even though there were some surprises, Hu Xiaoyan's guards held back a puppet for them, so it would not be difficult for them to kill Qin Wentian. Qin's beautiful eyes changed when she saw this scene, and then a golden lotus bloomed from under her feet. The golden lotus expanded instantly, and the entire void was shrouded in a layer of wonderful power. I'll deal with them, Qin said softly, and the golden lotus enveloped the entire space, but her body embraced Qin Wentian's arm and went into the void. The golden armor puppet will assist you, Qin Wentian whispered. Qin glanced at Qin Wentian next to her and whispered, I'll be fine. Her voice was still cold and crisp. As soon as she finished speaking, she sent Qin Wentian out of the golden lotus. After Qin Wentian went out, he saw that the blooming golden lotus closed, which was very beautiful. The golden lotus was translucent gold, and everything inside could be seen clearly. The huge and beautiful lotus-like curtain enveloped the 2 Xiangang realm figures. Space power, Qin is so talented, Qin Wentian murmured, but he could not take care of that side in an instant, because the other 2 people in the carriage arrived, and a strong murderous intent descended on him, like the breath of the god of death. Rays of light bloomed, and a terrible spear appeared in Qin Wentian's palm, and a blood-colored stone tablet was suspended in the void. The 2 people who came to kill were both very strong. One was at the 8th level of Yuanfu, and the other was at the 6th level of Yuanfu. They both threatened Qin Wentian very much. Qin Wentian, you are dead. Hu Xiaoyan showed a ferocious look on his face. Qin Wentian, he couldn't escape. Hu Xiaoyan's guards were still fighting with the blade puppet. He could get rid of the puppet and kill Qin Wentian, but he didn't dare. If he killed Qin Wentian, the puppet would kill Hu Xiaoyan. For him, Hu Xiaoyan's life was what he needed to protect. Is he Qin Wentian? Shu Ruanayu asked Hu Xiaoyan coldly. The fiery skirt moved with the wind. She stared at Qin Wentian closely, with a hint of coldness in her beautiful eyes. Zhu Xiao was her uncle. According to Yang Fan, Zhu Xiao died in the Divine Mark trial ground at the hands of the youngest 4th-level Divine Mark Master in Wangzhou City. Yes, he is Qin Wentian. Miss Shu has a grudge against him, Hu Xiaoyan said with a sneer, but Shu Ruanayu glanced at him coldly and said, You The young master of the Hui family are really a waste. You are incompetent and yet you hire a killer. You. Hu Xiaoyan's smile froze and he looked very unhappy. Chapter 297 Brutal Battle. There were 2 Xianggang and 2 Yuanfu disciples in Xiangkan. At this moment, the 2 Yuanfu disciples surrounded Qin Wentian. 4th order magic weapon. The 8th level disciple of the Yuanfu stared at the spear in Qin Wentian's hand. This guy was too gifted. The 4 of them had been killers for many years. Most of the resources they obtained were used to practice. For them, the 4th order magic weapon was a luxury, and the 4th order puppet was even more of a luxury. However, after completing this task, they would have it. Gravity. The willpower of the 8th level person of the Yuanfu bloomed. The will he comprehended was the will of the earth, the first level of the will of the earth, the power of gravity, and it was the transformation level, 8 times the gravity. In just a moment, Qin Wentian felt his footsteps sink, and his whole body became extremely heavy and extremely uncomfortable. A terrifying demonic aura filled the air, and the power of blood roared in his body. He wanted to make up for this heaviness with the strength of his own blood and flesh. Boom! The man of the 8th level of Yuanfu moved his body, and a spear appeared in his hand. The spear was fast and heavy. Before it arrived, people's hearts were beating. If it hit him, he would be seriously injured if not dead. The spear in his hand hit him violently. Although he was not used to the heavy feeling, Qin Wentian's arm was still very stable. The dark light shone, as if a black dragon pounced out. The spear collided with the spear, and there was a loud bang. Qin Wentian felt that his internal organs were shaking. The heavy force was directly transmitted to his body through the vibration, causing him to groan. The 8th level of Yuanfu and the 4th level of Yuanfu were not at the same level in terms of strength and the majestic degree of star energy. If it were not for his strong physique now, he would be seriously injured by a single blow. It's really troublesome to refine this 4th level magic weapon. Qin Wentian cursed in his heart, and the star force was madly input into the spear to communicate with the power of the divine pattern in the magic weapon. The 4th level divine pattern inside was not carved by him, so it takes a huge amount of star force to mobilize it, in order to send out a 4th level power. This is because his induction is strong enough to clearly grasp the veins of the divine pattern. But in battle, others will not give him too much time. After the 8th level Yuanfu man fired a shot, the second shot has arrived, and this shot is more crazy and fierce. Earth wave. The spear burst out like a dragon, and a terrifying earth wave rolled out. The opponent's star soul bloomed, which was actually a heavy earth star soul, making the opponent's whole body shrouded in a heavy meaning. Qin Wentian cut his finger and suddenly pointed at the void. In an instant, the yellow spring steel suppressed and blasted towards the opponent to block the great earth wave. The yellow spring steel struck out, and the other person of the 6th level of Yuanfu had no fear and attacked instantly. Like a ghost, a terrifying ghost claw smashed towards Qin Wentian's throat, giving people a gloomy feeling. The great earth wave collided with the yellow spring steel, but Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly turned, and his cold eyes swept out and collided with the opponent's eyes. In an instant, the pupils of the two collided together, as if the power of will met in the void, causing Qin Wentian's heart to tremble, and the opponent could also attack with his eyes. The ghost claw was approaching, and the 5 fingers flashed with black light, grabbing Qin Wentian's neck. However, at this time, Qin Wentian's body emerged with a terrifying demonic aura, and the ancient demon beast bloodline seemed to burst out, and the demonic aura filled the sky and the earth. Sleeping. The power of will bloomed, causing the opponent's pupils to condense, and he actually felt drowsy. The ghost claw swept across Qin Wentian's throat, but found that it grabbed Qin Wentian's arm. The arm was covered with terrifying demon scales and was extremely tough. Crash. The ghost claw grabbed, the scales were broken, and blood appeared. However, Qin Wentian's black spear rushed out straight, and the opponent's body exploded, but it was too late. The 9 heavens Kunpeng Ju bloomed, and Qin Wentian seemed to have a pair of huge Kunpeng wings behind him. His figure moved forward like the 9 heavens Kunpeng. A light sound of puffing was heard, and the spear pierced the opponent's throat and then pulled out. This defense. Shu Ruanayu in the distance was a little frightened. Qin Wentian's arm was actually covered with demon characteristics, and the defense was terrible. The yellow spring steel seemed to have eyes, and it collided with the 8th level Yuanfu man frantically, giving Qin Wentian this moment to kill the 6th level Yuanfu man. Junior brother. With a roar, Qin Wentian felt his back tremble violently, his face pale, and he turned around and spurted a mouthful of blood on the yellow spring steel. In an instant, the blood energy of the yellow spring steel became stronger, constantly vibrating, and making a terrible sound of dong dong, which made the other party and him in the same uncomfortable state. He was bound by gravity, while the other party was the beating of blood and heart. The breath on the dark spear became more and more terrible. Qin Wentian did not use the divine pattern inside when the spear killed the man's throat just now. In order to trigger the 4th level divine pattern inside to attack, he needed to absorb the terrible star elemental power. If it was used by a person in the Xiangang realm, it could be done in an instant, but his realm was too low, so he could only madly input the star elemental power in his body. I want you to die. The other party's star soul luster became brighter and brighter, and a piece of earth armor condensed on his body. The pupils of the man in the 8th level of the Yuanfu were terrible with murderous intent. His body moved again. Qin Wentian pointed his finger, and the yellow spring steel moved forward madly, while his body retreated. At this moment, the opponent let the yellow spring steel vibrate, and the layer of earth armor seemed to reduce the strong vibration for him. Puff! The long spear was as fast as lightning, and it came with a terrifying and heavy force. Qin Wentian was affected by 8 times the gravity, and his speed was greatly disturbed. He couldn't escape at all. Qin Wentian's eyes shot out a terrible cold light, and his wings closed. The demonic energy rushed into the sky and actually wrapped him up. Bang! The terrible vibration instantly destroyed the demonic energy, and the long spear pierced straight into the wings. The opponent showed a ferocious look, and the long spear went all the way forward, with a continuous sound of puff, to kill Qin Wentian. Break it! With a roar, the wings burst, the demonic aura dissipated, and Qin Wentian reappeared. The spear pierced his left chest, almost hitting his heart, but Qin Wentian's eyes were filled with a terrible killing light. At the moment when the wings burst, the spear had already slipped out of Qin Wentian's hand. The terrible black light engulfed the world. The terrifying power was simply terrifying, and it rushed straight to the opponent's throat. The man retreated like a conditioned reflex. With a loud bang, the yellow spring steel was directly imprinted on his back, making his face pale. A black light flashed past, and a light sound of puffing was heard. The spear nailed his forehead. The terrifying gloomy aura burst out, and his body exploded directly, and he died. Qin Wentian pulled out the spear from his chest, and blood stained his clothes red. He coughed a few times, but Qin Wentian's eyes were still extremely cold. You are a desperate guy. Shu Ruanai was a little shocked by Qin Wentian's ruthlessness in the battle. A person of the 4th level of Yuanfu actually killed a strong man of the 8th level and the 6th level of Yuanfu. Although he used the power of the 4th level magic weapon and the stone tablet, it also showed his ruthlessness when he was in a weak position. He was simply willing to do anything. If the spear just now was more accurate, he would have died first. Of course, she also saw that even without the magic weapon and the stone tablet, Qin Wentian's own fighting power was extremely amazing, much stronger than his realm. She was thinking that he might be able to kill a person of the 6th level of Yuanfu without relying on the stone tablet and the magic weapon. However, the attack of the dark spear just now probably consumed all the star energy in Qin Wentian's body. After all, his realm was only the 4th level of Yuanfu. Go and kill him. Hu Xiaoyan's guards were guarding beside him. There were several puppets staring around, one 4th level puppet, and the others were all 3rd level. Master, your safety is important, the guard said lightly. If you can't even deal with a few puppets, what use are you? Hu Xiaoyan said with some displeasure. Master, I can easily deal with the 3rd level puppets, but they are just staring at you from afar. The 4th level puppet is much more precious than the 4th level magic weapon. It is extremely difficult to refine. The divine pattern engraved inside is the 4th level attack divine pattern, which is equivalent to the attack strength of the divine power of the Xiangang realm. It has no great disadvantage except that it is not as flexible as humans. If it is not for protecting the young master, I will naturally have a way, but... The guard did not continue to say this, which made Hu Xiaoyan look even more unhappy. In the final analysis, was he implying that he was useless? I will help you deal with these 3rd level puppets. A voice came out, and then a masked figure was seen killing those 3rd level puppets. He stretched out his hand to draw the sword, and the sword fell. The cold light was dazzling, and it was extremely sharp. A 3rd level puppet raised his hand to resist, but saw that the sword had a cold light. The sword was fast, extremely fast, and a crisp sound came out, and the puppet was directly cut into 2 pieces. What an amazing sword! The guard's eyes condensed, wondering where this person, the top master of Yuanfu, came from. Qin Wentian's eyes froze. After all, the third-level puppet he got was not as powerful as the golden armor puppet in the trial ground. Whether it was attack or defense, it was much worse. This killer seemed to be with the driver just now. I didn't expect him to be so strong. You're dead. Shu Ruanai walked forward and came to Qin Wentian's side. He obviously came for you. He wanted to leave you to the 4 killers, but he didn't expect you to be so strong. After solving the puppets, he will probably come to kill you. Those puppets should be your last trump card. We don't seem to know each other. Qin Wentian looked at the woman in the red dress in front of him. The woman had a beautiful figure and was extremely charming, but he didn't seem to recognize her. It's enough for me to know you. You will die eventually, so why not die in my hands? Shu Ruanayu's star soul shone, and a flaming phantom shone. Wuming monks are used to releasing the third star soul when fighting, because their third soul is the most powerful. Shu Ruanayu's third soul comes from the 4th heaven and is full of violent flames. You are so confident that you think you can defeat Qin. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed coldly, with a strong demonic aura. I'm afraid you don't have much star energy left, not enough for you to trigger the strongest attack of the 4th level magic weapon. Shu Ruanayu said lightly, with pride on her face. Since she has met him, she will avenge your uncle. P.S. On Monday, brothers who have free recommendation tickets should not forget it, thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Crazy. Besides, even if your recovery ability is amazing, your injuries are not affected. Shu Ruanai looked at Qin Wentian's chest again. If the opponent had been more accurate, or Qin Wentian had killed him more slowly, he would have died. However, Qin Wentian's recovery ability is really amazing. There is a roaring breath of blood in his body, which stops the blood from flowing out. Qin Wentian glanced at the 4th level magic weapon in his hand. With his current strength, it is indeed too much of a stretch to use the 4th level magic weapon. With a slight movement of his mind, Qin Wentian put away the spear, which made Shu Ruanayu stunned. Shu Ruanayu looked at Qin Wentian, a proud sneer flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said, I want you to die with a clear mind. The Zhu Shan you killed is my uncle. Roar. A low roar came from afar. Shu Ruanayu frowned and turned her eyes. Then she saw a monster with a fierce look on its face roaring at her. On the back of the monster, there were several figures. She even recognized one of them. It was Bai Lujing on the destiny list. Huh? Not far away, the masked swordsman killed those 3rd level puppets. He thought he could just sit and watch Qin Wentian die, but he didn't expect that there would be complications. It seems that he has to do it himself. Shu Ruanayu obviously can't deal with Bai Lujing. The sword intent was everywhere. In an instant, the masked man rushed over and slashed down from the void with a sword. The will of the sword bloomed. Qin Wentian and others felt as if their bodies were in the terrifying sword intent and could be destroyed at any time. Bai Lujing soared into the sky, and the hurricane and the 7 killing star souls burst out at the same time. His body was like the wind, rushing straight into the sky, and the killing intent was everywhere. The great sun 9 slashes bloomed, colliding with the sword that fell in the void, and annihilated together in an instant. Who are you? Bai Lujing looked at the masked swordsman, but the other party said nothing, and slashed again with his sword, and did not release the star soul. He did not want people to see what a star soul was. Shu Ruanayu, do it quickly. The masked man restrained Bai Lujing and spoke to Shu Ruanayu. Shu Ruanayu nodded slightly, and the bursting flame will suddenly burst out. Qin Wentian felt that his body was about to burn. The 1st level of the flame will, burning, and Shu Ruanayu's will in the 1st level has entered the realm of transformation, very fierce. This woman has a really good figure, very attractive. Fanel muttered, and Shu Ruanayu's beautiful eyes suddenly condensed, and then she stared at Fanel with a murderous look, but Fanel didn't care at all, narrowed his eyes, and scanned her chest, making the flames on her body even more violent. You are looking for death? Shu Ruanayu shouted in a delicate voice, and then she took a step forward, and her jade hand blasted out, and a flaming palm print rushed straight at Qin Wentian and the other 2. This palm print actually decomposed in the void, covering Qin Wentian, Fanli and Chu Mang. Qin Wentian's Sky Hammer Star Soul and Sleeping Star Soul bloomed, but Qin Wentian covered the color of the Star Soul, but even so, it still gave people a strong shock. The martial arts will bloomed, Qin Wentian's blood boiled, and the demonic energy on his body soared to the sky. He took a step forward, and his palm slapped out wildly. The phantoms of the Dapan gathered in the void, and condensed into a terrible monster Dapan, roaring and rushing out, colliding with the flaming palm print. The yellow spring steel shook and pressed towards Shu Ruanayu's body, causing her blood to beat. Brother Mang, burn. The Emperor Flame bloodline in Fanli burst out, and the golden flames burned. His palm slapped into Chu Mang's body, and in an instant, Chu Mang's body was also burning with flames. The Star Soul bloomed, Chu Mang roared, and the bow and arrows were pulled open. 3 arrows burst out and hit instantly. Shu Ruanayu frowned slightly, and the Star Soul of the flame body fell, and she seemed to be covered with a layer of flame armor. Boom! The powerful force pierced the flame armor, and it actually shook Shu Ruanayu's body backwards. Qin Wentian's body was suspended in the air, as if something was brewing. In Qin Wentian's body, the 3rd-level divine essence was condensed madly. Now that one of his Yuanfu has been withered, the 2nd Yuanfu is brewing a terrible storm. He had no way to condense the 4th-order divine pattern to fight the enemy in a short period of time. However, if he could blast out endless 3rd-order divine essence in an instant, the power that would burst out in that instant would definitely be enough to make Shu Ruanayu drink a pot. Although this was a fighting method that killed 1,000 enemies and injured 800 of his own, the consumption of the star energy in the Yuanfu pool was too terrifying. However, now, he had no choice but to fight. The divine essence was his advantage, and the 3 Yuanfus were also his advantage. Puff, puff, puff. Arrows fell madly on Shu Ruanayu's body, as if endless. At such a close distance, it was difficult for her to accurately block the arrows that could kill instantly, especially the arrows that could change direction. Family, he did not attack, but actually used a powerful mind to control the arrows shot by Chu Mang to change direction at the last moment. It was just a short moment, and Shu Ruanayu's face turned red with anger, and it seemed that blood could drip from her face. She only felt a strange feeling in her chest. The arrows controlled by Fanli kept attacking her soft peaks. Although she had the flame armor to defend, such an attack made her crazy. Qin Wentian felt ashamed when he saw the arrows attacking him. This fat guy is really talented. He wants to anger the beautiful woman in front of him to death. However, Shu Ruanayu's flame armor must be a magical power. Otherwise, with the 6th level of Chu Mang Yuanfu and the powerful archery power, how could she not penetrate the ordinary star elemental force armor? The star elemental force light flowing on the flame armor became stronger and stronger, and the luster of the star soul continued to pour down. Shu Ruanayu's temperament seemed to be transforming. She saw her long hair flying and her steps forward. The flame will seem to burn Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian was still brewing, and his palm slapped the injured part of his chest. The blood-colored light once again rushed into the Huangquan steel in the void. The steel was more powerful and suppressed it, madly suppressing Shu Ruanayu's explosion. Ruanayu. At this moment, a stream of light shot from behind Shu Ruanayu. The figure descended instantly, and with a palm, the terrifying star-picking palm print grabbed Qin Wentian. Yang Fan. Qin Wentian's expression darkened, and his body retreated explosively, but the terrifying palm print still swept over his body. With a loud bang, Qin Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood and was blown away. You're looking for death? Yang Fan's eyes were like lightning, and the star-picking palm once again rushed towards Fanli and Chu Mang. The arrows roared, but were directly shattered under the star-picking palm print. With a loud rumbling sound, Fanli and Chu Mang's bodies were blown away. Chu Mang, Fanli and others were indeed far behind the strong men on the destiny list. Come back. Qin Wentian's aura floated, and with a command, the 4th-level blade puppet suddenly roared towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan's expression darkened, but he saw that the blade puppet rushed towards him frantically, and directly chopped him with a knife. The knife light seemed to cut through the void. At this time, there was a strong murderous intent in Qin Wentian's pupils. No matter who he was, since it had come to this point, there was no need to hold back. Let's go and kill him. Hu Xiaoan said to the guard beside him when he saw the puppet leave. The guard nodded slightly and rushed towards Qin Wentian with Hu Xiaoan's body. But before he could make a move, Qin Wentian had already moved, walking in the void and walking towards Shu Ruanayu, with a terrifying cold light in his pupils. When Zhu Ruanyu saw Qin Wentian approaching her, a strong anger flashed in her beautiful eyes. The flames in her palms became stronger and stronger, like red magma, filled with terrifying scorching heat. Buzz! A strong wind swept past, and Qin Wentian rushed towards Zhu Ruanyu. You are looking for death? Zhu Ruanyu's palm, which was as hot as magma, printed out and killed Qin Wentian. The flames burned the sky, and the space seemed to be burning. At the same time, Qin Wentian struck out with both palms at the same time. At this moment, the Yuanfu and the Wheel Meridians were completely rioting. All the divine essences in the Yuanfu burst out, and the moment they blasted out, they turned into endless swords of killing and terrifying phantoms of the big rock, covering the sky and the sun. The airflow of destruction swept wildly. Zhu Ruanyu felt the endless attack at this moment and her face froze. She slapped out with both palms at the same time. One by one, the flame figures frantically resisted the burst of divine essence. The yellow spring steel in the void suppressed her. Zhu Ruanyu groaned and finally couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. A crisp sound of crack was heard, and the armor was broken. In this airflow of destruction, she suddenly saw a demonic eye. This eye swept past, and made her head tremble. Get out of the way. Zhu Ruanyu seemed to realize that Qin Wentian would launch a fierce attack at this time, and waved her palm power again. She obviously didn't expect Qin Wentian to burst out such terrible power at this moment, otherwise she wouldn't fight in close combat like this. Puff! A mouthful of burning blood sprayed on Zhu Ruanyu's face. It was Qin Wentian's blood, which made Zhu Ruanyu close her eyes. The next moment, a pair of powerful palms were directly printed on her chest, and the power of destruction rushed into her body frantically. Buzz! The violent flames burned, and Qin Wentian's body burned along with it. Do you want to die together? A cold voice resounded in Zhu Ruanyu's head, causing her heart to tremble. Qin Wentian slapped her several times again without mercy, causing blood to flow from the corners of her mouth. Let her go. A roar came out. When Hu Zion's guards came to kill him, the blade puppet gave up the interception of Yang Fan and chose to intercept Hu Zion's guards. In this brief moment, Qin Wentian had captured Zhu Ruanyu, but to outsiders, it seemed as if Qin Wentian was holding Zhu Ruanyu tightly. How could Yang Fan not be furious at such a scene? Zhu Ruanyu's beautiful eyes were also shocked and pale. She had a chance, but Qin Wentian's cold voice, "Do you want to die together?" made her miss the best opportunity, but Qin Wentian attacked her several more times without any courtesy, which led to her being checked by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian was also seriously injured. If he hadn't fought back desperately, he would have had no chance to control Zhu Ruanyu. Now, the three Yuanfu in his body were almost exhausted. Only the demon Yuanfu still had star power, but this level of battle could not last long. You are Zhan Shen. A voice came from the void. It was Bai Lujing's voice. Qin Wentian looked around, staring at the masked swordsman in the void, and then at Yang Fan, Hu Zionyan and others around him. His eyes were extremely cold. It seemed that these people in Wangzhou City could not tolerate him. However, what was he afraid of? Thinking of this, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Chapter 299 Just to kill you. Zhan Chen, the Xianjiao of Dangwang Palace. Yang Fan, the Xianjiao of Zhaixing Mansion. Hu Zionyan, although he is not very good and may not have a high status in the Hua family, his brother Hua Taixu is the first on the destiny list. These people all hate him, and for Zhan Chen, they want to silence him. Yang Fan, perhaps in his eyes, it doesn't matter whether he kills him or not. If he meets him, he will kill him. In this case, then, he will not stay in Wangzhou City, so what else is there to fear? Qin Wentian looked up and saw Hu Zionyan's guards pressing forward, and sneered, "If you don't want her to die, you'd better stand still." "What does she have to do with me?" Hu Zionyan's guards said coldly. "You can talk to Yang Fan about this." Qin Wentian sneered, and Hu Zionyan's guards did not dare to act rashly. If Qin Wentian really killed this woman crazily, although Yang Fan would not forgive Qin Wentian, if he took his anger out on him, he, a mere Xiangang realm guard, would probably not be able to escape the hands of Zhaixing Mansion. "Let her go, and we'll end our relationship," Yang Fan said coldly to Qin Wentian. "You can do it if you want, but now you want to end it." Qin Wentian's cold eyes swept over Yang Fan. Let Zhu Ruanyu go? It was a question whether he could leave Wangzhou City. Now, how could he easily trust his enemy? "Little bastard, come here." Qin Wentian looked at the little bastard, and the little guy immediately came to him with Fan Li and Chu Mang. "Let me go." Shu Ruanyu felt extremely ashamed and angry. She was hugged tightly by Qin Wentian in an ambiguous posture, and the whole person seemed to be lying on Qin Wentian. Miss Shu's words are too funny. Qin Wentian's palm trembled, and he slapped Shu Ruanyu again. The terrifying power rushed into her body, causing Shu Ruanyu to groan again. "Miss Shu is going to kill me, so don't tell jokes anymore," Qin Wentian said lightly, and Yang Fan's eyes were gloomy, as if they could kill people. It was a great shame. Shu Ruanyu was his, Yang Fan's fiancée, and now she was humiliated by Qin Wentian. "If you dare to touch her again, I promise you will die," Yang Fan threatened coldly. "I have no regrets to die with a beauty." Qin Wentian smiled sarcastically. How could he be afraid at all? He looked into the void, his eyes swept to the masked swordsman in the void, and smiled. "However, Yang Fan, you value this woman. It seems that your feelings are extraordinary, much better than Zhang Chen." Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, the masked swordsman rushed over. Bai Lujing blocked in front of him, causing Qin Wentian to sneer. "It seems that you are really Zhang Chen." The masked swordsman's eyes condensed, knowing that he was fooled, but saw Qin Wentian continue to say, "Zhang Chen, you did not dare to step over the divine pattern trap in the divine pattern trial land, gave your lover a pill that stimulated her potential but would obey you, let her explore the way for you, and finally died in the trial land. I didn't expect to be caught by me. You wanted to kill her to silence her, but you were a little impatient." As Qin Wentian finished speaking, the crowd was shocked and shocked. Zhang Chen killed his lover with his own hands? Since Zhang Chen wanted to kill him so much, there was no need to hide this secret any longer. Let him go back and think about how to explain it to the Dangwon Palace. Poor beauty, knowing your wolfish ambitions and knowing that the elixir was different, you still took it willingly and died for you. Zhang Chen, where is your conscience? Qin Wentian said coldly. The masked young man calmed down at this time and did not dare to kill Qin Wentian again. If he rushed towards Qin Wentian frantically at this moment, it would undoubtedly be admitting that he was Zhang Chen. At the same time, it was also admitting that what Qin Wentian said was true. Zhang Chen absolutely could not admit it. Although he had a murderous intention in his heart at this moment, he could only hold it back. No one saw his true face. He was not Zhang Chen, so naturally there was no question of killing to silence him. But in his heart, Qin Wentian had already been sentenced to death. Brother Jing, if Zhang Chen deals with you in the future, it means that the person in front of you must be Zhang Chen. Qin Wentian sneered. Since Zhang Chen did not admit it now, if Zhang Chen wanted to deal with Bai Lu Jing in the future, it would be a disguised admission that he was present and fighting with Bai Lu Jing, which was equivalent to admitting Qin Wentian's words. I'm afraid that at that time, Danwang Palace would not help Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was destined to hold back this resentment. He would never admit that it was him who came today. Who asked him to disguise himself as a killer to deal with Qin Wentian. At this moment, Zhang Chen felt extremely aggrieved and full of hatred. You are dead. Hu Xiaoyan stared at Qin Wentian, and the smile on his face became more and more ferocious. This Qin Wentian was probably crazy. He kidnapped Chu Ruanyu and exposed Zhang Chen's secret. Whether it was true or false, Zhang Chen would kill Qin Wentian. Zhang Chen did not admit that it was him today, nor would he admit Qin Wentian's words, but he only needed to say that Qin Wentian slandered him. This excuse was enough for him to kill Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian will definitely die. Qin Wentian ignored Hu Xiaoyan and looked at the battlefield on King Er's side. The translucent golden lotus-like curtain was broken and King Er's figure appeared. The golden armor puppet was already useless, but the puppet was useless because it assisted King Er in killing the Xiangang realm woman and Xiangan. A puppet was replaced by a Xiangang realm strong man. It was very tragic. 3 of the 4 people in Xiangan had died. This time, the killer Xiangan suffered heavy losses. The last person was the driver. He stared at King Er with a stronger killing intent than when he came. His strength was also the strongest in Xiangan. You go first. King Er's crisp voice sounded. Even if she didn't look back, Qin Wentian knew she was talking to him. I will be fine. Seeing that Qin Wentian didn't move, King Er's crisp voice was still so confident. I'm not worried about him. Qin Wentian said. King Er's beautiful eyes moved, and then she understood a little. Qin Wentian was worried that other people in Wangzhou City would deal with her, such as Zhaixing Mansion. Master gave me something to save my life. This time, King Er's voice rang directly in Qin Wentian's ears, and Qin Wentian suddenly understood. Yes, King is the disciple of Fairy Queen Mei. How could she not have something to save her life? Fairy Queen Mei asked King to protect herself, and it is impossible that she did not think that King herself might be in danger. Kill someone before leaving, Qin Wentian said lightly, and then his eyes suddenly looked at Hu Xiaoyan in front of him. Hu Xiaoyan had ordered his guards to kill him not long ago, so he was not far away from Qin Wentian. At this moment, in front of Hu Xiaoyan and his guards, the blade puppet was guarding there. Qin Wentian's pupils were filled with terrible coldness, which made Hu Xiaoyan's eyes condense. Qin Wentian could not protect himself, but he still wanted to kill him. Fan Li and Chu Meng were ready at the same time, and the arrows were already on the string. Hu Xiaoyan's guards froze, pulled Hu Xiaoyan's body and retreated, and at the same time, the blade puppet rushed out. King seemed to understand Qin Wentian's thoughts. She looked over here and the will of space blossomed. In an instant, Hu Xiaoyan's guards felt as if they had hit a space barrier. In this brief moment, the blade puppet rushed over, and the cold blade slashed towards Hu Xiaoyan's guards. The little guy's body also rushed forward, bringing Qin Wentian and the other two to approach Hu Xiaoyan. Qin Wentian came to Wangzhou City for the purpose of killing Hu Xiaoyan. Now that Hu Xiaoyan was so close, how could he not die? You are crazy. Hu Xiaoyan saw Qin Wentian rushing up to him and roared. Hu Xiaoyan's guards blocked the attack of the blade puppet and were about to slap Qin Wentian with one palm, but he saw Shu Ruanayu in front of Qin Wentian. If he attacked Qin Wentian, Shu Ruanayu would be killed first. Get out of the way. With a roar, Hu Xiaoyan's guards hit the puppet with both palms at the same time. At this moment, the puppet actually made a crisp sound, as if it was about to explode. At the same time, a third eye seemed to appear between Qin Wentian's eyebrows, piercing into Hu Xiaoyan's mind. In an instant, Hu Xiaoyan's mind was blank. The one who attacked him just now was not Kinger, but Qin Wentian. Boom! Hu Xiaoyan held his head with one hand as if it was about to explode. The arrow whistled out. The look on Hu Xiaoyan's guard's face changed drastically. The moment the puppet exploded, the endless cold blade swept through the space. He could hardly free his hands, but for Hu Xiaoyan's life, he had to reach out and grab it. He used his palm to crush the arrow directly. Ah! A puffing sound came out, and Hu Xiaoyan's guard screamed. His arm was cut off by the blade, and the explosion torrent continued. The creator of this puppet was too cruel. The most brutal blow came from the self-detonation after being attacked, and they died together. Hu Xiaoyan. A loud roar came out, and Hu Xiaoyan raised his head to look into Qin Wentian's eyes, but he saw Qin Wentian stretched out his palm and pointed forward. In an instant, endless demonic energy descended, as if the world had become dim. This finger fell, and the demonic energy broke the sky. I came to Wangzhou City just to kill you. When Qin Wentian finished speaking, Hu Xiaoyan's mind went blank, with only that cold voice in his mind. He came to Wangzhou City just to kill him, and now, he would keep him here at all costs. Puff! The sky-breaking finger hit Hu Xiaoyan's head directly, killing him instantly. Although the sky-breaking finger was not proficient, it was enough to kill Hu Xiaoyan from a distance. Hu Xiaoyan used his life to repay the hatred of King Chen. Qin Wentian came to Wangzhou City from Chu State just to kill him. Qin Wentian's sky-breaking finger fell, and the little guy turned around instantly and left with a whistle. Ah! The screams continued. It was Hu Xiaoyan's guard, and many cold knife fragments were stuck in his body. The fourth-level puppet was gone, but he almost died. Hu Xiaoyan, whom he protected, also died on the spot. At this moment, he was seriously injured and did not want to kill Qin Wentian, but was thinking about how to save his own life. Hu Xiaoyan died. Even if he was a waste, he was still a member of the Hua family. Hu Xiaoyan's parents and Hua Taixu would not tolerate him. He wanted to escape. Today's battle was brutal. All of Qin Wentian's puppets were destroyed, and he himself was seriously injured. Yang Fan stepped out and chased Qin Wentian, who wanted to leave. He said coldly, "The person has not been put down yet. If you chase and kill, one life for one life. If you stop, I, Qin Wentian, promise not to hurt her life." Qin Wentian's voice came. "How can I believe you?" Yang Fan said coldly. "I guarantee as his friend that he will let you Ruanayu go." Ba Lujing said indifferently. In order to let Qin Wentian leave quickly, he made a promise, which touched Qin Wentian's heart. Zhan Chen ranked 11th on the destiny list, and was obviously stronger than Ba Lujing. However, in today's battle, Zhan Chen was told a secret by Qin Wentian, and was restrained. He did not dare to bloom his star soul, did not dare to use his strongest magical power, and even many of his methods could not be used. Therefore, he was entangled by Bai Lujing. Okay, Qin Wentian, remember, if Ruan Yu is in trouble, Bai Lujing and Bai Luai must die. Yang Fan's voice was icy cold. I will let him go, but Yang Fan, Zhan Chen, Qin has also remembered what happened today. Qin Wentian's figure went away, and Yang Fan stopped, but his eyes were still fixed on Qin Wentian's back. Today's matter was also considered Qin Wentian's destiny. The reason why Bai Lujing and Fanal Chumang appeared was to inform him of the decision of Beilu Academy, but they did not expect that when they were about to arrive, the little guy knew that Qin Wentian was in danger and rushed over quickly. Of course, if Qin Wentian had not been determined to capture Shu Ruanai as a hostage, even if the strong men from all sides had not arrived, Yang Fan would have been able to keep him. Chapter 300, Looking at the Destiny List. Yang Fan did not chase him. There would be another chance to kill Qin Wentian later. Bai Lujing and Bai Luai were Qin Wentian's good friends. They could not escape. Yang Fan believed that Qin Wentian would not dare to do anything to Shu Ruanai. Qin Wentian was not worried about anything. He had done what he should do in Wangzhou City. Hu Xiaoyan was dead, and Beilu Academy knew of his existence. He did not need to worry about Danwang Palace or Zhaixing Mansion dealing with him. For Danwang Palace, the only person he offended was Xianchen. As for Zhaixing Mansion, he had a grudge with Yang Fan. These overlord-level forces would not get involved too much in the affairs of the younger generation. It was the Hu family that would really bring danger to Qin Wentian. Although Hu Xiaoyan had no status in the Hu family, his parents and his brother Hu Taixu would definitely not let Qin Wentian go. This Wangzhou city could not be left behind. The little bastards left with a whistling sound. Their speed was very fast now. They went directly to the easternmost part of Wangzhou city and walked out of the Wangzhou city area. Above the void, between the clouds, Qin Wentian looked back at this vast ancient city. The great Xia dynasty had tens of millions of cities, and Jiuzhou city stood on top of tens of millions of cities. Perhaps he left only a small mark in this ancient city, and what he did could not bring too much shock to this ancient city. After all, the major events between those Xiangang realm powerhouses were far more eye-catching than the waves he caused. However, some of the words Qin Wentian said that day still caused some fluctuations, especially in the Danwang Hall, where countless Danwang Hall disciples were discussing the same thing, about Zhan Chen. Just as Qin Wentian expected, Zhan Chen denied it of course. He had always told his master that King Gaiyu's death was related to Qin Wentian. These discussions finally reached Mo Qingchang's ears, and soon she found out everything about Qin Wentian and everything he had paid. In the Danwang Hall on the 99 steps, Mo Qingchang walked slowly, and every step was heavy, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with tears. Just now, she learned that Qin Wentian had come to Wangzhou City and killed Hu Xiaoyan at all costs. I came to Wangzhou City only to kill you. That might be just a simple sentence in the eyes of others, but it made Mo Qingchang's heart melt and her heartstrings were deeply touched. For whom did he travel thousands of miles from Chu State to Wangzhou City to kill Hu Xiaoyan? For her, Mo Qingcheng. In front of Mo Qingcheng, his master Luohi, Zhan Chen and Zhan Chen's master were all there. Junior sister is here. Zhan Chen smiled at Mo Qingcheng, but he saw Mo Qingcheng's cold eyes swept over him. That look was so cold that it made Zhan Chen's heart slightly cold. Master, do you know who the 4th level divine pattern master Zhan Chen mentioned is? Mo Qingcheng looked at her master Luohi. Luohi looked at Mo Qingcheng in surprise and asked in confusion, Qingcheng, do you know him? Master has seen him too. I should have been seriously injured and unconscious at that time. Mo Qingcheng said calmly, and glanced at Bai Fei beside Luohi. Senior sister Bai Fei also knew him. Bai Fei's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and she immediately understood that Mo Qingcheng already knew. Bai Fei, what's going on? Luohi looked at Bai Fei, and saw Bai Fei lowering her head and saying, Qin Wentian is the man that master and I mentioned once, the man that junior sister Qingcheng liked in Chu State. Luohi's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Was the 4th level master of divine patterns, who was rumored to be somewhat magical recently, Mo Qingcheng's former lover? Zhan Chen said that senior sister King Gaiyu's death was related to him, and he said that Zhan Chen did it. No matter what the attitude of the Danwang Palace is, I certainly believe him. Mo Qingcheng's words made Zhan Chen's expression ugly, and he said, Junior sister, do you mean that I will harm King Gaiyu? Don't call me junior sister, You and I have nothing to do with each other. Mo Qingchang said indifferently. How dare you? Luo he scolded, but Mo Qingchang still looked at her calmly and said, Master, he killed Hu Xiaoyan at all costs. You should understand why he didn't hesitate to offend the Hu family to kill Hu Xiaoyan. Luo He's mind moved slightly, thinking of the grudge between Hu Xiaoyan and Mo Qingchang, and his eyes flashed. For you. He said that he came to Wangzhou City just to kill Hu Xiaoyan, and walked here from Chu State to kill Hu Xiaoyan for me. Mo Qingchang seemed to show a gentle smile on her cold face, but now the Danyuan Palace where I am wants to kill him. At this point, Mo Qingchang's voice became a little colder. I know that Master is good to me and has taught me a lot. I respect Master. However, I had already fallen in love with Master before I met him. He could travel thousands of miles to Wangzhou City for Qingcheng and kill Hu Xiaoyan at all costs. If anything happens to him, Qingcheng will also avenge him at all costs. So, disciple does not want to become a traitor to Danyuan Palace. Please forgive me for my disrespect. After saying that, Mo Qingchang bowed slightly to Luo He and whispered, Disciple will take his leave. Mo Qingchang turned and left, but Luo He was so angry that his body trembled slightly, and he whispered, Evil disciple. Mo Qingchang's last sentence, that she did not want to become a traitor to Danyuan Palace, was undoubtedly telling Luo He that if Danyuan Palace killed Qin Wentian, she would become a traitor to Danyuan Palace. How could Luo He not be angry? She had paid a lot for Mo Qingcheng. Zhan Chen's face was even more livid. He had always cared about Mo Qingcheng, who was loved by Uncle Luo He, but he had never thought that because of Qin Wentian, Mo Qingcheng regarded him as an enemy. Qin Wentian. Zhan Chen's hatred for Qin Wentian was extremely strong, but his face remained calm, maintaining a gentle and elegant attitude, and said, Master, Uncle, I don't want to argue anything. Now my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I want to go out and train for a while recently, and at the same time prepare resources to impact the Xiangang realm. Well, work hard and strive to enter the Xiangang realm within a year. Don't be distracted by this matter. Zhan Chen's master patted his shoulder to comfort him. The Xiangang realm is the first big hurdle for martial life cultivators. Many people cannot cross it in their entire lives. However, with Zhan Chen's talent, it is not difficult to cross it. It depends on how long it takes. 5 days later, Qin Wentian was far away from Wangzhou City. At this time, he was thousands of miles away from Wangzhou City and was located in a mountain range. Outside this mountain range, there is a small country. The Great Xia dynasty has a vast territory and many small countries. Behind these small countries, there may be the figure of Jiuzhou City, just like the relationship between Jiutian Palace and Chu State. Outside the cave in the mountain range, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, holding the meteorite in his hand. The star soul bloomed, and the blood in his body rolled. After a few days of recuperation, his breath has gradually calmed down, and his injuries have almost recovered. When will you let me go? A fiery red figure came out of the cave. It was Shuruanayu. Although Shuruanayu has recovered a trace of blood color, she still looks a little haggard. What's the hurry? Qin Wentian opened his eyes, glanced at Shuruanayu, and said, Miss Shu should rest and recuperate. You bastard. Shuruanayu's face was ashen. She stayed in this cave for the past few days and rested here at night. She didn't dare to close her eyes at all. The dead fat man's eyes were spinning around her from time to time, making her want to dig out the fat man's eyes. Qin Wentian stood up and walked towards Shuruanayu. Seeing Qin Wentian approaching, Shuruanayu took a step back. A look of shame and anger appeared on her face, staring at Qin Wentian and said, What do you want to do? Qin Wentian walked step by step to Shuruanayu. Shuruanayu gritted her teeth, a trace of fear in her beautiful eyes, and a trace of star power fluctuated on her body. If you dare to touch me, I will die, and Bai Luai and Bai Lujing will not be able to survive. Shuruanayu threatened. I still remind you again, you'd better not disturb me when I'm practicing. Qin Wentian said indifferently, glancing at Shuruanayu's body, besides, I have no interest in you. After that, Qin Wentian turned around and sat back to where he was, causing Shuruanayu to clench her hands tightly, with an extremely ugly face. This damn bastard. Since you have already carved the divine pattern here, you should at least let me recover my cultivation, right? Shuruanayu said without giving up. Qin Wentian cast a set of formations on her, which actually made her star energy flow very slowly, and her injuries have never recovered. Is it not dignified for you to treat a weak woman like this? Shu Ruanayu continued when she saw Qin Wentian did not speak. Fatty! Qin Wentian shouted, and family's body fell from the sky. He looked at Shu Ruanayu, and Shu Ruanayu closed her mouth in an instant, turned around and walked towards the cave. Are the little guy and Chu Mang not back yet? Qin Wentian asked Fanli. Brother Mang has a lot of strength. There are many monsters in the depths of this mountain range for him to practice with. It's not bad. Family grinned with a faint smile in his eyes, and said, I went for a walk outside. If we continue to travel eastward and cross some countries, we can reach Kangzhou City. Kangzhou City. Qin Wentian showed a thoughtful look. The Kang Palace is located in Kangzhou City, but the current Kang Palace is not the Kang Palace of the past. Although it is also a hegemonic force, it is no longer as strong as before. In addition to the Kang Palace, it seems that Yu Yang's family is also in Kangzhou City. If you want to win the top 3 seats on the Great Xia Dynasty's destiny list, you must go to Jiuzhou City. Fanli also became more serious at this moment, and said to Qin Wentian, White Deer Academy may become the first force in your hands. Qin Wentian nodded. The top 3 seats on the destiny list must be won. The reason why Bai Lujing followed Fanli and Chu Mang to find him that day was because Bai Lujing was asked by Bai Lu Academy to personally bring a message to Qin Wentian. After many days of discussion among the elders, the White Deer Academy finally reached a consensus. They naturally recognized Qin Wentian's attainments in the divine runes. If Qin Wentian could obtain a place in the top 3 of the destiny ranking in martial arts, from then on, the White Deer Academy would completely accept the new identity, follow Qin Wentian, and obey his orders. In order to reach this consensus, the White Deer Academy even deposed Bai Ludoang's father from the position of clan elder in the elders' meeting, and let him be responsible for the divine runes. Another elder replaced him. This news is undoubtedly very important to Qin Wentian. If he obtains the full support of the White Deer Academy, rectifying the Kang Wang's hidden veins will be much smoother. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.